make sure that one of you is always providing some kind of fire to interfere with the enemy's ability to shoot at you. And he, the guy said, we're never going to use this. We're never going to go. And despite the fact that we explained, like, yes, we're not conducting a frontal attack. We're teaching you guys how to move in pairs. But it was 100% down to his just level of trauma and stress. And the biggest pushback was that he was like, well, we're not going to do frontal attacks. And we explained, yes, of course, you're not going to do frontal attacks. And then once they had mastered that simple fire and movement, then we talked about a real life scenario where, okay, here's this trench. You have a tree line, you have an open field, like surrounding the trench, and then you have a kind of industrial area. And then we talk it through, you're not going to do the frontal attack, so which way are you going to approach from? And once, it was a nice way to resolve the pushback, because you see the light come on when we make it clear that, like, you're still going to employ the principles of fire and movement when you're moving through the closed area to get close to your objective, rather than doing some kind of insane frontal attack through the open area. But just other than that anecdote, we have found that, and this goes for brand new soldiers all the way to people who are veterans of the war back from 2014, 2015, is there's an enormous appetite in learning the NATO way of war. It's recognized to have a lot of value. In some areas it certainly needs some adaptation, but I'm very happy to say that there's not a lot of pushback. People recognize the need for what this training offers.
All righty. By the way, very briefly, Thomas Tyner will be with us at 5 past the hour. He's just about to get ready. And in the meantime, we'll go to Wardogger, then we have time for George, and we'll cycle Plowman in for Robin, who's been kindly with us for the past 3 hours. Thank you very much, Robin. Absolute pleasure today with you yet again. And Plowman, good evening.
Good evening, Axel. I'm quite excited for the next great block on this show. We had this week quite the lineup here. I have to say I'm humbled, and I haven't done that much to deserve to be one of the co-hosts when we are talking to these guys, and it's exciting.
All righty, good. And for that, as we have another 5 minutes left, Wardogger, George, both questions for Saber if you have. Shoot, Wardogger.
Good evening. It was so interesting to hear from you. Thank you so much for that really interesting info. Exactly today, I've got my eyes fell on one video. I believe many have seen already the videos of the 3rd Assault Brigade. They are doing the assault actions on the south of Ukraine, and there are a lot of action videos from their platoons where they clean the trenches where they go. And today, what really what struck me, there was the video, pretty hard video, because that was one of the action videos, but those guys who are actually making the assault actions, they were also making like post action calm interview and sharing the emotions, like why, what they were doing. And it was really how to call it, what you've been mentioned earlier, Saber, related to the proper training, how it is important, proper equipment, proper doing the right things in the right moment. And I was looking at those guys. They are not those whom we know personally, but we have many friends to whom being helping earlier with some equipment, with some things, and MriyaReport also stepped a lot and helped a lot, raising funds for different units and different equipment for what um,
The other line was broken. Okay. Well, if you don't continue, then we'll go to George and we'll close up the question for Saber.
Hey, Saber, thanks for what you're doing over there. I just wanted to ask, because I've talked about this with Colonel Spencer, and I know that even in the West, like in the U.S., we've gone away from using it because we're doing counterinsurgency stuff. But I'm talking about smoke, popping smoke and using smoke to cover you as you're going over across open terrain. Like I'm old, so in the early 1990s, that was what we used to train with. But I barely see any of that here. And my question is it not available? Is that why we're not seeing it, or have people moved away from it? And I guess those would be my two questions.
No, those are phenomenal questions. Actually, it's something I've been wondering myself, and I do poke people from time to time and ask, do you have smoke grenades? Do you have, can you deliver smoke via mortar or artillery? And I'm not too sure. I would say that what we've seen, and this may not be the case everywhere. Most of our familiarity, our best familiarity, is coming out of specifically the Donbass region, which is different certainly from the south. But what I've seen is that there's the utmost care being taken to avoid ever crossing open spaces where that kind of concealment would be the most necessary. What you see a lot more of is using concealment via terrain features, and even sometimes digging trenches perpendicular to the objective in order to reach it. But that is something that I've been puzzled about myself, is where the smoke is.
Yeah, but because I was going to say really quick, because if you're assaulting a trench, smoke can be your friend. You drop smoke right on top of where you think the enemy is. You stun them because now they're temporarily blinded, but you knew where they were 5 seconds ago, and you can spray that area.
That's it. Or one of the big things is, you dump it between, say, the first and second lines, and you cut off the ability for the defense in depth to support the frontal lines or to adjust fire or anything like that. No, it's a phenomenal tool, and yeah, I guess we're not seeing it employed very much. But I'd have to really go and keep asking and poking people about this to give you a better answer. But that's unfortunately, I just don't know right now.
Yeah, I would love.
All right, we'll get to that. George, sorry, Waldo had a question, and I would really like to wrap it up before we go into the discussion with Thomas. Waldo, you were interrupted, dropped out. Your question for Saber, and then we close it out.
Yeah, apologize. I had some connection issue. There is not particular question, but just to say thank you so much to Saber for all of the things that his team is doing for the Ukrainians, because like I posted the video for everybody to see, like how these things go on the ground, how guys are assaulting the trenches, and they discuss literally after that in the interview, like how tough it is when you throw a grenade into the trench, into the cover of the trench, and then you have to go in. What are their emotions after they need to go in? How they cannot breathe because of all of the gases over there, and all of the things that they experience during the trench. Video is hard because they've got KIA of the teammate when the Grad rocket just arrived 1 1.5 meters from one of their teammates, and they were discussing also all of that. That's fascinating and terrible, because those boys should be playing, I don't know, PS or computer online games, but not assaulting the trenches. But they're professional in what they do, because people like you, Saber, giving them the right knowledge that help them to survive, and more of us survive, less of an enemy survive. That's a competitive advantage. Thank you for that. Hugs and love from Ukraine. That's the only thing I would like to say.
Well, thank you very much for your support, and it's returned. And I will cap it off by saying thank you for having us on again, and thanks you for giving me so much time to speak. And yeah, I look forward to listening to the next.
Yeah, you don't have to run away. Thomas will be joining us in a minute. He's just about to cycle into his office, and he's going to be with us in a sec. So, in the meantime, George, if you want to add anything to this, then now is the time. Now is the opportunity.
No, I was just going to say, I just wish that United States would announce that we're sending out, we're emptying out warehouses of grenades that were produced 20, 25 years ago, the smoke grenades, and get them into Ukraine, especially for the artillery. Because as Saber said, if you can drop smoke in front of that second or third trench line, then, you're cutting down the number of the firepower of the enemy as you're storming that first line. So, someone in the Pentagon needs to get off their ass and figure out where the hell this stuff is and send it.
From all you've been saying in recent weeks, George, that is a large team of people by now who have to find a way to, do a bit of stretching, right?
Yeah. So they need to get, they need to stop polishing,
stretching.
No, they need to stop polishing the seat with their ass and, start wearing out the shoe leather.
All righty, George. Thank you very much for that. And with that, I can say buongiorno, or actually buonasera in this case already, to our friend Thomas. Good evening. Guten Abend.
Hello. Sorry for being late, but I came home from the town a little bit later than expected, because you meet people and you cannot just race by them and just say hello, and then it gets longer than you expect. So please excuse, but I'm here now, and we have a few hours that we will spend in the MriyaReport tonight.
Excellent. That's wonderful. And thank you for making the time today on a Friday, given the fact that so much has happened since last we spoke here. And we had a number of very interesting guests during the week, whilst the Ukrainians have methodically, pursued the enemy, attrited them, made a couple of those approaches, which you already spoke about last time with us. I thought it's a fantastic opportunity to talk a little bit about river crossings, Robotine, and the likes. But where would you like to start, Thomas?
Well, there have been some questions. So we will talk about river crossings, because I think most people are interested in that right now. We will talk about Ukrainian offensive operations in the south, because obviously that's where the main action is currently. And since so many people ask about the Karabakh conflict, we should have a look at that.
Absolutely.
And then actually, as always, we will be a bit criticize European governments for being absolutely incompetent when it comes to military production. And besides that, I think there will be questions.
Absolutely. And we cleared up one question late yesterday. There definitely, as both John Spencer, Nuno Felix, and Chuck Farrer said, there are not 100,000 Russians coming for Kupiansk. We know this already.
They never were there. That was obvious. That was just a little bit of scare tactic. And I have still no idea why anyone would have said that. Because if the Russians had 100,000 troops up there, they wouldn't be there. They would be 100 kilometers further in Ukraine right now. And since the Russians there only managed to gain about 4 or 5 kilometers of forest, I would assume the Russians have like 2,000, 3,000 guys there, so a brigade. The 100,000 number, I have no idea where that came from, but it's kind of like saying, you know, Luxembourg and Liechtenstein have a 1,000,000-man army, and it's just the same amount of sense. So yeah,
Maybe they calculated the whole northeastern side all the way down to Bakhmut.
they not even then the Russians have 100,000 troops there. I doubt that. I mean, the Ukrainians crossed over the Dnieper River, and it's more than a week ago, and the Russians still haven't managed to pull one armored or mechanized battalion to this area to throw the Ukrainians back over the river. So the Russians cannot find 300 to 500 guys on BMPs or even BTRs to attack a little Ukrainian beachhead. I mean, the Russians are out of all kinds of reserves. And those that they have all concentrated in the south. So the idea that the Russians are finding thousands of troops, 100,000 troops for an offensive is like, if they have zombies, the Russians definitely have 100,000 corpses. So maybe if they can reanimate them, they have 100,000 people for an army. But you know, zombies, I don't think they exist. So no, it was pretty much weird that that even came up, that the Russians supposedly have 100,000 troops up there. So I don't know what the intention was of announcing this, because it's definitely not true.
Well, but as you said, if they can't find this one battalion, if they can't find that force to counter punch and push back against that bridgehead or these two bridgeheads, that means they must be very much under pressure in other areas on the southeastern front, right?
Absolutely. I mean, if you cannot find, I mean, at Oleshki, where the Ukrainians have crossed over the Dnieper, where the old Antonovsky Bridge was, and have a bridgehead, which is tiny. I mean, it's a company that holds it. So it's maybe 100 guys that hold this bridgehead. And if the Russians can't pull together enough troops, mass enough troops to drive a company back into the river, what the hell? They must be out of everything. So since we are talking about Russian reserves that don't exist anymore, let's go to the main front in the south of Zaporozhye, you know, because the Ukrainians had a whole bunch of brigades, right, for this offensive. And they have begun now to commit the brigades that were meant for a later stage of the offensive, like the 82nd Airborne and similar units. So the question here is, which I cannot answer because I don't have all the data, are the Ukrainians deploying these brigades because the Ukrainian forces are exhausted, which would be bad? Or are the Ukrainians deploying these forces now because they know that the Russians are exhausted and that you need one last massive push with fresh troops to kick the Russians down and break their line? So at this point, we do not know, because there's two possibilities, and the Ukrainians are keeping very tight-lipped about it. One possibility, the Ukrainian brigades that have fought in this offensive in the south until now had so many losses in equipment and personnel that they cannot continue the fight, which would be really bad. So Ukraine has to bring in fresh brigades to replace them. That is one possibility. The other possibility is that the Ukrainians have these brigades. These brigades had losses. These brigades lost men and equipment. They are exhausted after 2 months of fighting, intensive combat day and night. And the Ukrainians are pulling these brigades out to give them a rest, maintain the equipment, give them some good night's sleep, and have put in fresh brigades to continue to increase the pressure on the Russians. If the second is the case, then the Ukrainians are going to break through at some point, and the brigades that are now in the rear to rest will return to action and then dash to the sea. But right now, I have Ukrainian contacts, but everybody is extremely tight-lipped in Ukraine, as always, about Ukrainian losses. So I do not know which of these two is the case. I very much hope it's the second case, that the Ukrainians rotated the brigades out of the front to give them a rest before they will return. This is what the Ukrainians have been doing the last half year. They have rotated brigades out of the front to give them a rest, bring in fresh conscripts, repair all the equipment, even bring in new equipment, and then return the brigades to the front. So the Ukrainians have a history of rotating brigades before they are destroyed to the rear to freshen them up and then return them. Right now, I don't know. My gut feeling is the Ukrainians have rotated the brigades out of the front to rest them and sent the brigades forward, or at least parts of the brigades forward that were meant for a later phase, to give the brigades that are tired some rest. And we will find out, because it's end of August soon, and latest by early September, middle of September, the Ukrainians have to be through the Russian lines. Because after
and there
that,
were indications, and Thomas, there were indications that they have been pressing through and actually going through some Russian lines in the last 48 hours, right?
yes, the Ukrainians are definitely through Russian lines. The most interesting video was a video of a Ukrainian tank who was charging at a Russian position. There was a field, and the tank was just going through the field and firing non-stop. The tank then made a U-turn to return to Ukrainian lines and drove back through the field while the tank turret went to the back and continued firing at the Russians. The interesting thing is, this tank drove through a field, and you could tell there are no mines anymore. The Ukrainians are past the main Russian mine barriers. Now, maybe the Russians have some mine barriers further south, but right now the Ukrainians have gone through the massive Russian minefields to the north. So if the Ukrainians can continue that pressure and the Russians continue to have no reserves, the Ukrainians can break through. But breaking through is only useful if you then have the forces to exploit. To give you an idea, if you're a police team and you have to break down the door of a criminal, if you have just enough police officers to break down the door, the criminal then can hide all the stuff, flush it down the toilets in the building, because you just have the people to break down the door. You also then need the people to rush in, take control of the house and arrest the bad people and stop them from hiding the evidence. So if the Ukrainians can break through, that's only half of the offensive. The other half is the exploitation, where you have to drive to the Azov Sea, or you have to drive to Mariupol, or you have to drive to Melitopol, Tokmak. It doesn't matter. You have to drive in the Russian rear. Remember, when the Ukrainians liberated Kupiansk last fall, they attacked, and then they found a weak spot in the Russian line. They broke through, and then they drove with 3 brigades through that gap into the Russian rear, and the first Guards tank army of the Russians had to flee, because the Ukrainians were now to their west, to their south, and in their rear to the east. So the Russians just could escape to the north. So the Ukrainians, by my accounting, have still a dozen or more brigades in the rear that have not been committed to the offensive, including 2 brigades trained by the US in Germany, including quite a few brigades of the offensive guard, including a few brigades that were taken out of the front in May and April to rest and refit for the offensive. Since the Russians have no forces to drive back the beachheads along the Dnieper, I assume the Russians are out of reserves. But it's speculation because we don't know the numbers. How it looks now, the Ukrainians have exhausted the Russians by destroying their reserves and their artillery with long-range fires, GMLRS and Excalibur. The problem is the Russians also, that we know, killed a lot of Ukrainians and damaged a lot of equipment. So here, this is a battle of attrition, and we don't know which side is more exhausted right now and which side still has reserves. On paper, the Ukrainians have reserves enough for continuing the offensive and then a drive to the sea. The Russians, from what we have seen, don't seem to have reserves. Or they have reserves, but they keep them only south of the Ukrainian offensive operations because they're afraid of a breakthrough there and don't care about Kherson. So it's really difficult to assess the current state of the offensive because both sides limit the flow of information. But what we have seen, I would say, favors the Ukrainians. Is it a guaranteed victory? The next weeks will show it, because if the Russians are truly exhausted, the Ukrainians should be through the Russian lines in the next few weeks, maximum, and then dash to the sea before the October rains make movement overland difficult. So I'm always optimistic, but this is a moment right now where we have to look at the situation, and it's not 100% possible to make an assumption right now with 100% certainty. The feeling is more Ukraine is succeeding and the Russians are on the back foot, and the Russians are close to breaking, but 100% certainty with the available information is, for me, difficult to make 100% certain statement at this moment. I know some people don't like to hear that, but it's like that.
That's wonderful. That's exactly how it is. It's the fog of war. We just don't know. And yeah, Nuno said the very same thing yesterday in one regard. He said that there seem to be a lot of opportunities. The Russians seem to be brittle. Let me summarize it this way: brittle, and that the breaking point may have been reached in a number of critical areas. So this bodes well for if, for example, units such as the one which has been highlighted, people were so excited about it because the first time the Challies are in theater, you know, strikers, Challies, Mardas, blah, they would come through and they would pose a significant addition in that area. But then again, we do not know anything about how that brigade has fared thus far because we haven't heard anything. But obviously, it would be quite punchy. Or do we?
We don't know if the Challengers have been deployed. We have a picture of a Challenger which is somewhere. Could it? Man, so that's the next problem. The brigade that was trained in Sweden has some 50 CV90. It has some, I think, a dozen or 20 something Leopard 2A5. It has the Archers. It has Patria wheeled infantry fighting vehicles and personnel carriers from Finland and Sweden. We saw 2 or 4 CV90s being deployed, right? So we saw a platoon of CV90s being deployed somewhere up in Kremina and Kupiansk area, if I recall rightly. And where's the rest of the brigade? What happened to it? Is it still training? Has it been completely destroyed? I don't think so, because I mean the Russians would show us 50 pictures of 50 different destroyed CV-90s. So the problem is here. We saw one striker of over 100 strikers getting hit by a Russian drone. Where's the rest? Did the Ukrainians push a company or a platoon, maybe a battalion of the 82nd Airborne Brigade forward? We saw one image of one martyr. Where are the other 50? It's 2 battalions. So the problem here is that we have no idea how much of these brigades have been committed. The Ukrainians could play a game here, you know, send one striker forward and have it drive around until the Russians spot it. So the Russians will then say, oh, the 82nd has been deployed at Robotnia. And in reality, the 82nd is preparing to cross the Dnieper. And the Russians don't believe it because they just saw a striker somewhere else. So there is so much uncertainty here. Like the Poles gave the Ukrainians enough KTO Rosomak amphibious infantry fighting vehicles that are wheeled to equip an entire brigade. Some 100 immediately, and maybe even more, maybe 200 Rosomak have arrived. Which brigade is that? I don't know. Where is that brigade? I don't know. What is the plan with amphibious vehicles that can cross a river like the Dnieper? We don't know. And so the point is here, yes, a Challenger was seen on a picture with the background completely blurred out. Well, it could be a Challenger in Lviv. Who knows? We don't know. We don't see the background. So even if the Russians show us, when we see an image of 20 strikers somewhere in an area, then we know at least a full battalion has been deployed. If we see one striker somewhere being around, yes, some parts of a brigade have been deployed, but we don't know if the whole brigade has been deployed. So very, very difficult. The fog of war is right now, I mean, the fog of war is this, that the Russians don't really know from the Telegram channels. Some of the Russians say in their Telegram channels, we have driven the Ukrainians back into the Dnieper. And the next Russian Telegram channel is, the Ukrainians are advancing from their beachhead. And the next Telegram channel is like, the Ukrainians have been driven back 5 days ago. And the next Russian Telegram channel is, the Ukrainians are almost at Radensk. It's like, not even the Russians have an overview anymore about what is happening. So I tried to keep up, and I speak with Ukrainian troops. I mean, I knew of the Dnieper crossing the day before they went over. I just didn't know where they would go over, but I knew which units would cross over the next day over the Dnieper and try to establish a beachhead. Then these units were pulled back because they are special forces and were replaced by light infantry, with the special force units preparing for another mission. And these special forces guys don't know what is going on the beachhead that they fought to take, because there's such a, from the Ukrainian side, such a news block that the Ukrainians ordered, that even the units that went over the river, fought for this beachhead, then retreated after 3 days and were replaced by light infantry, and are in the same area, don't know what is really going on. And that makes it so difficult. We saw a Challenger. Yes. Where? When? What's he doing? I mean, if I see one striker of more than 100 striker, I don't think that the brigade has been deployed. Maybe it has, maybe it hasn't. If it has been deployed, we will see a lot more strikers over the next days. Destroyed strikers, strikers on the attack, and so on. But right now we have seen one striker drive down a road and get hit by a Lancet drone. The brigade is much larger than one striker, so it's so difficult to assess the situation right now. The mood that Zaluzhny communicates to Western armies is that it's very difficult and much slower than anticipated, but they're working through the aims that they have for the offensive. The problem is we don't know exactly what the aims are. We don't know what the timetable is or was, and we don't know what the Ukrainians have in store next. We see how much Russian equipment is being destroyed in helicopters, in artillery, in radars, in jammers. That affects the Russians. We see how much the cluster munitions that the Americans and the Turkish finally began to deliver, how much those massacre Russian infantry. Just to give you an idea, if you get into a cluster munitions strike, even if you survive, all the shrapnel in your body, you will die from internal hemorrhaging over the next hours, because the Russians definitely have the hospitals near the front to start pulling those shrapnel pieces out of bodies and organs. So even if a Russian, after being hit by DPCIM cluster munitions around you, he's not gonna survive the internal injuries. So cluster munitions are massacring Russian forces right now. And if you, so I just saw that GeoConfirmed came online. GeoConfirmed has done an amazing map showing all the geolocated videos of Russian artillery that is being destroyed over the course of the offensive. And you can tell that the Russians have been losing an immense amount of artillery thanks to this map that GeoConfirmed. Follow that account. It's just 1 or 2 days old, the map that they made about the destroyed Russian artillery systems. So if you go back and scroll down in their account, you should find it. It's a really helpful reminder that the Russians are losing the artillery battle. And the Russians are an artillery-focused army, and the Ukrainians are right now destroying the Russians with artillery. So it's basically beating the Russians at their own game, which is really excellent. The Ukrainians seem to have enough ammunition for now in artillery, but again, this Ukrainian news blackout that they have makes it really, really difficult to figure out the amount of Russian and Ukrainian reserves and follow-on forces. And so it's really difficult to assess with any certainty now in what kind of situation the offensive is, even though the hints we get is that the Ukrainians are doing much better than the Russians, and the Russians are the ones that are worried. But the thing is that, please.
No, carry on. I apologize.
I'm an optimist. I'm an optimist, and I have always been looking at, the Ukrainians, the strength and the stuff and they're doing, and I still see lots of signs that the Ukrainians are doing, that they're succeeding in the offensive. It's just that the news blackout makes it so difficult to make to ascertain this opinion at this moment.
It's also the fact that there are certain targets, certain objectives, so to say, war goals or campaign goals, which have been clarified in the past. General Zaluzhny indicated very clearly last year, Crimea will be taken. General Syrskyi and General Zaluzhny both, as well as a number of politicians, had highlighted that Mariupol must be freed. That the corridor, Berdyansk Mariupol, is a key aspect. The mayor in exile and residing in Zaporizhia, Ivan Fedorov of Melitopol, had often highlighted how important Melitopol is, and some of the communication staff of Zaluzhny had underlined this in the past. We've heard very little about Skadovsk, Perekop, Henichesk. Nobody has named them, but they evidently are, of course, en route to Crimea. And as these goals are a little bit obfuscated or ambiguous and not clearly stated, they can't be judged against them, which is fine, and because it's their right and their agency. But evidently, this is now being abused by certain parts in the West and Western media and Western politicians to judge the offensive as being failing, potentially failing, never reaching its targets, because the targets are not even stated. Of course, they can make them up. And that is exactly what Andriy Yermak, and that's what I wanted to come to, Andriy Yermak had highlighted about a week ago, that Ukraine politically will be pushed hard in the autumn by Western politicians and even some military leaders, but by Western politicians to compromise, to allow, say, a negotiation and the likes. And that it will be hard, and it will be hard to work and to resist whilst fighting. How can Ukraine, and how would you think that Ukraine can, so to say, manage to win into a fighting and continued fight in winter, other than going to Crimea and getting onto Crimea, where the climatic setup is different, where continued attacks could occur during winter?
Unpopular opinion, the Ukrainians have to cross the Dnieper and drive towards Berekop, and no matter how heavy the cost. This is a situation where where political goals and the larger strategic goals override concerns about the cost. The Ukrainians received pontoon bridges from Germany, Netherlands, the UK, France, and Italy, Poland, Romania, Bulgaria. Basically, everyone in Europe who had any kind of pontoon bridge gave them to the Ukrainians. And the French and the German, British ones are motorized, so they can be used as ferries to ferry stuff across and tanks, so that makes them difficult to get hit. And you can tell that the Ukrainians clearly intend to cross the Dnieper, because if you look at the map, the best place to cross is at Oleshki. Why? There you have the Dnieper to cross, and you can enter your pontoon bridge against the pillars of the Antonovsky Bridge, which means you save on the fuel that is needed to keep them in place against the current. Once crossed there, there's a 1 mile long causeway, which on top has a 4-lane highway. The Russians cannot blow that away. Impossible. They can fire 50 missiles at it and they will not destroy the causeway. So this is the best place to cross. And from there you have a direct road to Crimea. Even more importantly, north of Crimea, of Berekop, is a village where the roads that come from the east and from the north intersect. If you can reach that village, I'm gonna name it, you basically block the Russian escape into Crimea, and you block all Russian logistics out of Crimea. So the Ukrainians know where they can cross and where they should cross. And before you can cross, you have to secure Oleshki from Russian artillery fire, because that's the worst that can happen to you. As the Russians experienced when they at the same place had their pontoon bridge, and the Ukrainians with their artillery just kept hitting it 24 hours a day. So the Ukrainians clearly landed at Kozachi Laheri in the north, because the road that comes from the north goes by that village. If the Ukrainians take that village, or part of it, the road for Russian reinforcements from the north to Oleshki is closed. So the Ukrainians clearly are trying to drive the Russians away from Oleshki, and that the Russians haven't brought in the forces yet to dislodge the Ukrainians, neither at Oleshki nor at the secondary landing, shows that the Russians have not the forces. Because if you're a Russian general, The Russians themselves built a pontoon bridge there because they understood that it's the best of all the locations. And anywhere else, the Russians just used ferries to ferry stuff back and forth. And the Ukrainians are going to do the same. So that the Russians cannot find forces to dislodge that small, I think it's a battalion or 2 battalions of light infantry that crossed over at Kozachi Lahari, and the Russians have such trouble to dislodge them. The US Army would have thrown them into the river 5 minutes after seeing what is happening, because the US Army would just pull out every bit of available reserve. They would use the military bands and tell them, get your guns and go over there and throw them into the river. And the Russians cannot even pull anything. I mean, the Ukrainians crossed over, and what they found was a battalion of conscripted old men who didn't want to fight, and the Ukrainians whacked about 80, 90 Russians in a morning at the cost of 4 Ukrainian deaths. Because those weren't soldiers, that were just conscripted old men that the Russians threw in there to somehow man the line. Because the Russian airborne division, who was manning the front earlier, has been moved south to Zaporozhye to try to stem the Ukrainian advance there. So if the Ukrainians want to shut up the people in the West that want to tell Ukraine to make a peace, to agree to cede territory, to make a ceasefire, to freeze the conflict, the Ukrainians have to throw the dice. And it can only be either we throw in 20,000 men and break through at any cost to Mariupol, but a much, much better solution is we throw all 3 pontoon regiments we have at the Dnieper. We cross with 10, 20,000 men in 1-2 days. We drive the Russian back as much as we can. We march towards Crimea. We march into northern Crimea. We occupy the 13 northernmost kilometers of the Crimean Peninsula, because once we have that, all discussions about ceding Crimea are void, because you cannot cede a territory to Russia that the Ukrainians just liberated. Secondly, you take that territory, the Russians in Crimea, it becomes completely untenable, because once the Ukrainians have the 30 kilometer in the north, you can fire GMLRS rockets from HIMARS directly into Sevastopol Bay and hit the Russian submarines and Navy ships at their docks. Just take the northernmost 30, 40 kilometers. The Kerch Bridge, so the Ukraine have to roll the dice on that, and I'm sorry, it's kind of like, I always come back to El Alamein, where Montgomery told one brigade commander, I'm willing to sacrifice your entire brigade to make Rommel burn through his last fuel. Bye-bye. And the brigade attacked. The brigade lost over 90% of its tanks, and way more than 50% of its soldiers were killed. And in the evening, Rommel was out of fuel. And Montgomery went to bed knowing in the next few days he would have the Germans and the Italians at El Alamein exhausted, out of supplies. And when he had then the moment they found the gap to break through, the battle would be victorious for the British Empire. Because we don't have to forget that most units at El Alamein weren't English, but Scottish, South African, Indian, and so on. And long story short,
they lost 80 tanks. They lost 80 tanks within half an hour.
Yes, out of 120 tanks, or how much did they have?
I think it was 90. Was it 94 tanks? The 9th Armored at 94 tanks.
94 tanks, 80 tanks lost, and 230 dead out of some 400 men in the brigade lost. So the Ukrainians, I mean, they have used one pontoon to ship one howitzer up and down a river until now. Again, we don't know what river, we don't know when it was filmed, but they used one of the ferries they still have from Soviet times, so not one of the Western ferries, to ferry a Ukrainian-made howitzer up and down a river. But the thing is, let's make another historic comparison. The Ukrainians have to do a Normandy on the Dnieper, which means they have just to throw everything they have that can cross a river. amphibious vehicles, pontoons, ferries, throw all at once at the river. Yes, there will be heavy losses, like in Normandy, but in the evening, the Ukrainians will have 10,000, 15,000 troops across the river and driven the Russians far enough away to secure their beachhead and bring in supplies. The Americans built harbors in Normandy. The Ukrainians will have to build pontoon bridges and drive on to the south. Dithering about and worrying about losses. Yes, if you know that you have the United States industry behind you, like the US military had in World War II, you don't mind if you lose 50 ships and 300 tanks, because you know the American industry is gonna replace them all in a week. The Ukrainians don't have that luxury right now, so they're a little bit more conservative with their equipment, but they have at some point to go over that river, because Crimea is not just the key to defeat the Russians militarily, it's also the key to defeat Russian lickspittles in the West who want to force Ukraine into an unjust surrender. It's also the key to defeat the Russian regime's propaganda about the greatness of Russia and Putin, because if they cannot defend Crimea, which is like holy mama Russia's territory that must never be seized, and Putin brought back home all this nonsense, if the Ukrainians march into it, you break the Russian propaganda narrative. So Crimea, every Ukrainian general understands that Crimea is the key territory. No one cares about Bakhmut. It's a worthless town. It was a worthless town before the Russians attacked it. It's still a worthless town, because if you take Bakhmut, you have taken Bakhmut. If the Ukrainian troops cross the Dnieper and reach Jankoy in Crimea, they have defeated the Russian army. They have broken the Russian army. They have made Crimea untenable for the Russians. They have almost encircled the Russian army. They cut off the Russian supply lines over Crimea to the Russian front in the south. And they have completely annihilated Russian propaganda and bullshitting about Putin's greatness and status as bring home Russian territory nonsense. So Crimea is the key. But to basically achieve this, you have to. The Ukrainians exhausted the Russians at the Zaporozhye front with the attacks through these minefields towards Robotny and other settlements, but now the Ukrainians have to roll the dice and go over the Dnieper no matter what the cost.
And that's interesting. But it's
Mhm.
interesting. You have it right there, Thomas, because it fits with what Chuck, John, Nuno, everybody, including the two generals this week, Ben Hodges and Nick Ryan, carved out. Ben insists on this, and I think you know this. He insists on the fact that Crimea is the cornerstone, the keystone. It's the most important piece in the puzzle, just like you identified. Nick Ryan highlighted how brittle the Russian army structure is and how innovative Ukraine has been, but also how methodic they've treated the enemy and where they tie them up. And so they tied them up more now in Zaporizhia than anywhere else, to the point, as you said, that they can't even relieve and push back at Oleshki. Nuno said that the crossing will come, it must come, and we know from historical example when the Wehrmacht crossed over at Berislav, that the distance from Berislav to Armyansk can be closed quickly. It's flat territory. And when you've managed to get onto that peninsula, you can fight the whole winter. You do not have to pause. There's a different climate. So you open up a completely different battle, and therefore, the German word would be überwintern. You can carry over in the winter quite easily, take care of Jankoy, contest Kerch, and make that war untenable for the Russian regime.
Let us do here a thought experiment. Because you don't even need to liberate anything south of Jankoy if you can take that city, because the railroad that comes over the Kerch Bridge and goes to Melitopol goes through that town, and the railroad that comes over the Kerch Bridge and goes to Sevastopol goes through this town. So what is the key here? The Ukrainians cross over the Dnieper. They throw 30,000 men into taking the western side of this southern Russian occupied territory and the northern 30 kilometer or something of the Crimean Peninsula, which is pretty easy to defend because south in Crimea, the Russians have barely any troops. And those troops that they can bring in would have to come over the Kerch bridge, which would be then continuously under fire of Ukrainian HIMARS and ground-launched small diameter bombs. So you can forget bringing reinforcements in. So the Ukrainians that take northern Crimea, south of them would be very few Russian troops. To the east, they have the sea. To the north, they have the Sivash, which is a lagoon. Can't cross it in force unless you prepare. And to prepare, the Russians would have to bring in supplies through Mariupol, which is in range of HIMARS-fired missiles. So let's assume the Ukrainians cross over the Dnieper, take northern Crimea, and liberate those, just a triangle between Dnieper and northern Crimea, and then towards the west. Then what can the Russians do? The Russians would have to move whatever units they can find away from the Zaporozhye front and send them towards the Dnieper to try to defeat these Ukrainian units. But if the Russians move forces away from the Zaporozhye front, where the Russian front is already brittle and out of reserves, guess what? The Ukrainians will break through and march to Mariupol, and the Russians will be encircled in the south. So the Russians, great generals, create dilemmas without solutions for their enemies. Zaluzhny is doing that. Once he is over the Dnieper, the Russians can either move to fight the Ukrainians coming over the Dnieper, and in their rear, the Ukrainians will break through and march to Mariupol, or the Russians can let the Ukrainians march into Crimea, cut them off from their main supply line, and still continue to hold the front towards Zaporozhye, but without their main supply line now, and the Ukrainians in their rear firing artillery, also HIMARS fired GMLRS rockets now from the south, from the west, and from the north. So Zaluzhny is creating a dilemma here. He's creating a trap, you know, like in what's the game where you can create a trap where you can then jump back up and down? It's Mühle in German. I don't know in English. It doesn't matter. Yeah, there's a trap basically, and Zaluzhny can then basically play on two sides, and the Russians can only defend against one of these two. It hasn't happened yet. So far, the Ukrainians are doing it, laying some groundwork by being at Oleshki and trying to cut off Kozachi Lahari in their further northeast. But they're not yet going over the Dnieper, which tells me that the Ukrainians maybe feel they haven't destroyed enough Russian reserves yet. Now, the hope is that the Ukrainians still will do this and don't shy away from it, because the biggest problem for the Ukrainians crossing at Kozachi Lahari wasn't Russian troops. It wasn't Russian artillery. It wasn't Russian Air Force or helicopters. It was Russian mines. The Russians are mining Ukraine absolutely insane amount of mines in the rivers, on the field, on the river banks, in the fields, next to the roads, on paths, all kinds of mines. And the casualties the Ukrainians suffered after crossing over the Dnieper were 80% mines, because the Russian soldiers just ran and the Ukrainians shot them with machine guns when they were running. And the Russian artillery was just a little bit of mortars, and they missed because they didn't have fire correction by drones. So, but the mines are the problem. So if the Ukrainians cross over the Dnieper, they will lose men and equipment to mines. But at some point, a general has to say these losses are what is needed for an operational victory, and the operational and strategic victory and the political victory for Ukraine is Crimea. Why? There's no other reason, not why. There's an other reason why Crimea is so important to the Russians. Luhansk Oblast is destroyed. Donetsk Oblast is destroyed. The territory in the south that the Russians hold is mined, destroyed. The populations hate the Russians. In Luhansk and Oblast, beside being heavily mined, massively destroyed, you have the problem that millions of people left those territories, and in the years between 2014 and 2022 moved to Ukraine. All these regions that the Russians now occupy are worthless. Economically, demographically, worthless. Whoever ends up having them will have to spend hundreds of billions of dollars to clean them from mines, unexploded ordnance, rebuild infrastructure, rebuild homes. Look at Bakhmut. Most of Donbass looks like that now. Avdiivka, Marinka, all that cities look like that. So it's all destroyed. So whoever gets that, it's worthless. But Crimea is not destroyed. The economy works. The farmland is not mined. Tourism is booming, or was booming until Ukrainians start hitting it with missiles. The harbors work. It gives you Russia a base to control the Black Sea. So for the Russians, if you rank the most important territories they took outside of their borders, place 1, Crimea, place 2, Transnistria, place 3, Abkhazia, place 5 or 4, South Ossetia, and then come the regions in southern Ukraine that they annexed. So taking Crimea is the biggest blow to the Russians. And I know Ukrainian troops don't want to hear me say that, but you know, taking Crimea is worth 10,000 casualties.
There's no question.
The thing is, because the gains in the political arena, in the strategic arena, in the military arena, and the damage you can do to Russia in the economic, military, political, and so on arena are so massive that if you're a Ukrainian politician, you will just have to say it's worth 10,000 casualties. Like for Montgomery, for 300, 400 dead British soldiers was worth the outcome. And you just have at some point to make this decision and say, yeah. And the Ukrainians have been training since February with the Germans and the Brits and the Dutch and the French and the Italians and the Polish and the Bulgarians and I think the Slovaks too. And another country which cannot be named because it's not in the list officially. They have been training river crossings and ferrying operations. And the Ukrainians went from 1 pontoon bridge regiment to 3 because they got so much pontoons and equipment to cross the Dnieper. And they haven't done it yet. So this is the thing that you know that you need to crush the enemy. There are places, locations, once you take them, the war takes on a new dimension because you have placed yourself in a position that damages the enemy in so many spheres that the war enters a new phase. For example, if the Russians would have taken, let's say, Zaporozhye or Kharkiv, it would have been a new phase because Ukraine lost one of their key cities. Russia never achieved that. If Ukraine takes northern Crimea, the war enters in a new phase because Russia lost such an imperative place and it has no reserves and no units to defend it or take it back. So yeah, the Ukrainians haven't done it. So when I look at the Ukrainian offensive now, as I said earlier, it's so uncertain what the status is, because where they attack is clearly meant to bleed the Russians out. It's not meant to defeat the Russians there, it's meant to bleed them out. But all this bleeding that the Ukrainians have also suffered is meant to prepare the battlefield, to shape the battlefield, to make it possible for the Ukrainians to cross over the Dnieper, which hasn't happened. So to judge the Ukrainian offensive at this point with the lack of information and this key point of have the Ukrainians not crossed the Dnieper yet, we cannot judge the Ukrainian offensive at all, if it's a success or if it's not a success. So right now, the Ukrainian offensive is ongoing. It has not failed. It has not achieved its goals or aims yet. And its main goal and aim, northern Crimea, as Budanov also said, its main goal of the offensive must be to take northern Crimea. And Budanov was the Ukrainian officer that was first and loudest warning about the Russian invasion, when most of the Ukrainian leadership didn't believe that the Russians would really invade. So he has a much better grasp of the situation than many, even in Ukraine. So right now, very, very difficult to say what the frontline situation is. It looks much better than people let on, that always speak about Ukraine has failed and it's so dramatic and so many equipment lost. No, the Russians lose more. But to judge the Ukrainian offense, you can say the Ukrainian offensive has failed when the Ukrainians go over the Dnieper and the Russians find 10,000 men to drive the Ukrainians back in the river. Or you can say the Ukrainian offensive has failed if the Ukrainians never cross the Dnieper and never take the chance to destroy the Russian military for good in the south. So if someone says or writes in the Washington Post or the New York Times, which is a Russian propaganda paper by this, it's like obnoxiously pro-Russian, the New York Times. If someone says Ukrainian offensive has failed, that is not true, that is wrong, it's too early, we have to wait. That's all I can say.
Yeah, but these are the key points. Patience is a virtue. Stoicism is required. Discipline, resilience are the absolute vital elements which you have to show, because otherwise you can't win a war. And you refer to Budanov. I find it interesting that he, on the military intelligence side, as well as Zaluzhny and Syrskyi on the other side, in military command, have evidently understood this extremely well right from the get-go, and they're very, very methodical. They're flexible, they adapt quickly, as we can see. There's many changes which they've undertaken, but one thing they really focus on, they never lose sight of what the end game shall be. There's a significant difference in strategic culture, which has seemingly been built out in the Ukrainian armed forces since 2014, since the war, this very war started, as opposed to our own culture in the West and our perception of the Ukrainians. I find it still today very interesting that people, even those who we will from time to time discuss with, from the Pentagon, and look at the General Staff member of Mr. Stoltenberg. What an unfortunate lapse. I mean, this is absolutely terrifying, unprofessional at best. But people look still at Ukraine as a potential and former failure. And they blame the Ukrainians to an extent for themselves. That the Ukrainians may have had the issue with Russian suppression, which you and I have discussed it many times, that companies such as Antonov, Motor Sich, the tank factory, missile suppliers, smaller weapon suppliers, arms suppliers and the likes, have been compromised by the Russians and Russian corruption over years and infiltrated. understood, but that is an FSB operation at that time. And it's something which we allowed to occur because we didn't help Ukraine to, muster its defenses and build itself stronger. But it's interesting that now the media is chiming into the same thing and bringing back these tropes. I hear more about doubts and more about corruption and more about failure in the past few weeks in what Germans call the summer hole, the Kraut- und Rüben-Saison, where nothing really happens and all of France is on holiday and Denmark takes a break in July. But I've heard more of this now in summer, whilst the Ukrainians are doing their methodical job than before. Before, there was anxiety and anticipation. Now, supposedly, everything is terrifying and it's terrible. How can we dissect this in the media? How can we advocate in the media about this and against this? What do you think, Thomas?
Clickbait. Most journalists sit in their offices and have to produce articles that are clickbait to get the clicks for the advertisers every day. Very, very few journalists actually go to Ukraine to the front. And they don't get always access because Ukraine is trying to limit the access. But the thing is that if you sit in your office doesn't matter which city, and you have to produce 2 articles per day about the Ukraine war, and all your sources are online, you see a lot of Ukrainian destroyed equipment and you write an article, Ukrainians failed. Does it feel like that when you're on the ground? Does it feel like that when you speak with the troops? No. But these people, journalists, sit in their offices and have to come up with clickbait every day. And then stuff slides through, nonsense and about weapons and attacks on Ukrainian airfields. And I remember the Russians fired the most complex missile attack in history at Kiev. And Patriot defeated all of it. And then the Ukrainians informed the Americans that, guys, one of the cables of the Patriot battery is damaged and we fix it with duct tape. And the Americans were like, we come over and check it. And in case it's really damaged, we bring from Poland a spare cable over from one of the batteries we have there. CNN somehow, because some guy in the US embassy in Kiev couldn't keep his mouth shut, told CNN, Patriot battery is damaged. So CNN ran with Patriot battery is damaged. And 5 minutes later, everybody was writing, copy pasting from CNN, but it got always worse. Patriot battery destroyed, Patriot battery annihilated, and so on. And I got a call from a Ukrainian Air Force commanding officer who told me, what the fuck? And he showed me a picture of the duct tape that they put around the cable, which was grazed by a piece of debris. And I put that out, and all the news organizations ran with Patriot battery damaged, destroyed, drama, tragedy. Click on this article, which says we don't know what happened, but it's damaged, it's destroyed. We don't have any pictures. Bah, click on this article. So that's the problem. And I mean, if you take a bit of calm and step back, 90% of all these dramatic headlines and these articles are just nonsense. Like there's one martyr in one video, and the German newspaper made a whole story. German tanks crushed the Russian front. There's a parked German martyr somewhere in Ukraine. And that's the article they made. I'm sure 10,000 of people clicked on it and read and figured out that we don't know what this martyr is doing there, or where he is, or if it's even a German martyr, or if it's just a decoy. We have no idea. So the problem is the press. There's journalists that go over there, that meet brigades, that sit down with troops, that go into the dugouts, that try to cross with Ukrainian troops the Dnieper to really be at the front and figure out what's going on. But these guys, they risk their lives. Shrapnel flies around, bullets fly around, they lie in a ditch, they come home dirty, tired, full of adrenaline, they write an article, but they cannot write 2 clickbait articles per day. They manage 1 every 3 days. And then comes a nuanced, clear-eyed report from the front, as we had them in the Vietnam era, in the Korean War era, where you didn't have this clickbait internet stuff. And when these journalists then put out their articles after 3 days, in between there were 20 bullshit articles from other people. Some of their colleagues wrote some stuff about that and that without sometimes even knowing. I mean, how often I have seen now about ultraschall rockets, which is basically the stuff you use. Ultraschall, the German word, is the thing to use to look at unborn babies in the belly to check if they're okay. And some journalists don't know that this isn't hyperschall, which is the missile stuff. So it's like basic stuff that the journalists don't know because they are not at the front. I mean, I have journalists that write me, what is this? And it's a cluster munition rocket. And I'm like, yes, a Uragan cluster munition rocket. But what does it do? Well, you explain it. And then the story is again, so many missiles hit this man's house. It's not the missiles, it's the cluster munitions cassettes where the munitions were inside. They are empty and fell to the ground after having released the munitions somewhere else. So you explain and you do that stuff. And I have journalists asking me about drones and about stuff. And you can tell none of them have military experience and they have never been to the front and they have never spoken with a soldier. But they have to come up every day with the clickbaity articles. And if there's no information, as is now, because Ukraine has an information blackout, you cook up your clickbait article that your boss demands of you from whatever information you just garner on the internet. And so there's a striker. Now you try to make a whole article out of that striker. There is a grainy video of a Ukrainian NASAMS missile system firing a missile you cannot really identify because the video is so grainy. You make a whole article about the mystery missile that we don't know what it is. MRAM ER, I asked. It's an MRAM extended range missile with a standard missile booster. So you just can ask the people if you know them, right? And if you don't know, you make a clickbaity article about mystery missile. We don't know the mystery. Click here, figure out. And the problem with the journalists is that it's so difficult to find the good ones who basically go out there, risk their lives. I see one of them is listening in right now, who basically goes out there and dodges bullets to bring you some articles about how do the troops feel and what's the real situation. And I know these journalists that go to the front, they come back with things like, the brigade isn't even engaged. They just sent one company to support. Or this brigade is still in the rear, it's still training. Or this unit, they just placed a decoy out there and the Russians hit the decoy and I was there and we had a good laugh because the Russians hit a wooden decoy. Which for some journalists who just see the Russian video then becomes Russians hit a German TL, what's the radar name, the German Iris radar, the
TLD, Cobra.
TLD, yeah, that radar. And it's a decoy and it goes on and on. So it's not so much that Ukraine's offensive have failed and things are bad, but it's that if you are working in a news organization today, you have to create every hour a new drama. And to give you an idea, there's websites out there who have an article, Kanye West's girlfriend went barefoot through Venice. Why? Who cares? Strange woman goes barefoot in Venice for 20 minutes. They make an article out of it with 20 pictures. And the equivalent in Ukraine is basically, I saw a video. Yes. I don't really know what it is, but I'm making an article out of it now. So long story short, Ukraine's offensive hasn't failed. The press is making a giant story about every little crap that happens at the front. And it's so difficult to find the good, nuanced articles about what is going on at the front, because the clickbait headlines don't tell you the true story. And lots of the stuff, when you read New York Times, for example, with all these journalists that sit in New York or in Berlin and in Moscow and then write an article about Ukrainian losses and so on, real journalists would say, I have to go to Ukraine. I have to go to a hospital and speak with wounded. I have to go to a village where I know the population is 5,000. And then I go and count the graves to give me an idea how much has this village lost in this war. And then I speak with the families. And then I speak with units that are in the rear and have been pulled out of the front and ask what there is. And then I make a more nuanced report. And I'm sorry if I criticize journalists here, because it's not an easy job when you have this pressure to have to deliver 2 articles per day. But I don't read newspapers anymore. You have to tell me this journalist that I respect has written an article about Ukraine. Then I go read it, because I know. I will not name names here now because there's 3, 4, and I don't want to give away my contacts, because that would risk them to become targets of the Russians and others. So, but I know when these journalists write an article, they have been there. They stood next to the Patriot Battery and spoke with the Patriot Battery commander about what happened. They didn't just pull Telegram, Twitter, and some other headlines from somewhere else and then made some story up. They did the work. They went to Ukraine. They've tried to get the contact. They met the person. They spent the afternoon or the day. They made an interview. They asked questions. They came back. They wrote an article. There's people who go out there and are like, you can write a lot about offensive guard brigades. And then there's journalists who are like, I have to go and meet one of those. And they travel to Ukraine. They try to contact one. They try to meet them. They go there. They sit down. They spend a day. They come back to write an article. You have to read those articles. If those articles get to my knowledge, I will always post them and suggest that people read them. Like, read this article about Ukrainian drones, read this art, because when I suggest that you should read an article, I know that this journalist, when he wrote it, he is in Ukraine and he came just back from what he described. If the article begins with under fire with Ukrainian infantry, I know, because I know these people, I know that journalist was hours ago under fire with Ukrainian infantry. And he didn't sit in an office in some European city and was looking at the watch because at 5 o'clock he has to go have some drinks with his friends and has to quickly put a clickbait article out there. The problem is, news organizations don't like those journalists anymore. In the Vietnam War, or earlier times, those were the journalists that were the most important, because they went and risked their life and they brought back their stories that no one else had, because there was no Twitter and there was no Telegram and there was no internet stuff where some random people can make some story up. But today you have these journalists, you have to pay them more money because they risk their lives. You have to pay insurance. They don't make you 2 articles per day. They make one every 3, 4 days. So most news organizations don't like these journalists and they try to get rid of them or keep them down to 1 or 2 for the whole organization. And that's the problem then, that we get such distorted reports from this essential war for all of us. And it's kind of like, there's a difference if you write about Ukrainians living under constant Russian bombardment in Kiev from New York or Washington or Boston or London or Toronto or Sydney. And there are journalists who write about that while sitting at 3 a.m. in the garage of their building shivering from the cold while they hear air defense working and explosions. So I will only share articles of journalists that I know that are in Ukraine and are on the ground. Sadly, I know most of them, and it's maybe 20.
Can I give a shout out then to a friend of ours,
Yes.
of the program, Guillaume Pitak, who has been writing for Les Echos, humanitarian and on-site, in love with Ukraine there since a long time, and currently, unfortunately, tied in a hospital with a broken ankle, which just unfortunately prevents him from being on site again. But he is going to go back as soon as he is able. He is one of those guys who goes where no one else goes. He and Bryce Wilson, his colleague in arms, quite literally, were in Siversk when Siversk was bombed. They brought water and food to the people of Siversk. They reported on it. They were at the front lines. They and 2-3 others were jointly traveling from Mykolaiv into Kherson Oblast when the offensive was ongoing. They were always there when things mattered. And this is the kind of people we need. We need the Frank Kappas. We need the Ernest Hemingways. We need those people. We need a couple of daring, hardworking, willing, committed people.
Frank Kappa got killed while reporting about the Vietnam War or Korean War. So maybe not
Korea.
that much near the front line, please, because that I stepped on them. And no, wait, Ernie Pyle was shot by a sniper in Okinawa, and Ernst Kappa stepped on a mine. Yeah. So if you want to know the best two journalists of World War II, it's Frank Kappa, who went to land on D-Day with the second wave on Normandy. And the other one is Ernie Pyle, who was basically going with the Marines into the jungles looking for Japanese. So yeah, and this is the journalists that really bring back the stories, how this war is. We have them in Vietnam War, we had them in Korea, we have them now, but you know, it's and you can tell they are exhausted when they after months or weeks in Ukraine come back. They're exhausted. They need a break, and the Ukrainians suffer through this all the time. So I don't blame the journalists. I just want to say I don't blame the journalists. I blame the editors whose job is to create revenue through placing advertisement next to articles. And the more people click on something, the more money you can make. Problem is that a nuanced deep dive into Ukrainian training operations for the offensive versus these hot Ukrainian girls serve in the military now. 90% of people will read the hot Ukrainian girls story and not the deep dive into Ukrainian training. And I guarantee you, the Ukrainian training article was written by someone who spent days with Ukrainian troops training. And the hot girls article was some guy who went to Tinder and Facebook and just pulled some pictures while he sat in his office in San Francisco. So it's the editors that are guilty, and actually also the people that just want to read the softball clickbaity stuff. But to understand this war, I have given up reading newspapers. And the journalists that I know that are there send me their articles. Those I read because I understand and learn from them. And I get insights that I wouldn't have from anywhere else, because they are sitting there with a Ukrainian platoon that is about to gear up and go fight. And nobody knows of this man who will come back. So those articles, great, Pulitzer worthy. Sadly, so few, because it costs the editors per article so much more money to send these men and women into harm's way. And I know from one Austrian journalist that for every trip to the front, she needs 1-2 weeks of fighting with her editor until he gives her the money. So she may go to the front and bring back the articles. And then she wins the #1 Austrian journalism prize. And the editor-in-chief is like, yeah, put her on the front page, our girl, yes, she won, we're the best, we have her winning. She won because she was sitting in the embassy in the cellar on the first night of the war and was reporting from the cellar window back to Austria, where everybody else was just sitting in their offices, and she never left. That's why she won the journalism prize. But
we need to get her to speak on the space, Thomas.
Yeah, she's on holiday now because she has a burnout, and she's looking at every cat in Greece right now, and I'm so happy that there are so many cats. So right now, I mean, after 18 months, you know, you're burned out if you cannot sleep a single night. But that's why the articles that are written about that burnout and the stress and the nights that you spent in a garage are so intense, because she's living it, and she's not writing it like someone is like in New York and like, oh, how would it be? Yeah, nasty. No McDonald's at 3 a.m. Dang. Yeah. So anyway, that was my opinion about journalists, but I think more people are here about military matters. So please, let's go some questions, and then
we'll get to that. We'll get to that, Thomas. I was just about to say, there's one thing which is also valuable, and that is what we do here, but it's also not paid for. The only thing which this is a volunteer operation. You and we all are here because we're not happy with the media. You and we are all here because we are not satisfied with this. We're here because we want to have voices from experts, subject matter experts from all over the world, and we want to bring Ukrainian voices here. We want to bring voices from our friends Radu, Wardogo, the likes, Saber, who's been here, people who are on site, on location, and can give us proper input. And why is that important? Because that gives us the possibility to remain the 24/7, all the time, digital broadcast news from Ukraine, for its purpose, bring you interviews, analysis, and likes. And when we do this, we create information awareness, and we also generate buzz. We generate more positive news about Ukraine, and we create a better understanding as to why it is worthwhile defending Ukraine, helping Ukraine, and finding a way for all of us to specifically push a few causes, whether it is free the leopards, free the falcons, or support specific fundraisers, whether it was the city of Kherson and its administration, whether it was the fourth or the Rubish unit. It doesn't really matter which one of those it is, but when we find a suitable cause where we know Ukrainians will benefit from it, humanitarian, non-lethal, we will act. And we're currently doing this. We're raising funds for the thermal drones for the 132nd Separate Recon Battalion of the Ukrainian Air Assault Forces, and we will continue to raise more funds. So if and when you have a few ducats still sitting around, a few more gold bars which you can convert or find a way to digitize.
Yes, excellent. And I just want to tell you, everybody here, listen, one important thing. I don't get paid from anyone. I don't take money from anyone. I will not take anyone's money for nothing. I don't need it. Sometimes I will tweet out MriyaReport or other fundraisers of people I have known for more than 10 years who have donated their own money, their own time to these fundraisers, like Yevgen, who looks for military medical stuff, Natasha, who raises funds for drones, Anya, who raises funds for ambulances, for units. I have known these people, and you know, when Anna makes a fundraiser, the first donation is always for herself, and it's always $2,000 of her income. So she and Natasha is the same, and Yevgen is the same. So I will not, if anyone says I'm raising money for myself or wanting a fundraiser, no, it's always fake, reported. I will not touch anyone's money. I don't get anyone's money. I will not take anyone's money. I don't need it. I tweet and I speak out of conviction, and the conviction comes from justice. We need to live in a just world, and fascism always includes injustice, and I cannot stand that. If you look at my internet profile, Fiat Justitia et Pereat Mundus, an old Austrian imperial slogan, justice must be done, even if it destroys the world. Because without justice, the world is not worth existing. If the strong can abuse the small, if the rich can abuse the poor, no. If the outspoken and loud can harass the timid and quiet, no. So if you donate money, do it. I will not let anyone ever pay me for what I do on Twitter. It's incorrect, in my view. There are people who make fundraisers. I don't have the time for that. I will promote those people I have known and I trust to bring that raised money directly to the troops who need it, like MriyaReport and my friends in Ukraine I have known for years. And please, if you want to donate money, go for the big known charities who have been doing it for a year. Don't fall for scammers. And I said, if you see anyone saying that I'm raising funds and uses my name, immediately report, because I will never do that. But what I have in income, I have a certain amount that I donate each month to a Ukrainian foundation, which is tax deductible where I am. So basically, I'm forcing the state, which is doing little for Ukraine, by deducting it from my taxes to support Ukraine in this way. And that also helps me to donate more than if I wouldn't deduct it from taxes. That's why I'm going for a foundation that can be deducted from my taxes. Anyway, that said, let's go back to the hands and questions, I think, because afterwards I'm going to give you a dose of Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, which will be eye-opening for everyone, quite shocking for some of you.
And it's very, very important.
And it's needed because the Russians are stoking a new war there, just so that the Russians can continue to meddle in the affairs of the countries south of the Caucasus, and that this war might cost a people its homeland. The Russians don't care, because Russians government only cares about its imperial projects and control of other nations. So we have to discuss that. And yeah, people are not going to like it, because there are some truths in here that neither side of the two will like it. But the Russians, again, as in all these conflicts, these wouldn't happen if the Russians wouldn't be stoking them for 30 years and providing the weapons and bribing people and putting and hampering, sabotaging peace efforts. But I think we should go for hands in Ukraine now before we go to the next Russian instigated war and crime scene.
And I have a starter for your Nagorno-Karabakh, because it is so consistent with what they've been doing for hundreds of years. Now, we have War Doggo, we have Radu, we have Abdullah, Saber, Dr. Nick, and Terry. War Doggo,
hello?
Ukraine.
Am I still in the chat?
Oh? Yes, you're there. I can hear you. Can you hear us? All right. Thomas, can you hear us? Can you wave?
I don't hear anyone, and I don't know if you people can hear me. So anyone,
I can hear.
Please give me a sign. Okay, thank God. I was like, did I crash my phone? Oh God. No, I don't recall who was first with the hands. So please, someone who has remembers this.
If he can hear you.
Yeah, he can hear me, but I don't think he can hear you. Can you hear Axel, Thomas?
No, I can't hear Axel.
Okay.
Okay, this will come, Dr. Nick, tell him this will come back in about 30 seconds. We had exactly the same thing a couple of times earlier today.
Okay. So, so do you think that it will just, that he'll come back and hear you, or do you think you need to recycle, or what?
In about, yeah, it would, no, he doesn't have to recycle necessarily. In about 30 seconds it will work.
He's saying,
I know
Thomas,
that Abdullah,
he just said that you'll hear him again probably in about 30 seconds or a minute. So I guess show of hands, Axel, who was first? Was it War Doggo or Radu?
War Doggo. Let's try whether he can hear War Doggo.
Can you
If
hear
not,
War?
then he will
Okay,
cycle.
War Doggo, go ahead. And
Good evening, Thomas.
Thomas, can you
Do you
hear
hear me
War
okay?
Doggo?
Yes, I
Okay,
hear.
great. War Doggo, go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for giving opportunity to speak. Good evening or good afternoon, depending which part of the world people are. And what you rightly earlier mentioned about the clickbait titles and hooking the popularity of the media with Ukraine topic. I always had a joke on how the news are being made when one journalist who call himself journalist sitting in the office and he has on his wall the poster of crocodile and he's thinking which article to make. Then he notices the crocodile. Oh yes, and he writes that there is a crocodile in the Dnipro River found. Shock, sensation, and so far and so on. But we are living in the century where this war is the most recorded, is the most captured on the video war. And if you enter, I don't know, YouTube, many people post in Twitter now, in different social medias. If people don't like the how to call it redacted video, right? Where somebody posted, you just choose, I don't know, you just choose 47 battalion, 3rd assault battalion, you choose different many Georgian international legion, you just choose pick several units who have the GoPros on their helmets and they're giving you the visibility on what's going on the front lines. There are the air recon units like 132nd, for which MriyaReport is raising funds, by the way, help those guys to get the drone with the thermal sight that will help them to be much more effective. There are different units who post the video in the social media. If people are, how to call it, lazy to make their own judgments and people are always looking for the explanations, right? We have people like you, Thomas, joining the space like MriyaReport is explaining the topics, giving the context. You see the tank, as you retweeted today, you see the tank, the Polish one, Twardy, rolling through the field and shooting the Russian positions. Yes, but I was looking that video and I was praying, my God, don't get the mine, don't get the mine. And when the tank was circling there and moving back, you made the right conclusion. Hey, but there are no mines over there. What does it mean? It means that the minefields are already at the back, right? Because he's at the positions. People make the analysis. We are entering the phase of peer-to-peer information sharing. From time to time, I'm posting on my Twitter the videos, interviews, and for instance today I've posted the video where the 3rd assault battalion, they are sitting in front their own video and they're analyzing these 3 boys, 25 30-year-old. They are already commanding the assault of their unit and they are analyzing the video in front of the camera. They're explaining, sharing the emotions, stories, how they were going through this assault. They are sad because one of their friends was killed in action because the Grad rocket arrived 1.5 meter from their teammates. And those are the peer-to-peer information that these guys are sharing to you. Here's the world. I mean, you want to know how the counteroffensive is going. Here are the guys to explain you. Here are the MriyaReport. Here's Thomas. Here's Ben Hodges, who is giving earlier the Chuck. I don't know, Nuno. So many people who are giving you this information, but people choose to click the link where it said Ukraine is losing. Oh, because this is I don't know. This is human nature, probably, but to me, we are in the era where where the information is peer to peer, is just you raise the hand, you type YouTube, you enter the social media, you pick several, and you just have your information right in front of you. And such places like MriyaReport make people more critical thinking and making people learn to think and analyze the data, not just read an article and just believe the things that they, even if it is world famous news. Because as you said, and I fully support, thank you for that, for highlighting that, those who care, their reputation, their name, they pack the luggage and you go to see how the things look on the ground. Those who don't care, they invent, and this inventing is just short-term gain. Long-term, unfortunately, sooner or later, or fortunately, everybody will understand that they were bullshitting, and that will not pay off. Thank you so much for bringing this in, because it's so important. I mean, we have the war that is 24/7 on camera. We have MriyaReport 24/7 about that, and people still click the stupid links. Thank you so much for telling this. Axel from Ukraine.
Thank you, Wardogo. The thing is that, I mean, if you look at the websites, they put the most clickbaity stuff on top. So yeah. I don't think you had a question, so should we move on to the next person?
Yes, we should go to Radu. Can you hear me now?
Okay. Who was
Yeah,
next?
I guess I can't hear you, Axel. Radu, go ahead.
Okay, we'll go to Radu.
Hello, Thomas. Hello, Axel. Thank you, Axel, for summoning me again. Hello, Thomas. I am following you for a long time.
I cannot hear anything.
Oh.
So is Radu speaking?
Yeah, Radu is
Yep.
speaking. I don't know.
Should I cycle?
Yeah, maybe. No, not Radu. I think that since maybe, do you think you could?
Well, we both can hear Radu and Axel,
Right, so
but apparently Thomas cannot. So I guess the problem.
I'm logging off
is
and
the
logging on.
connection.
Give me a second.
yes, thank you so much, Thomas. That's what I was just about to say, and that was good advice, Plowman. Anyway, in the meantime,
Yeah.
go ahead, Radu.
Yeah. No. Yeah. You say it, Dr. Nee.
I don't know. I just thought I would add sort of to the discussion for just a second. You know, my husband is a journalist, and so I don't say this lightly, but I take issue with some of the stuff as well, especially specifically about this war, because as we've discussed here a few times, and maybe this is new information to people who haven't listened previously, you know, unfortunately, you have people who, you know, just are not area experts. You know, maybe they previously were, you know, the style reporter, or, you know, maybe they were, you know, a police beat reporter or something like this, and now suddenly they're, you know, writing about Ukraine. At the very least, if they were an area expert, that could at least give them a starting point to look for sources and make them realize, you know, or a war expert or something like this, that they could have the wherewithal to understand that they should look for people who are on the ground, who do have that information, to bring that context. And then they could, as an area expert, perhaps look for other, you know, say, you know, academics or other people to bring in additional context, or generals, or, you know, military experts, or, you know, what have you, to bring in that context too. You know, that would be the smart thing to do, you know, and this is what I keep telling my husband too, you know. And I mean, of course, he doesn't work for WAPO or anything like that. He's, you know, a local news boss. So, and to give local news credit, when they do talk about these things, they do that kind of thing. You know, they do bring, you know, professors, on, or people like that. So, but anyway, Thomas is back. So Radu, why don't you go
We're
ahead?
all back. We're all back. Thomas, I hope you can hear
Yeah.
us, and thank you, Dr. Nick. And we'll go to Radu now.
Thomas, can you hear me?
Yes, Radu, please continue.
Hello, Thomas. Nice to meet you virtually. I've been following you for a long time. It's like, I don't know, it's a strange coincidence. I just wrote a piece on this information about, I don't know, 30 minutes ago. So Washington Post posted yesterday, U.S. intelligence says Ukraine will fail to meet offensive's key goal. It's written by John Hudson and Alex Horton. Both of them are like what Dr. Nick would agree to be the ones who write these kind of articles, because one is Pulitzer Prize in public service, and he reported for a lot of countries like Ukraine, China, Afghanistan, blah, blah, blah. I'm just looking at his bio. And Alex Horton is a former Army infantryman, and he joined the post from Stars and Stripes and served in Iraq. Okay, good. So far, so good. But after that, you read the headline, which is a clickbait, in my opinion. U.S. intelligence says that Ukraine will fail. Okay, and after that, you read that the key southern the fail means that they won't take Melitopol, and the key goal is to sever Russians' land bridge to Crimea in this year's push. Okay, so now I'm going crazy because I've been in most of you here know me that I've been in Ukraine in and out for months. I've been in Bakhmut for 3 times, even in when it was in almost tactical encirclement. I've been on the Eastern Front in the on the counteroffensive. I've been to Kherson. I know the geography of Ukraine, of Donbass, better than the geography of Romania, where I'm from. So now I'm like, how two people that are so highly regarded and they seem to know their stuff can write something so obviously, I'm sorry to say it, dumb. You don't need to take Melitopol to sever the land bridge. You don't have to take Melitopol. It would be absurd to take Melitopol. They say about Tokmak, they have to go through Tokmak and after that to Melitopol. Tokmak is cut in half by Tokmach River from west to east. It would be insane for the Ukrainians to try to take Tokmak. You want to go around Tokmak, around Melitopol, if you want to go on that route and to go to Henichesk, for example, or to Berdyansk, for example, and you cut the Russian forces in 3 slices. So you have the Kherson island, how I call it, and after that you have the space between Zaporizhia Oblast no, how I call it, border with Kherson Oblast until Berdyansk line, where you cut through Berdyansk. So you have 3 slices. You don't have to go there. Why do you write something like this? It's absolutely incredible for me. And if it would be just 1 second, if it would be some unknown, I don't know, newspaper, I could understand it. They're clickbaiting because they need the funds, but WAPO is owned by Jeff Bezos. They don't need this. I mean, come on, man. It is absolutely insane. Uh, uh, a few days ago, I think I wrote another piece on New York Times when they said that they will fail, and I explained why they won't fail. And we just create uh, uh, we just create our own objective. So the objective is to take Melitopol, and after that we say they won't take Melitopol. But why do you say they have to take Melitopol?
Let's begin
So
with a very simple point here. If their source told them the Ukrainian plan is to take Melitopol in the offensive, Their source is a moron who doesn't know what the Ukrainian plans are.
May I? They say their source is U.S. intelligence.
That is another word for organized moronism. The United States intelligence services, they go from excellent at getting information, and then the process begins of covering their asses. To give you an idea, if you watch 0930, the movie about the killing of bin Laden,
Yes.
there's a tons of scene in there where basically she keeps telling him, it's bin Laden. I know certainty scares you. Because when they say something is 100% certain, it's not. Their careers are over. So they're continuously covering their asses. Like, it's a high probability. There's a big chance. There is maybe a certainty. Come on. Is the sun coming up? High probability of effect. What the fuck? Just say, is the sun coming up tomorrow? Yes or no? High certainty of event. So if you read those things, you know that they're always trying to not be 100% certain about a topic, because then they can afterwards explain why it didn't happen. What they said would make high certainty happen. So I don't give much. There is some former CIA guys who are on Twitter, and their favorite thing is telling the guys, yes, these are the ass-covering idiots in the CIA, and this is why I left. And now I'm on Twitter, and I'm telling you, disregard that stuff. Good intelligence never says something like, oh, it's a high probability, we should assume. No, good intelligence is like 4 p.m. and 3 seconds, this will happen, and we should do that. So anyway, if Ukrainians advance to Melitopol, that's what they do, let's assume, then they have a lot of Russians to their east, and the Russians have an open supply line to reinforce and bring in material. And the Ukrainians have to their west lots of Russians with a supply line through Crimea, where the Russians can reinforce and bring in supplies. Basically, what the Ukrainians would be doing is creating a bulge, like the Germans, in the Ardennes offensive. Which would mean that basically the Russians would have an easy time to attack them and cut them off and destroy them, like Patton did with the Germans in the Ardennes in the Battle of the Bulge. So why would the Ukrainians attack where the Russian forces have the best defensive lines to put themselves then afterwards in a position where the Russians can attack them from the two sides and crush them? One of the big problems we have today with journalists is they don't get a map. The first thing when the Ukrainians told me we have landed at Kozachi Lahari, I had no idea where that village was. I didn't know anything about the geography. I immediately pulled out a map. I went to Google Earth because it's pretty useful, and I looked, where are the roads? Where are the swamps? What are the geographic features? Which villages can you use to block roads? Are there natural features that will prevent the movement of heavy equipment or wheeled equipment? And look and behold, at Kozachi Lahari, you have the Dnieper to the north. And to the south, you have the Oleshki sands and forests. So basically, you have a giant sand swamp where the Russians have trouble to pass with trucks and equipment, and where there are no roads because it's a natural preserve. And it's surrounded by forests where the Russians cannot really see if the Ukrainians put in defensive positions. So the Ukrainians choose a spot where, once they have taken the village of Kozachi Lahari, the Russians have trouble to dislodge them. You get a map, and then you look, where do the roads lead? Where could the Ukrainians go from here? And then you see, okay, I cannot tell you that because obviously the Russians are listening. Hello, assholes. I know you're listening, so we're not telling you now. But you look at the maps, and if you have been through basic operational training and such things in the military, you look, why did they, for what reason, there's two questions. For what reason did the enemy or our forces, allies, choose this spot? And with what aim? So the reason is you can defend it. because you basically have a limited space through which the Russians could advance along the Dnieper, and the Ukrainians can block it. Because in that limited space, there is this village. Once you have it, it's like a fortress. The Russians will have to clean house by house. And to the east, where the Russians could go around it, they can, because there's these sands without roads and the forests. So the Ukrainians basically chose a place to build a fortress to stop the Russians from moving reinforcements along the Dnieper to Oleshki. You look at the map. You look at the map and look what would throw the Russian defensive military units in the south in disarray and put them into massive disadvantage. Well, if you cut them off from their supply lines in Russia, which means move down Vuhledar, Mariupol, and create a block there where you use the front lines and trenches and minefields from the 2014 to 2022 war as your eastern flank, and drive the Russians slowly towards the Dnieper into a sack, you know? So if you go to Mariupol, yes, you have the Russians to your east and to your west, but you cut the Russians completely off from their supply lines, and the only movement for the Russians is to go further west, where there's the Dnieper and Crimea. And if you cross over the Dnieper and move to Janskoye in northern Crimea, you create a Stalingrad with the Russians encircled and no route of escape and cut off from all lines of supply. So get a map before you write. I mean, if someone tells me the Ukrainian aim is to go to Melitopol, I'm like, sure, so that the Ukrainians have a narrow band with Russians to two sides that the Russians can reinforce, and the Ukrainians going to Melitopol in that area would be such a thin Ukrainian advance that the Russians could hit the Ukrainians from two sides non-stop with artillery. It's like, why would you put yourself at such a disadvantage intentionally? It's like, no, you don't do that. Unless you're a Russian general, because Russian generals are famous for putting their troops in exactly this kind of nonsensical situations, you know, like attacking Kiev from Irpin with Ukrainians on two sides, or attacking Kiev from Sumy with Ukrainians on three sides, in front, to the south, and to the north. So yeah, it's a Russian way of fighting a war. So maybe their source is a Russian officer that told them he has, like, you know, like Seymour Hersh, whose sources about Nord Stream are Russians who pretend to be Americans, and because he's a senile old sack, he believes them.
But Tovarish Thomas, please explain to us.
Yeah.
How come that what is this strange innovation you talk about? A map.
Yeah. The thing is, you want to have geographic features covering your flanks. The more covered you are, the less troops you need there. The Russians retreated over the Dnieper to give them their western flank the cover of the river, right? And so there was a good decision by the Russians to retreat from Kherson city over the Dnieper, because they had now the river between them and the Ukrainians, allowing them to have little forces there. The same thing applies to the Ukrainians. If they come over the Dnieper, they have behind them the Dnieper and Ukraine, and to their west, there's this spit on the Dnieper mouth and the sea where the Russians can't land and aren't any Russian forces. So they only have to defend towards the east, just one line. So you don't want to go somewhere where you then basically have the enemy on 2-3 sides, unless you are sure you can crush the enemy. So Montgomery didn't break through at El Alamein and then stopped somewhere to let the Germans and Italians fight him from 3 sides, from the south, from the north, and from the west. No, he broke through and immediately tried to cut the Germans off before the geographic feature of, what's the pass at Solom? The pass.
Ja, warte. Ich weiß, was du meinst.
There's a pass and he tried to cut them off.
Nicht Kasim.
No, not Kasserine. Somerset Age. the British called it Hellfire Pass, but it's not. It's something.
Ich schaue nach.
Okay. Anyway, so basically, you try to get the enemy between your forces and a geographic feature that at one point covers you, or forces the enemy into a. The Germans that entered Stalingrad had, at the beginning, the Germans entered Stalingrad in August and had the Russians back up against the river, which forced the Soviets to bring in reinforcements over the river under German fire, which made it really difficult for the Soviets to resupply their units, which allowed the Germans basically to encircle and slowly at high cost crush them. So they pushed them against a geographic feature, right? And when the Soviets then went to the counterattack, the Germans found themselves with the same problem. They were encircled and the only escape was over the river, but the river was thinly manned by Soviet forces and there was no escape because you try to get your enemy against a geographic feature. I would have to look at Napoleon because he was a master of that, you know, trying to get between a forest and a river and then have his enemy squeezed in. So attacking at Melitopol, where the Ukrainians would have two flanks to cover with on both sides, lots of Russians, with both sides, the Russians having open lines of communications, with on both sides, the Ukrainians having no geographic features that could help them defend it. Yeah, it's the worst option of all the options that you could propose to the Ukrainians where they should try to have their offensive and then stop it, because that's exactly what you want. You want your main forces in a thin southward bulge with the enemy on two sides and the enemy being able to resupply itself and bring in reinforcements with no geographic features to help your forces to defend. So not really going to happen.
Katara is the Katara depression in the south, by the way.
No, the depression is in the south. Yeah. The pass at Solom is further back. Look, guys. Hellfire. Thank you. I don't know who said it, but I thank you for that. Yeah. So that the idea was that Montgomery tried to be there before the Germans and Italians to cut them off against a geographic feature, and he managed it with the Italians who had just few trucks and had to walk, but the German mechanized escaped. So geographic features, you know, also why did Rommel and Montgomery fight at El Alamein? Because someone mentioned the Katara depression. Basically at El Alamein, the Katara depression, which you cannot pass with tanks and trucks because it's just too rugged, comes up furthest north, which means there you have just to cover a very thin, small area of desert where tanks and trucks can move. And it has some ridges which allow for positions, you know, to fire down on the enemy and force the enemy to go around. So El Alamein was chosen by Montgomery's predecessor, Auchinleck, as the place where he would stop Rommel because it was geographically the best place covering his flank. The sea to the north, the Katara depression to the south, and 90 kilometers in between where he had to hold the front. So the Ukrainians basically looking at the map and saying, what's the worst place for us to be after the offensive? And then saying, that's exactly what we're going to do, according to the Washington Post. No, not really. And if you go to Melitopol, you don't need to have the British Royal Marines train an extra 1,000 Marines for amphibious landings. So no. The Ukraine offensive hasn't failed because it hasn't yet entered its decisive phase. This is kind of like saying we are in the first quarter of this final of the Super Bowl and the San Francisco 49ers have failed. It's over. They will lose it. We can go home. We switch off the TV and it's over and nobody cares. It's the first quarter. Why would you say that it's over? They haven't even done all the players, all the games. They haven't. So all these reports are just clickbait, and you know they get some. And I mean, in the United States, there's 3 million people working in defense, military, and CIA and government. You will always find some guy who is like, oh, it's over, it's failure, there's nothing going to happen. And since everybody else is saying the offensive is not yet over, then you, with the different opinion, you get the clickbait headline that it's over, it's a drama, click on this, click on that. Thank you. No.
Exactly.
It's like going to watch Oppenheimer, and you're like, oh yeah, they're going to the desert in New Mexico. The movie is over. Nothing else will happen now that they're in New Mexico in the desert. What else Oppenheimer and these people going to do in the desert? Probably ride horses. So I leave the cinema now after 40 minutes. Really? No. Ignore.
Please don't say no more about Oppenheimer because I didn't see. I haven't seen it yet.
No, no further spoilers.
No spoilers.
All right.
I haven't
Thank
seen
you.
it either too, but I read a biography about the guy, and he's nuts. He's nuts. So go and watch it, because you will learn a lot of stuff, I'm sure.
Yeah, but I don't have time because Ukraine and writing seat rep and everything, and there is no time for that. But anyway, I will
Okay.
see it one day. But anyway, thank you for your explanation, and thank you for saying about Vuladar. I wrote exactly about Vuladar, I don't know, 1 hour ago, exactly about Vuladar, that they were probably will start a new access on Vuladar. And another thing that I spoke with Chuck, I think 1 week ago, regarding the Kherson flank, because it's not front right now. It's just say it like a flank. I'm expecting something at Holapristan. That's south of Oleski. Because while I was there in Kherson, I cannot say more than that because I am a war correspondent, but I'm not writing for anybody because of OPSEC. What I should write if I am there, I always should wait for a few days or maybe even weeks, and after that, anyway, somebody on the internet, they will say, "Oh, I saw a striker over there or a martyr," or so they're probably going there. So there is no news. So I'm not writing news. I'm war correspondent accredited by the Ukraine's Ministry of Defense, but I'm using this mostly just to make help my humanitarian aid over there. But anyway, thank you for your explanation, and yeah, I'm 100% with you on this one.
All righty, and with that,
thank you, Radu. And just one thing, thank you, Radu. And I would love to comment on what you just said, but I will not, because there's operational security that requires us to be silent at certain things.
And
we know, but we can't speak.
And there are so many nice places along the river Dnieper. So, having said this, we have many hands up, Thomas, and I would really like to go. Abdullah was the most patient. We have Terry, we have Saber, we have George, and Boya. Abdullah, salam alaikum.
Hey, wa alaikum salam. Actually, thank you so much. It's no problem. It's always a pleasure listening to Thomas. Thomas, I hope you can hear me. And a lot of people nearby. Thomas, yeah, regarding the Washington Post article, it's kind of funny because they said that there will be a big gates of Melitopol, but I don't know. I don't know how they decided that was a failure. But the thing I'm a bit worried about is that the Washington Post and the New York Times is led by a lot of the American politicians who are playing a vital role in making sure that Ukraine has the equipment needed to win this war. So I hope that the politicians are getting the proper assessment of what's happening on the battlefield. But Thomas, but my question is about later on. I'm looking forward to your discussion about the Nagorno-Karabakh situation. But at the moment, I wanted to ask you about the Kerch Bridge. If all roads lead to Crimea, why do you think that bridge is still standing? I know the Ukrainians have attempted multiple times to at least damage it, but the bridge is still standing. Can you just talk about the situation there, about the Kerch Bridge?
Kerch Bridge. The problem is that Scalp and Storm Shadow can reach it, but Scalp and Storm Shadow need the exact GPS coordinates to hit it, and both UK and France provide that information to the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians are like, we would like to hit the John Gard Bridge, and a few minutes later they get the GPS coordinates that they enter into the Scalp or Storm Shadow over the internet. I don't think France and Britain want their weapons used to destroy the Kerch Bridge, right? So Ukraine has to develop its own solutions, and Ukraine is receiving parts. I know this. Ukrainian requested parts for weapon systems that they then built themselves with warheads made in Ukraine. And the Ukrainians are using and will be using those self-developed and built in Ukraine weapons to strike the Kerch Bridge, like with the sea drones they used lately. The Ukrainians are also only using their own developed and own built drones to strike Moscow. Once the Ukrainian cruise missiles are ready, they will also strike the Kerch Bridge and other positions in Russia, like airfields and factories. But as it is now, the big problem is that Britain gave Ukraine Storm Shadow, but Ukrainians, have to request the coordinates for the strike, for which you need satellite that measure the Earth and give exact specific GPS coordinates that you do not miss. The United States is providing that for the GMLRS rockets. And so the Ukrainians are like, oh, we saw this Russian command post and it's between those trees and these buildings, and someone then provides the Ukrainians with the exact coordinates to enter into the HIMARS system and fire the missiles. And the problem is that these countries, for example, the United States, could give Ukraine a Tomahawk cruise missile on a truck and would allow Ukraine to strike the airfields from which Russian bombers fly, because that cruise missiles has a range of more than 1,600 kilometers or 1,000 miles, more than that. But the United States can then not deny that they provided a missile to strike something inside Russia, and would give Putin a reason to escalate, because a United States missile has struck inside Russia. Or that's why, for example, the Germans are with Taurus trying to make sure that it cannot be used to strike something in Russia, which the Germans don't want, because that would give the Russians a reason to retaliate. So the Kerch Bridge stands because Ukraine takes some time to develop its indigenous weapons that have the range to hit it. The Ukrainians are working on that stuff with massive energy, and certain parts of these systems they buy for €1 or something in foreign countries. Like Russia buys lots of components for its missiles and drones in China and other countries. The Ukrainians do the same. So the Russians cannot really complain, because if Ukraine bought a guidance section for a cruise missile in some country, the Russians who buy all the chips for a guidance section in China cannot really complain when if the Ukrainian missile hits a Russian factory for tanks in Siberia. So this is the reason that the West wants Ukraine to build its own strike capabilities for this kind of mission.
May I interject very briefly? Actually, if you allow me, just a very quick question. Thomas, you said the Western governments are afraid that there will be some form of retaliation, that this will give the excuse to Putin to do something about it. What could Putin do actually to retaliate against the US or NATO if, let's say, a Taurus or let's say another system hits the Kerch Bridge?
The Russian retaliation could only be minimal. Shoot down some American, let's say American missile hits inside Russia, destroys a Russian military factory, and the Russians can prove that this was an American-produced missile that flew 500 kilometers into Russian territory and destroyed a factory. So how can the Russians retaliate? They could use Russian fighter jets to shoot down American military planes. They could fire at American ships. The problem is not the Russian retaliation, because it's not really that, it can't be that massive. The problem is that then the United States would in turn have to respond again. So if the Ukrainians fire a, let's say, Tomahawk cruise missile at the Kamov helicopter factory, and in turn the Russians shoot down an American Poseidon P-8 maritime patrol aircraft, which is full of American airmen and women that sit on consoles and observe the sea and look for submarines and so on, and they kill, let's say, 30, 40 American US Air Force personnel in that strike, the United States has to strike back again to establish deterrence and to take revenge. So what do the United States do? Well, they could sink a Russian ship or shoot down Russian planes. Then the Russians respond. And the thing is, at that moment, things can get out of hand. So the Russian retaliation would be of no concern, but then the United States would be forced to respond, because if they do not respond, the Russians would be encouraged to continue with this, attacks against American assets. And once you get into this, it can spiral very quickly out of control. So the problem here is not so much the worry about the first Russian retaliation, but the second and the third, and where it leads us. So the United States and the West can tell Ukraine, what do you need? You need a subsea surface drone. We happen to have an engine for that. Costs 5 cents. Yeah, it's the full price. Just buy 100 pieces. 100 pieces, 5 cents, $5. Give it to us. You have 100. You can build. Oh, you don't know how to build it into the system. We have a guidance section. Costs 3 cents. And you give it to the Ukrainians, and you help them build their own stuff. Because the Ukrainians at this point, the Russians have thrown everything at the Ukrainians, at cities, at hospitals, at kindergartens, at schools, at villages, at maternity wards, at electricity plants. The Ukrainians, they can retaliate. The Russians can't complain. If the Ukrainians tomorrow fire Ukrainian-made cruise missiles at Moscow electricity plants, and Moscow has no electricity for 3 days, the Russians can't complain, because they were boasting last winter how they did exactly that to Ukraine. And if these missiles are British, the Russians could decide that one of their submarines sinks a British frigate, 100 dead Royal Navy sailors. The UK has to retaliate. What can it do? It uses a British submarine to sink a Russian cruiser, 500 death. The Russians have to respond. That is the problem. You do not want to go on the escalation ladder to give the Russians a reason to attack a NATO or US vessel or aircraft directly. So what do you do is to give the Ukrainians the ability to develop and build what they need to strike the Russians. It takes more time than if you just give them the missiles. But ultimately, you ensure that the Russians cannot retaliate against NATO, because we are sorry. I mean, you getting drones from Iran, and the Ukrainians just bought from us rocket fuel. What are you complaining about? The Ukrainians you attacked and you bombed, built a missile that can bomb you back. We have nothing to do. That is the reason the Kerch Bridge still stands. That's the reason why Ukraine has not yet attacked Russian airfields and factories in Russia.
But isn't it slightly different, the case between the Kerch Bridge and the Russian airfields? Because let's say parts of the Kerch Bridge are in Ukrainian territory, and currently Ukraine is using Western weapons to kill Russians on Ukrainian territory. So they could use.
Most of the Kerch Bridge is on Ukrainian territory.
No, guys. The Kerch Bridge is 100% inside Ukrainian territory.
Well, the on-ramp on Russian territory
no.
isn't.
There is, wait. All the bridge sections are inside Ukraine because there's a Tuzla Island, and this is Ukrainian territory. And there's a ramp that goes to Tuzla Island, and the ramp is half of it is in Russia and half is in Ukraine. Then every section on the Tuzla Island is Ukrainian.
100%.
And the entire bridge comes after that island. So the entire Kerch Bridge is in Ukrainian territory. Not 1% of the bridge section is in Russia. Yet still, I understand that France, for example, is and the UK are not really risking an escalation with Russia by hitting that bridge. But as said before, if you think that the Ukrainians developed their sea drones, the sea beasts that attacked the Kerch Bridge 100% in Ukraine, I am pretty sure that the Ukrainians, for all the parts they needed, they could buy them from Western manufacturers, like we need a satellite communications system, which the Ukrainians, we could develop it, will take a year. And then it's kind of like, well, there's a dozen European and American companies who have exactly what you need. So choose one. So the Ukrainians are getting the help, but to avoid escalation ladders, the West wants the Ukrainians to develop certain long strike weapons in Ukraine. Even in the end, if it's a Ukrainian design, if 90% of the parts come from Western companies, the West will be fine with it, as long as it's a Ukrainian design that the Ukrainians put together inside Ukraine. And the West can say it's a Ukrainian design. They just smuggled in some parts, like you smuggled in some parts for your Caliber cruise missiles, Russia. What can you do? It's just the world we live in. And then the West smiles at the Russians and is like, we are giving you the same treatment you give us when you smuggle parts for your missiles in. So the problem is that it takes time, you can make a cruise missiles in 5 minutes, but then you have to balance it and so on. Please, what was the question?
No, absolutely, you're absolutely right. Thank you very much for your explanation. It's been very, very useful. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah,
so
Clement,
we have
Clement, if I could just get a quick follow-up, if I may, on that question. So thank you so much, Thomas, for that. So yeah, I did not know this. Thank you for this information. Yeah, I was wondering what was the holdup. So if that's the case, but at least they're not telling the Ukrainians that you don't have to stay away from hitting that bridge. Is that fair to say that no one in the West is telling the Ukrainians that you cannot strike that bridge?
The thing is, everybody's telling the Ukrainians you can strike everything you want with your own weapons, but weapons which are undeniably ours, please don't hit. I know that when the Ukrainian supported Free Russia Legion crossed into Belgorod in Russia and made this raid along the border, right? They used Humvees. And the United States was like, that's really cool, Humvees shooting at Russians, but don't do it again. use some Ukrainian vehicles because the Russians can use this as propaganda that the United States is attacking Russia on Russian soil with American-made vehicles and weapons. So the idea is that anything in Ukraine, you can use the Western weapons. If you want to use artillery to destroy a Russian city in Russia like Belgorod, please use the Ukrainian-developed, the Ukrainian-built Bogdana howitzer, because then the West can really say, we didn't give the Ukrainians this. This is all they're doing. They're just doing what you did to them in Chernihiv and in Sumy and in Kharkiv and in Irpin. So, I mean, they built their own stuff. Sorry, Russia, we cannot control them when they build their own stuff. I mean, what you want us to do? They building their stuff to react to you in the same way as you do to them. We would never give them weapons to strike Russian defense factories. We know that's an escalation. We are totally surprised that they built a cruise missile with 2,000-kilometer range and hit Russia's main aircraft factory. So surprised. Oh, there were chips inside made by American companies, just like in the Caliber cruise missiles. You smuggled from America through China over Armenia and then Kazakhstan chips to Russia to put in Caliber cruise missiles. And we promise you, Russians, we will figure out how the Ukrainians smuggled from Texas chips to Ukraine to put into cruise missiles. We swear we will figure it out by 2073. No problem. 50 years. Yes, that's investigation. It takes that long. So the West, I mean, the Ukrainians can use anything they want to kill Russians. No problem. The moment a Russian soldier moves into Ukrainian territory, he can be killed with whatever the Ukrainians want. But the West tells the Ukrainians, you know, if you should decide to maybe attack Russia on Russian territory, you know, make a raid towards Kursk, maybe take some Soviet BMPs and not the Bradleys, please, because, you know, BMPs, they're Soviet, it's yours. The Russians went with BMPs into Ukraine. Now the Ukrainians are going with BMPs into Russia. What can you really complain about? So there's a clear distinction in the West. And the problem with the Kerch Bridge is it's such a symbol that I think the Brits and the French are like, you can hit anything in Crimea. Maybe not Putin's favorite object of his entire reign, which is that bridge, because it symbolizes the annexation of Crimea and he loves it. Maybe you don't want to hit it with our missiles, but if you need some warheads or some engines for drones, some guidance sections, some satellite communication systems, maybe you even need some, I don't know, penetrator warheads or seabed mines or underwater vehicles. Just tell us what you need, but you have to build the hull and the design yourself, because we would never help you with that. Wink, 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 wink. So you get the gist here, what we are trying to do. We're trying to destroy Russia the same way Russia is destroying Ukraine. So we can tell them, the Russians, always afterwards, we are just as shocked as you. And then we smile.
Yeah. All right. Thomas, we have a couple of hands. I understand that Saber is still there. We unfortunately lost one of our chaps, Boya and Furious as well. Let's go through those, because I think we have a little thing to do still on a very, very dangerous environment as well. Let's start with Saber.
Hello. First of all, just to say thank you, Thomas, for coming on. So the first thing that I wanted to just to comment on is I really like that you mentioned or that you pointed out the shortcomings of the New York Times, because it was also the New York Times that back during the Holodomor did a lot of work through Walter Duranty to cover up that genocide and deny it was happening. And to this day, they haven't given up his Pulitzer Prize, even though it obviously should be, because the man was a charlatan and really aided in a genocide. But to my question, the importance of getting good information out and providing an accurate picture of Ukrainian progress it can't be overstated. But how do you walk the line of providing that accurate picture in order to keep support coming, but not giving away too much information to the point it becomes a liability?
When I speak online or I tweet, I give out 2-3% of the information I have. I know where the Ukrainians are landing next. I know where they're going to break through. I know what hit Saki. I know tons of stuff. There's so much we cannot speak about. I know who gave Ukrainian 600 air defense missiles for all their air defense systems. I know which country made the Frankensams. The London Times revealed a few weeks back that the UK gave the Ukrainians AIM-132 SRAM air defense missiles on Supercat trucks, which have been super efficient in shooting down Russian helicopters. The picture that the London Times had, I had since March. It's just, you cannot reveal that because the Russians are scouring the internet non-stop for this information. So always there's more to all the stories that come out of Ukraine, so much more information, so much more going on, so much in the realm of helping Ukraine with weapons and equipment and material. There's so much more going on. There's a whole bunch of countries in Asia who are providing to Ukraine immense amounts of missiles, air defense missiles, Grad missiles, Uragan missiles, artillery ammunition, in exchange for French fighter jets. People who are in the military, who just hear that combination, will know which country it is. At the same time, everybody else thinks this country is just supporting Russia by buying its oil in large amounts. So you cannot really reveal, but you can give hints, and people that are in the know will understand. But if you go out there and say the Ukrainians will do this and that and that, you kill Ukrainian troops, and nobody wants that, and I don't want that, and you don't want that. So there's always this goddamn fine line to walk between what you know and what you can tell and what you can give out, so people understand what's going on and that they don't lose the optimism or the hope, while at the same time you who blew up Nord Stream? Most European intelligence agencies know it since 1 month before it happened, and they're all silent because they want the investigations to run their course. They want to. It wasn't the Ukrainians, okay? It wasn't the Ukrainian government, Zelensky, and nobody in the government of Ukraine. Nobody in the government of Ukraine had to do anything with that. Just to be clear, and it wasn't the Americans, and it wasn't the Norwegians. The thing is that there are
Andorra. Can we just say it's Andorra? Andorra is
absolutely
part of everything.
Andorra and Liechtenstein, the two mountain countries, are the ones that are doing all the underwater sabotage that is going on. Believe me, once you're in the mountains, Liechtenstein and Andorra, swimming underwater and blowing up pipelines is what you just do for a hobby. No, and the thing is that, the thing is that Ukraine, more equipment has arrived in Ukraine that is publicly known because lots of countries don't publish it, especially in the realm of ammunition. And the United States finally relented on DPCIM cluster munitions like a month ago. But the United States had requested that Turkey provide these ammunitions to Ukraine already last December. And Turkey obliged silently because, the Turks are delivering ammo to Ukraine to kill the same amount of Russians as they welcome for holidays in Turkey. So it's a very interesting business proposal. We kill 80,000 Russians and we welcome 80,000 Russians. So it's, yeah, dancing on two weddings. It's pretty much what Erdogan does best. So yeah, and it wasn't public, but now that the Americans have been delivering it, the Turkish are like, yeah, now we can make it public too. So so much information is happening and so much more help, especially also in the cyber war arena or in the air defense arena, because the Ukrainian air defense backbone came from Israel, because it's a system that doesn't kill Russians, which is the key factor blocking Israeli help for Ukraine. They do not want Israeli weapons to kill Russians, which is a stupid idea, because they should try to wreck as many Russians as possible to get them out of Syria. And since Russia is allied with Iran, Israel's biggest enemy, the Israelis should be really interested to whack a lot of Russians. But long story short, nothing is known. I don't even know what was given, but it's the backbone of the Ukrainian air defense. So much is going on, so much is floating around, so much is so much can never be really told in public unless the Ukrainians step up and make an announcement like they made that they blew up the Kerch Bridge last year with a truck bomb, which surprised me because every intelligence report at the time was like it was a missile that was delivered again by the same country that delivered the missiles to hit Saki air base. So yeah, it was a surprise, but as long as the Ukrainians don't step up and announce certain things, we will not know. We cannot speak publicly, and we will not know a lot of stuff that is happening.
And that's fine.
Yes. There's an immense campaign going on inside Russia by Russians, coordinated by the Free Russia Legion, to sabotage Russian defense suppliers. You see all the burning, and it's known that this is not coincidences, but what they do, how much they do, what they risk, maybe we will find out in a few years or never, because if the war ends, these Russians will still live in Russia and will still be supporting Ukraine, and Ukraine will want to protect them because they helped Ukraine right now. So yeah, there's I'm speaking very slowly now because I'm trying to not step on a verbal landmine here. So can we change the topic,
I was
please?
just about to say, do you see this wonderful panoply of wildebeest crossing over the steps at the moment? I can see them here very well. Oh, by the way, I can see also hands up. Let's go to Terry.
Yes.
Hello. I'm back again. I'm slowly building my confidence up to come on to Maria more. I can't even say it properly, more and more. I've been listening to you all for months and months, and I have been following people like Radu and Thomas and Chuck and just so I can't even say all of their names now. And so it's really lovely to finally hear their voices and hear their passion and their dedication. So I just wanted to say that before I start. I have actually got a question this time, rather than just wanting to rant on. My only little rant will be what Thomas was saying earlier about the press and how lazy they can be. I also think we've got a very lazy public, as he was saying as well, that people seem to only want these clickbaits and sort of a small paragraph. That will do, because then I've got the rest of my day to get on with. And I must admit, I think I'm probably quite privileged in that I spend probably 23 out of 24 hours a day reading, listening, watching, and just keeping up to date with what's going on in Ukraine. It's taken over my life completely. But my question is about, it's kind of tied in with all of this. We've talked about operational security, and it's taken me a long time to get used to loads of these different terms and everything. But the other thing that I'm finally getting to grips with is psychops, which my understanding of that is, I know Russia uses it a lot by just confusing the hell out of everybody by telling so many lies, people give up and they don't want to do. But I think that Ukraine seems to be very, very clever with its psychops. And I just wondered what other people's views of their psychops. I think some of their strategies, like the silence is golden type things, and little snippets about, watch out, we're payback time is coming, and all of that sort of stuff. And to me, some of that seems to be what some of the actual operative stuff on the front line or around the front line, or this sending missiles and drones off into other places. Part of that is all the psychops, I think, if I've got this idea right. So I just wanted to clarify, maybe with Radu or Thomas or whoever, about whether I've got that idea right. Thanks.
Thank you for the question. Psychological operations are meant to demoralize the enemy, to confuse the enemy, to devastate his will to fight, to drive a wedge between the command and the troops, to drive a wedge between the population and the government. So Ukraine is doing two things. One is strategic communication, which is aimed at its allies, like videos thanking the United States, videos showcasing British equipment and thanking it, and congratulating Britain on this fantastic equipment, doing videos for Sweden's National Day, thanking them and praising them. And strategic communication aims to motivate your allies to support you more. Psychological warfare, or psychological operations, which is a part of psychological warfare, tries to demoralize and devastate your enemy. So the Islamic State, for example, tried to demoralize its enemies or the nations fighting this vile, perverted cult. The Islamic State tried to demoralize them through brutal executions and mass executions of everyone they captured that wasn't one of them. Burning alive, drowning, shooting the brains out, strangling, mass execution, dropping in the river throwing from buildings. It was a psychological warfare trying to instill fear in your enemies, that if you're captured, you will die on horrific death. But it was not very well thought out, because the lessons that the Iraqi troops learned from that was, we have to fight to the death, and we must give no mercy to the ISS fighters or they will kill us all. So it backfired. The Russians tried psychological warfare with the Ukrainians, same way. They came into Bucha and into Irpin and shot everyone that they suspected of not being for Putin. Like, do you love Putin? Maybe. Execute him. He's not for Putin, he must die. So the Russians immediately tried to terrorize the people into basically submission. And it backfired, because once the Russians told the Ukrainians, we're going to genocide you if you don't want to be Russians, the Ukrainians knew that this is a fight to the death and you cannot compromise and you must kill the Russian. You must exterminate the orc, because the orc is not something you reason with. The orc wants to kill you and then eat you. So it backfired. And what the Ukrainians are now trying to do, they're hitting Moscow with drones. And Putin is unable to stop it. The drones don't make a lot of damage, but the image, that the Russians see, Ukrainian drones can fly through all of Russia and hit Moscow. It tells you that the Ukrainians could hit Kursk, they could hit Smolensk, they could hit all the other Russian cities at will, because there's nothing that defends Russia. It's a psychological warfare. It brings the war to the Russians, and it shows them that they're not safe.
Which is where,
So
which is where it belongs, Thomas, right?
Yep. No, it must increase. The Russians need to feel it. I mean, I would have flattened Russian border towns by now, just out of spite, to give the Russians basically.
But guys, don't we have two theaters here? We have the theater between Russia and Ukraine, and clearly the psyops going on between those two are, well, not easy, but they are there. But one other theater is the Western Europe, where actually Russia is much bigger player. As you mentioned, Thomas, the Ukrainians do a strategic messaging toward their allies, e.g., toward us, toward the West. And this is a strategic messaging based actually on truth. It's honest, might be not telling everything, but you can't say the Ukrainians have told the West something which is untrue. They might have withheld something, but that is clearly necessary during the war. But the Russians on the other side, they have all gloves off in the Western theater of psyops. We cannot count the numbers of small newspapers, news sites, trolls, the troll armies thrown at us at that point of time. And this is largely staying unanswered. Basically, we're on the receiving end of an aggression, and we do absolutely nothing, to my opinion.
I have to agree with you 100%. We were speaking about Ukrainian and Russian psyops, but the Russian psyops are aimed almost entirely at the Europeans and the Americans, trying to drive a wedge between the people and the government, trying to weaken our government's resolve to help Ukraine, driving us away from helping Ukraine by driving a wedge between us. Just to give you an idea, there was this campaign, we sent Ukraine money and Maui is burning. That is psyops, that's a Russian psychological operations. And if people tweet it out or fall for that, they fall for an enemy psychological operation. Just to give you an idea, the most dumb people fall for that shit the easiest. Ukraine, this is in Ukraine, people are partying, and some idiot posts a video from Israel where people are partying. That's in Israel, but they people that are dumb, they want to believe that. And it's a Russian psychological operation. We could, for example, upload the same. If the West would go into this game, we could upload videos of Russian elite people, like, Shoigu's son, Putin's daughter, having parties, driving a Bentley,
taking
and
drugs,
pushing that narrative. Yes, and basically put it in the other direction. But the West is not really wanting to do it, which is an error, I think. But we are at the receiving end. In World War II, Tokyo Rose and Lord Haha were sending radio reports, Lord Haha to the British, and Tokyo Rose, the different girls that were the Tokyo Rose girls, to American units in the Pacific that tried with psychological manipulation to demoralize them and drive a wedge between the troops and the commanders, between the army and the people. And the people back then understood, if it comes from Radio Berlin or Radio Rome or Radio Tokyo, you cannot believe it. It's all lies. And today there are people that are so dumb that they believe that stuff that comes from Moscow, and then they spread it. And the reason is, 100 years ago, the village idiot couldn't read. And if he said something, everybody in the village knew he is the village idiot. And today, the village idiot is called Hinkle and is on Twitter. And the village moron is called Musk and is on Twitter. He owns it, actually. And all these people then spread absolute nonsense. Complete ridiculous stuff. And the problem is, I saw it in the the Karabakh war. The Armenian side was spreading 500 lies a day, none of which was aimed at Azerbaijan. All of that was aimed at driving the West, the discourse in the West, But nobody fell for it because people understood this is from Armenian propaganda. We don't believe it. But right now with the Russian propaganda, the Austrian national broadcaster ORF in its main news program fell for fake Russian propaganda videos from the internet because the journalist either wanted to believe it or he didn't do his job.
Investigation.
Yes.
Well, this is just absolute scandal, this ORF video. It's two videos, actually. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Taken straight out of a propaganda channel on Telegram. Unbelievable.
Yes. The thing is that basically people want to believe it and then they just put it out there. And if you were an American and you would have said in 1944, I heard on Radio Tokyo that our Navy has been sunk, everybody between Hawaii and Boston would have laughed him out. Said, what an idiot you are to believe in Radio Tokyo. And today there are people who go on CNN and are like, I'm a presidential candidate for the Republican Party. Then they sprout talking points from Radio Moscow. We have lost our ability to defend ourselves against this nonsense because in our society, even the village idiot is given his 5 minutes of fame. Journalists, let's go back a bit in time. If you went to a program, let's say in the 70s, and you would have come with Radio Moscow points about how the Soviet Union has to go into Afghanistan and liberate these people from their own government and from their own culture and from their own property because the Soviet human is the better human, American journalists would have ripped you apart in the studio and this nonsense you say. And today they're like, yes, tell us more. Let us deepen this. And the people can just go and go and go with their nonsense. And I will now say one thing here. There's a BBC show called Heart Talk, where this doesn't work, where the reporter is going to ask 15 times the same question if the politician is talking bullshit or trying to avoid to answer or coming with propaganda. And it's going to be like, there are 4 United Nations resolutions and your country is violating them. What is the reason? Blah, 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 blah. I asked about the reason, your country, and it goes on for 30 minutes. And no politician wants to go on that show, and no propaganda idiot wants to go on that show. They all want to go on the softball question interviews on CNN and ABC and on NBC or something like that, or on the ORF. So they're really tough journalists who didn't allow this nonsense. Go and watch German national TV debates. They always invite complete bonkers Putinists who sprout complete, utter nonsense. Ukraine is overrun by Nazis. And the journalist, he would have to say, that is not true. You are lying. You are lying in German national TV to the audience. Why are you lying? And he's not saying that like a real journalist should be doing. He's like, tell us more. That's the problem. Yes, a journalist doesn't know everything. So if someone comes with some really, really obscure and strange thing about mass graves that were found somewhere in a Syrian forest where the Americans passed through, not every journalist knows the stuff. But if you go into a discussion, about, let's say, Ukraine, invite people who know the stuff, not just hot bitches from the German communist. Sorry that I used this word, but there's a lady from the German Communist Party who is invited continuously on all German talk shows for the only reason she is hot. Because everything she says is a lie, it's racist, it's disgusting, it's proto-fascist, but they keep calling her back because of her beautiful dark eyes.
But Tim Sebastian and Stephen Secure would have literally ripped her into shreds.
Yes, but they weren't there. They invite other softball answers, and then they have the journalist who is debating, adding the debate, and the journalist is like, I have no idea about Ukraine. I never was there. I don't speak Ukrainian. I don't know anything about the history. But you who love Putin, explain to us now why Ukraine is full of Nazis. So the problem we have with the psychological operations in the West, it's because it works. Because we allow the people that are reached by that or are spreading that, we give them a platform. Be it on Twitter, be it on CNN, be it on German TV, be it on this French TV, be it on Italian TV, where absolute fascists can make basically a mess to make Dugina, the fascist Russian who was killed, into a saint. It's completely bonkers. We are giving our enemies the platform to divide us.
Yeah, Dugina, who walked through Mariupol and posed there, and she walked through the building where more than 600 men, women, elderly, and children died. She walked through it and was filmed in it, and she was proud of it. So German television was so smart as to highlight this. Stunning stuff.
Yeah. Let's stop with that, because I mean, see, the thing is
you
that
and I will get very angry about this. I know.
No, the thing is that I know there are Ukrainians that have been in Germany for 10 years who speak fluent, accent-free German, who know their country, who grew up, who have family there, who look into this war, who understand the history, and they're never invited to these debates, because you have to invite the same stupid professor who is continuously arguing that we have to give Putin everything he wants, instead of a Ukrainian who could tell at least something about the history, the language, the culture, the literature, all the exiled Ukrainian writers, the prohibited books and language. It never comes up. They discuss the Baltics and have not a single person from the Baltics on the podium in German TV. And then they're like, why are the Baltics so angry with the Russians? What's the problem? I mean, what did the Russians ever do to them? And if you do not know that, the executions, the Siberian deportations, the annexation of the country, the mass executions, the 10 years of persecution in Lithuania of everyone who wasn't Stalinist, all that, if you don't know that, why you have even a discussion on German TV? I have never been invited. Other people I know, like Ulrich Speck, have never been invited. They always invite the same idiots who give them exactly what they want, because most of the journalists are leftists or idiots, and that's what they want to hear, their own echo chamber. And we need to go to Hans, because I promised people we're going to talk about Karabakh.
Thank you for highlighting this yourself. Good. So we'll go through a staccato round. We'll load up the questions, we stack and rack them, and that's it. So we'll start with Doc Bite, then we go to Radu, Alex, Furious George, because we have 7 requests, Thomas. 7 requests down below from people who want to talk. So and if you don't have your hand up, I will cycle you down, because there's more questions coming and the audience wants to talk to you, and then we go to Nagorno-Karabakh right after. Good. Dogbite, you start. Everybody else who doesn't have their hand up, by 3 from now, I will cycle you down. Dogbite.
Great. Thank you, Axel. Thanks, Axel. Thanks, Thomas, everybody. Thomas, it's a quick 2-part question about Iranian drones. We've got on the American side what I think is absolute nonsense, that the U.S. government is saying will ease sanctions if you quit selling drones to Russia. And this is nonsense because Russia is now fabricating them on their own property, on their own land. So it's beside the point. They've already done it, and we couldn't trust them even if we said something like that. And knowing that Iranians can build these, and now Russians have started building them and modified them so that they're no longer solid rocket fuel. I didn't know that was the case. I heard that somewhere today or yesterday. But the psychological effect of those mopeds have just been horrible. What's stopping Ukraine from capturing one of those and start building them themselves and sending those into fucking Russia? Thank you. That's it.
Quick answer, yes, you're right. It doesn't help to talk with Iran because they already gave Russia the technology to build their drones themselves. So the Russians just can do it themselves, and Iran can say, yes, United States, ease sanctions, and we will stop selling, because they already stopped selling a few weeks ago. Next thing, Ukraine is building far better drones right now themselves and sending into Russia. The Ukrainian problem is that they have to scale up production because, unlike Russia, they have to disperse the production. So basically there's a garage, and in that garage the Ukrainians mount the propellers on the engines and put the tanks on the engines, and then they move it with a truck to the next garage where there's just 5 guys, and then they put the engine in the hull, and then they move to the next garage. So they have to disperse the whole operation. That slows them down instead of the Russians. But the Ukrainians already hit Moscow today again, and they're gonna keep hitting it. And there will be a deterrence. At some point, the Ukrainians and the Russians will produce so many drones, both of them, that they will be hitting each other every single day, with one difference. The Ukrainians are getting Western air defense missiles, and finally a lot of ammunition for the Gepard that is much, much more efficient and deadly than before. So the Russians will not be able to defend all their cities and all their factories and all their airfields, while the Ukrainians will be able to defend most of their country soon. So takes time, but it's coming, and the Russians aren't prepared for the psychological impact that will have if in every Russian major town you will have every single day Ukrainian drones hit something from the government.
What about the psychological effect of that moped engine? Because I've heard so much about how, like just exactly that, the psychological effect of those kind of sounds. Yes, it's not as sophisticated as what they could build, but that's only solves part of the problem. Freaking out Russian citizens, where they start saying, "Hey, what the hell is going on here?" and maybe do something internally in Russia. And a big shout out to Radu. I see you here too. Congrats on the ambulance being finished.
Yeah, nobody in Russia ever has that initiative, by the way.
The thing is that
get out of them, maybe give them that.
The Russians are not capable of a revolution right now. But you can really, really start to annoy them. I mean, you don't even have to kill Russians. Just, if you start hitting bridges, if the Ukrainians start hitting bridges all over Russia, the Russian government is barely capable to fix the potholes the country has. So if Ukraine starts mass producing drones, railroad bridges, energy infrastructure, just random bridges somewhere on a highway. If Ukraine starts to crush that, the infrastructure of Russia, you hit not just the Russians psychologically, you devastate their economy. So it's coming, it's coming. The Russians are not yet understanding what is in store for them, but it's on the way.
Alrighty, and with that, we cycle through. We have loads of hands, as I said beforehand. We'll go back to Alex, then we go to Radu, then we go to Dr. Nick, Kerry, George, and Gerhard. Alex, quick, short, precise.
Thank you. This article in Washington Post, white matters, it also looks like psychological warfare, but white matters, can we just ignore it, or it's important to kind of counter?
We need to counter it because the politicians read it. Thomas?
The thing is that the Washington Post, New York Times, and a few other newspapers guild as paper of record, and all the politicians read it. And if the Washington Post writes that, the New York Times and the London Times are going to try to get some articles that are similar, and journalists will read it. And we have to counter it, because that is not what is happening. It's not true. And it's damaging to Ukraine. So we should counter articles which are written in Washington by people who have never set a foot in Ukraine, based on anonymous leaks or people that we don't know who they are. Because I guarantee you, if someone is going to Ukraine, I just have to do a quick example. Last fall, there was a video of some dead Russians in a line. And the New York Times in New York concluded by asking some woman in San Francisco, who is a doctor, that these guys were executed and shot in the head. They have not been there. They didn't know anything. They didn't even know when, where it happened. It was just, there's a woman who's like, yeah, these guys lie in a line, so they were definitely shot in the head. Okay, if someone gets shot in the head, the helmet doesn't stay on. Let's begin with that. And then there was more video, and it showed that Ukrainian soldiers tried to have these Russians surrender. And the Ukrainians had them lie down in front of a machine gun, which you can do, because if you try to get an enemy to surrender, you have to assume he is armed until you have searched him and bound his hands. And while the Ukrainians were waiting for the Russians to come out and lie down, one Russian comes out and uses his Kalashnikov to shoot a Ukrainian soldier, and the machine gunner immediately opens fire, and all these Russians died in the crossfire of the shootout, which killed the Russians on the ground, which killed the Russians who were shooting, and which gravely injured the Ukrainian who was filming. If you would have been a journalist on the ground in Ukraine and you had gone to speak with that unit, you would have taken 3 minutes to understand what happened. I understood it by just looking at Google Maps, because Google Maps is your friend, and looking at the video, and then drawing lines to see where people had their eyes and where were they looking. But you know, the New York Times was like, we can do something to hurt Ukraine. We will say these guys were executed by Ukrainian troops. Let's write a clickbait article. So we have to counter that stuff, because the people sit in their offices far away from the war zone and write clickbaity nonsense that damages Ukraine, and often is not true. Because on the ground, journalists have a complete different view than those that have never been to Ukraine.
I just want to remind the people who have listened yesterday on the space. I believe it was Dr. Nick telling how politicians, especially, well, in most democracies, listen to their electorate. And if the newspapers manage to convince the large parts of the electorate that Ukraine is not going to win, that there is a problems, there are Nazis or whatever shitty propaganda sneaks into their publication, clickbait publications, that makes people believe. That drives voters away, that drives voters from people who support Ukraine, and forces politicians to take positions which we do not want. This is as simple as it is. It's just electoral arithmetic, nothing more, nothing less. And it is extremely vital to counter it. Thank you, Thomas.
Yeah, the German saying is Schweigen ist Zustimmung, silence is consent. And that's bad. We cannot be silent when they fail to discuss topics truthfully. Thomas, would you allow me? I would like to go through the hands, because we have tons of hands open.
Yes. Hands.
So what we're going to do is we're going to do this quick, please. Precise, concise, because we have another big topic upcoming. Radu, Dr. Nick, George, Kerry, Gerhard. Radu, shoot.
I just want to answer Terry, because she said my name. Thank you, Terry, for having the courage to come and speak more often, because you speak okay, very, very good. So about the psyops and the OPSEC, the psyops inside Ukraine, you have not on a strategic level, but on operational level. I have an example that is from the last fall, the last summer and fall. You know, the telegraphic explanation that we will attack Kherson, we will attack Kherson, we will attack Kherson. Our next counteroffensive will be in Kherson. Normally, Ukrainians never did that until then. And for those who know how these kind of things work, we knew that something else is it's about to be it's brewing. So the Russians moved a lot of troops from Zaliman and Svatove area. Thomas, you probably know that this. They moved a lot of those troops through Donbass and through the land bridge to Kherson Oblast, and after that, when they weakened the fortification lines around Kupiansk, it started the counteroffensive of Kharkiv, hitting Veliky Burluk, Kupiansk, and Izium, basically the three main points on that. So basically, this is psyops on the operational level. On the OPSEC, I've been in the front lines for about totally right now 4 months. In the front lines, meaning in the contact line. Normally, I don't write to any newspaper, but my Occam's razor or rule of thumb is like this: if the line doesn't move enough, I don't write anything about the troops that are over there, the Ukrainian troops, where they're going, what they're doing, or whatever. Even if I'm with them and I know what the plan is, where they're going, and stuff like that. And I'm not doing it even in my nightly summaries that I do often. I wish I do it every night. In the first 300 days of the war, I did it
Radu,
almost every night. But
hard enough.
yeah,
You should self-flagellate more.
probably. So the idea is that I don't do the line for the OPSEC is like, you just have to you just have to think about like this: if you have an information that could be used by the Russians against the Ukrainian positions, don't use it. That's about it. Don't use it. Not even if you have a hint about where they're going, where they're. Don't do it. If you are there. If you're outside of that, if you're in Romania, like I'm on when I'm not in Ukraine, yeah, you can speculate. They might go there, they might go there, they might go there, but never use the real information, because as Thomas has sources on the field, I have sources in Azov in 112, 101, and Kraken and other Georgian Legion and stuff like that. So, but we never use it. We never use it. Why would you use it? Because you put in jeopardy, just for likes and clicks and views. You put real lives in jeopardy. So that's my line of OPSEC and my rule of thumb. So now I am going to drop off. Thomas, I thank you for you being here. I will continue to follow you. I'm dropping off because I'm going somewhere. Russians, I know that you can listen to me. I will just say the big area where I'm going to be tomorrow: Donbass. Find me. Okay. Have a great evening, everybody. Thank you for listening to me. I spoke too much already, and have a great evening. And Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Radu. Thank you, and be careful tomorrow. And good luck.
Mulțumesc.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mulțumesc.
All right, and with that, we finally go to Dr. Nick, and then we go to George.
I'm here. Okay, sorry, I was trying to get back.
Your question.
Okay, so
We need to
a
go to
couple of,
Nagorno-Karabakh. You know this.
yes, yes, it's going to be,
You and I want to go there. So.
yes, absolutely. And it's funny because it's timely because I just got an interesting reply to a tweet that had nothing to do with this. Someone claiming, you know, why don't Austin people come here? You know, is it because you know, we're carrying on Walter scam or still think that Ukraine is winning the war? Apparently, I didn't realize this, but I guess Austin people don't think that Ukraine is winning. I just think that that's interesting. But it gets me to this next point because I don't know if it's because I had to turn down the volume at a couple of points or get off because I had a conference call. So pardon me if this question has already been asked. I know that Axel had brought it up that you guys were going to talk about this at some point. So again, I'm so sorry. I know that at some point you were going to talk about the river crossings. And I was just wondering if very briefly, if you had talked about it, if you could just give me like a 1 or 2 line response about that, like what you know about that.
About the river crossing?
Yeah, about like Dnipro or anything like that, or how that was going on, or if it's going on, or anything like that.
Okay, very quick. Ukrainians crossed over at Kozachi Lasheri because it's a strategic position that once you have the village, you block a key road to Oleshki and you can't be really flanked because south of the village are the Oleshki sands, which are basically a trap where your vehicles will get stuck in the sand and there's forests around it. So Ukrainians choose a very careful spot to sever a key supply line to Oleshki because they're trying to isolate the city and they're still fighting there, even though the Russians want you to believe that the Ukrainians have been defeated. The fight is going on. The Russians haven't been able to bring in any reinforcements to throw the Ukrainians into the river at this point. Ukrainian artillery is furiously, there's 2 artillery brigades at least, firing at the Russians. So the Russians have really massive problems with the Ukrainian artillery hitting all their lines in that area. This is just the beginning of a river crossing, which is still some time off because the Ukrainians have to secure where they will place the bridge from Russian artillery, which requires them to cut Russian lines of communications along the Dnieper even more than now. So the Ukrainians are preparing more crossings. The Ukrainians will cross, but the decisive fight will be to cross and then advance into northern Crimea, and we're not yet there. The units that crossed in the first day were all special forces units, and they ran into basically just Russian conscripted old men who were just turkey shooting. They killed 90 and at the loss of 4 Ukrainians who stepped on mines because that was the most dangerous things they encountered. And the entire Russian reserve that the Russians could pull together were 19 guys and a major. And the Ukrainians ambushed them and killed most of them and took the major captive. So the Russians along the Dnieper are extremely thinned out. The only surprising thing is that the Ukrainians are proceeding very cautiously, and that's what surprises me. But there are things moving, and there will be more. I know stuff I can tell you, but it's very slow going. But the equipment is there to make a crossing in force when the Ukrainians feel it's the moment that they can cross, establish a giant bridgehead, and then immediately set out for northern Crimea. And the Russians, in the meantime, are losing and burning away their reserves in the center of the front of Zaporozhye. But it's taking more time than we all want to. But, you know, plans don't survive the contact with the enemy. And this here, the Ukrainians have learned that the Russians, with their extensive minefields, where they have basically thrown down millions of mines randomly in some field, is really a massive problem.
Thomas, let me add one thing to Dr. Nick's question, because a friend of ours, from one of his oldest friends, an alert listener, if you so like, a Ukrainian living in North America, the following question comes, which ties in with this. And he predicated this might be a dumb question because he was unsure. Quote, I keep seeing updates about how a growing contingent is being transferred to the left bank across from Kherson. How likely is it that Russia is allowing this to happen with the intention of later conducting a significant counterattack that will catch Ukrainians with their backs against the Dnipro, similar to the Russians leaving Kherson area? We addressed this earlier, but maybe you can give the alert listener an answer.
Some weeks ago, we discussed on this space that someone said that there's 100,000 Russians in the forests in the northeast near Kupiansk preparing for an offensive. Dozens of Western satellites, thousands of Ukrainian drones couldn't find those 100,000 Russians. Right now, Ukrainian drones can barely find more than 10 Russians as a group somewhere in the Kherson. 10,000 men for a counterattack there with the tanks and the equipment. They don't. First, Western satellites don't see them. Western signal intelligence and Ukrainian signals intelligence don't see them. Ukrainian drones don't see them. And all the people living in that area, where 70–80% are sympathetic to Ukraine and communicate with Ukraine about Russian movements and locations, haven't seen them. So these Russian troops are invisible or they don't exist. So yeah, could the Russians pull together a counterattack? Of course, if they pull the forces out of the Zaporozhye front and let the Ukrainians break through there. As I said, Zaluzhny is creating a dilemma for the Russians. Defend one or the other. You can't defend both. And if people believe that the Russians have giant reserves that nobody has seen, not the British satellites intelligence, American, French, Italian, Ukrainian intelligence and satellites, and Israeli and whatever satellites and intelligence, and Ukrainian people on the ground, and Ukrainian special forces operating there, and Ukrainian partisans operating there, and Ukrainian drones. Come on. The Ukrainians know exactly where Russian troops that hide in some buildings go for smoking their joints and cigarettes because they have a drone overhead. The Ukrainians find Russian troops somewhere on a beach shooting into the water and hit them immediately with a GMLRS rocket. So unless the Russians have dug a giant underground city where they hide 10,000 people, there are no Russian reserves in all of Kherson. Next question.
Exactly. George, where's the elephant on the trampoline? George?
And that's nice, Axel. So Thomas, sometimes when I'm waiting to cycle up, I send a GIF of a giant elephant bouncing up and down a trampoline to Axel to let him know that I'm trying to request to come up as a speaker. That's where that comes from. Just really quick, so we can move on to what you wanted to discuss. But you touched on it when you said about when you hear, oh, there's a source, an inside source. People have to understand, and I know this makes people grit their teeth sometimes, but there are people in our governments that are not patriots. So when I hear an inside source from here, from there, blah, 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 I know it's what, I'm not going to say the word, I'm going to try to keep it clean here, Axel, but let's just say some people that like to tickle Putin's third member. And that's what they do. So, and remember, when I love it when it's a Washington Post, especially too, because then you find out that the source is a friend of a friend that has friends in the Russian embassy. And people have to, like, when you hear these sources, right? Like this source from the Pentagon, I don't know what he is. It could be some junior officer that has a Russian girlfriend. I don't know. But people can't take these. And this reporter this guy that was with the Stars and Stripes. So what? He was a journalist. It's not like he
He
went
was
to
in the
the U.S.
infantry,
Army.
George. He was in the infantry.
Oh,
He must have been a flag
yes.
officer in the infantry support unit. Followed the Sandal.
Guess what? He didn't go to the U.S. Army War College, and he didn't, and he wasn't taught by esteemed professors and other flag officers, for colonel and brigadiers and above.
Did he
So
interview Ben Hodges for Stars and Stripes at least?
I don't think he got even that point. I don't think old General Hodges gave him the time. Look, it's funny because some of these guys, unless they came out of a skiff, right, in the Pentagon, then they don't know what the hell they're talking about. And obviously, Thomas, you went into detail on why this whole thing with Melitopol is complete nonsense. But I know you've got to understand, right? There are people now, let's say in the German government, the Italian government. There are people in our governments that are not going to be playing for the home team.
So what do we do? Do you have a question for Thomas further?
Yeah, I just wanted to like now with the new premier in Italy. I know when she first came to power, right, when she was first elected, she ran into those people. Besides Berlusconi, some of the other people. I just wanted to Thomas to maybe go into that a little bit on what she ran across, and also today Olaf Scholz made a very nice statement, Axel. I don't know if you saw it.
I saw
but
his
it was
speech on the Marienplatz, and if you go through the whole speech, you shake your head again.
yeah, but he did say some nice things, though.
I leave that to Thomas.
Go ahead, Thomas.
The Italian Prime Minister Meloni is a huge surprise because she campaigned as a far-right candidate, and the moment she was sworn in, she so fast moved to the center to basically control where the votes are. And so basically she campaigned on the right of Berlusconi and Salvini, and once she was on the government, she moved to the left of them, pushing them on the far right and marginalizing them, and one is dead now. So the Italian support for Ukraine is amazing because the Italians are delivering much more than they let know, especially ammunition and other stuff that is really nasty to the Russians, even though the Italian military is pretty much underfunded when it comes to its own equipment buying, because stuff is bought but in slow numbers because the government has to stretch out payments. So yeah, the Italian Prime Minister is a surprise. We're happy because she supports Ukraine furiously, and in parliament, every time someone tells her we should just make peace or something, she stands up and begins to scream and yell and becomes a fury and is like insulting and rude and wagging her finger, and it's kind of like, yeah, the Italian woman. And the thing is, like, she's like 150, so I think she's 5 feet, 5'1" in English, in American measurements, and then there's her defense minister who is like 6'8", I don't know, he's a giant. And basically these two people are like smashing the opposition. They're like, what Ukraine needs, Ukraine gets, and our military gets. He's a manager of the defense industry and naval shipbuilding. So Italy is like talking about a third aircraft carrier because he likes to build ships. But the thing is, not a very nice government when it comes to immigrants that come over the sea. But since my only issue right now is, does a government help Ukraine? I am satisfied with what she's doing. Once that is over, I will reassess her. But right now, I'm happy that she is prime minister and not anyone else in Italy, because if we had someone else, I guarantee you, Italy would be a second Hungary. And to everyone's surprise, the Hungarian government was sure they will have an ally in her now, and then found out that she hates them. So yeah, we're really happy she's prime minister, and for now, we're fantastic. And please, let's go through the hands, because I have Karabakh and I want to go to that point, and I see there's hands and hands.
So we do Kerry, Gerhard, and then we go to Karabakh. Virtual Joseph, you came late. We will do you during Karabakh. Kerry, Gerhard.
Thanks, Axel. Hi, Thomas. Good to speak to you again. Still very much Ukraine, but slightly on the edges, but I hope interconnected. I'd be interested to get your opinion. So obviously, as with all of us, we've been reading in the last week or two about the GRU's attempts at using unprofessional deep cover, at times Ukrainians in Poland, to try and infiltrate and get tabs on weapons movement. Just wondering about your thoughts in terms of, does it smack of desperation? I know that obviously a lot of Russian staff have left, and so they're having to they are looking at less conventional methods, but it sounds like a lot has been going on that we, the public, are finding a bit out about now. But I'm thinking about what you were saying about so much that you know, and only able to share about 3% of it with us. Just wondering about your thoughts.
The Russians have infiltrated Western Europe and the United States with their spies, agents, and undercover agents completely. And in a lot of cases, like in Germany, counterintelligence is completely incompetent and has been under Merkel with a focused approach that she doesn't have for anything else. Merkel basically made sure counterintelligence ignores the Russians. So there's countries like France, or also in the UK. I mean, the British Prime Minister, before he was Prime Minister, ditched his security detail, flew to Italy to party with a Russian oligarch with drinks, drugs, and hookers. And then he flew back disheveled the next morning from Florence and became Prime Minister. So there's some interesting video probably around of that. So yeah, counterintelligence in Europe, in Western Europe, sucks. But the Poles, who never left their eyes off the Russians, they are now rounding them up by the dozens. And the Russians, they murdered people in Berlin, they killed people in Britain, they tried to poison people in Britain with weapon of mass destruction, they blew up ammunition depots in Slovakia, they poisoned people in Bulgaria, they blew up ammunition depots in Bulgaria. So they have a history of doing that. And obviously, sabotaging weapons deliveries to Ukraine wouldn't do anything, because then they stop a truck and blow up a truck or burn down a truck. Yeah, whatever. They can't, because how are they going to stop airplanes that fly in? How are they going to stop trains full of weapons coming in? It's a desperate move. But every department in the Russian intelligence services needs to justify its budget, so they're trying with this stuff. Some of the foreign intelligence military guys, but it's not helping. That one guy's trying to do the psychological operations. Some others might be trying to bribe European politicians. Others try to blackmail European politicians. Others try to sabotage European weapons deliveries. But nothing really works, because even though the European countries have not gone full-time war production, the amount of equipment that comes into the depots in Poland and Romania that then go on to Ukraine are so massive that even if the Russians would manage to stop one or two trucks, it wouldn't be felt at the front. So it's a desperate move by some Russians, or some Russian guys in the Secret Service try to justify their budget. Or, as it's very often in Russia, they tell Putin, we need $50 million for this operation, and then they pocket 45 million, and the other 5 million are spent on whatever the operation costs. But it's nothing what the Russians have done to stop the flow of weapons to Ukraine has worked. Nothing. Because the Russians are incompetent, and the amount that comes in is just so big that even if the Russians would manage to hit something, it's so minuscule in the sum of all the things that you don't feel it in Ukraine.
All right. We go to Gerhard. Yeah.
Just in time. Good evening.
All right.
Good morning. Good what time ever you are. Thomas just talked about the amount of weapons coming in being very big, and I'm curious because in the media you always read that Ukraine needs more. So can you explain this?
Of course they need more, because if you look at a European American brigade, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is a European tank battalion has 54 tanks or 58. Some countries, because they don't have the money, had to cut it down to 41 tanks. But around 50 to 60 tanks is what a NATO tank battalion should have. Ukraine has tank battalions, but they had to cut it down to 33, so that every battalion has at least some of the tanks. European artillery units are 18 howitzers per battalion. The Ukrainians sometimes have just 12 because there's not enough. Why? Because the battalion lost some have broken down, some had to be destroyed to take out, to cannibalize, to take out spare parts, to fix others. So the Ukrainians constantly need a supply of equipment to replace stuff that breaks down or is destroyed. Also, if you have so many brigades that the Ukrainians have, right? The Ukrainians have almost 100 brigades. If you would equip 100 brigades to NATO level, you would have to give the Ukrainians the entire equipment of the United States Army, the French Army, the Spanish Army, the German Army, the Italian Army, the British Army, the Dutch Army, the Polish Army. And then you still wouldn't have enough equipment to equip 100 Ukrainian brigades to NATO level, because all of NATO has about 120 brigades and the Ukrainians have about 120 brigades. So you get this massive discrepancy here. So to really equip Ukraine, we would have to deliver much, much more. One reason Ukraine has so many light infantry units is because they don't have the equipment for all of those units. One of the reasons Anna Levchuk is raising funds for armored ambulances is that Ukraine received armored ambulances, but each battalion needs 2, 3, 4. NATO battalions have 4 armored ambulances at least. Ukrainians mostly have 1 or maybe even none, because there's so many battalions. So you have to raise funds to buy from private companies the military ambulances that these companies bought like 10 years, 20 years back from the militaries when they took them out of service. So the reason why Ukraine needs more is because the Ukrainian military is so gigantic. And they have not enough equipment to equip all the units. I just spoke today with a girl who is in a medical platoon, and she's like, yes, we lack almost everything, and we are fundraising because we get a lot of stuff, but in the platoon there are 18 combat medics, and the equipment they received is to kit out 6, and these are kitted out perfectly. And the idea is that 6 are on the front, and when they come back with the wounded, basically they give their kit to the next who goes out and then comes back. So they rotate through the kit, because the West gave Ukraine the equipment, but it didn't give them the equipment for 15,000 combat medics. It gave them the equipment for 6,000, 7,000 combat medics, but some of them died. Equipment has been used. Some of the equipment got lost. In a war, you need constant. The United States started World War II with 8 aircraft carriers and ended it with over 100, between escort carriers, fleet carriers, and the smaller carriers and light carriers and so on. Not because the United States knew it needed 100 carriers. It just was like, churn them out, make another one, because if we lose one or if one breaks down, there's immediately one who can come and take its place. And in Ukraine, the problem is now they got like 30 Leopard 2A6. So if one breaks down, no replacement is coming. If the crew survived, the crew will sit at the base and do nothing because they don't get a replacement tank. During the Cold War, almost all NATO battalions had the full allotment of equipment, plus 10, 20 extra tanks, some extra howitzers, some extra infantry fighting vehicles. Almost all fighter wings had an extra 10 something jets because you lose some are in maintenance, some break down, but you want that all the pilots and all the units you have can fight. And if you have 60 tanks and 10 break down, then 10 of your tank crews do nothing until just wait around until tanks comes or the tanks are fixed. But if you have 10 spares, they can go back into the fight right away. And why Ukraine needs more equipment is because they are burning through equipment, which is natural because it's a war. And since the spring, no new announcements on additional tanks for Ukraine or no additional announcements on artillery for Ukraine have come forward. That means the Ukrainians are burning through equipment and there's not being replaced because Europe isn't producing it. Sorry. Right now, Europe should be churning out 30, 40 Leopard 2A8 tanks. So all the European countries get the newest Leopard tank and can give their orders to Ukraine in turn.
Thomas, how
There's, I
many
think,
are we
four
producing per month?
4 or 5 a month.
4, yeah.
4 or 5 at maximum. Yeah, so there should be 10 times that much because then, you know, it's like, oh, you're producing 40 Leopard 2A8 tanks. Super. You can give Ukraine each month 40 Leopard 2A8 tanks. That means they can continuously replace what they lose and they can form new units, and it's not happening. And so Ukraine says we need more equipment. Yes, because war means losses in material and personnel, and you have to replace it if you want to continue fight. And the argument in Europe is, yes, the Russians are also losing equipment. True. And the Russians can't replace them. Also true. So if the Russians can't replace it and the Ukrainians can't replace it, you make a stalemate. If the Ukrainians can replace it and the Russians can't, the Ukrainians will easier overrun the Russians and win.
Okay.
100%. So,
That,
ja, warte
that
kurz,
was
sorry.
very detailed.
Gerhard,
Just,
hallo,
yes.
hör zu. Wir gehen jetzt einen
Ja.
Schritt weiter. Wir machen noch eine Frage und dann gehen wir nach Nagorno-Karabach. So.
Was machen wir da?
Alles klar, hau rein. So, virtual, last question, and then we go to Nagorno-Karabach.
All right, hi everybody. I'll make it short and sweet. I hope it hasn't been asked before, but is now Ukraine winning the artillery war? I've heard somebody say that now more and more.
Yes. The Russians are firing a lot still, but they're losing an immense amount of howitzers and missile launchers. And since they're Russians, they miss a lot of what they fire. The Western counter battery radars are picking up the Russians very quickly and very efficiently. The problem is that the Ukrainians say now the major problem they face is the Russian Lancer drones, because the Russians have figured out cheaper than anti-tank guided missile, cheaper than helicopters, much more efficient than the very, very imprecise Russian artillery. And if you hit a German tank, a Leopard tank, or Bradley with 5, 6 of the Lancets, you will also destroy it. And it's a cheap price. And the Ukrainians have not yet a solution to that. But artillery-wise, the Ukrainians, in some parts of the front, the Ukrainians are bombarding the Russians with a relationship of 100 Ukrainian fire missions to 1 Russian, like along the Dnieper River. Other sections, it's more even, but the Russians do not have any longer this massive advantage that they had last year when they could fire just 6,000, 10,000 shells a day at the Ukrainians without hitting anything. But, you know, you just did it to keep the Ukrainians all the time down in their trenches. So we are better now, but it could still be better if we could give Ukraine more howitzers, because every 10 extra howitzers help the Ukrainian to best the Russian even further.
100%. All right. Change in topic.
Thank you.
Much appreciated, Virtual. Change in topic. Thomas, a deep historical, cultural fracture, an old conflict, a formerly frozen conflict, a territorial insert, a thorn in the thigh, an infested old wound. How does that sound familiar? Something reserved by the Soviet Empire, by the Russians, to use when in need, to stoke fires, use cultural and religious divides to really aggravate, and make Russia ultimately a power to settle it later. Königsberg, Moldova, Abkhazia and Ossetia, Nagorno-Karabakh. Same pattern.
Yes, yes. And the Russians repeated it in Donbass. Create a fake statelet, make sure it exists, and use it to block the country that is cursed with this statelet from developing. The only reason that we not have this kind of issue here anymore is that Azerbaijan built up a military thanks to gas and oil exports and crushed that statelet. And now the Russians are extremely busy trying to keep this conflict alive, while the European Union and the United States are doing everything they can to as quickly squash this conflict once and for all to bring peace to the Caucasus. But to understand this conflict, which goes back a long time, we have to go into the history of the Southern Caucasus. So if you don't like the Caucasus history, this is not for you, because I'm going to throw at you some long lost information.
Do it.
And Dr. Nick is a Caucasus expert, so she might be here and then wave at me and say, wait, you forgot the date and this and that. Okay, let's begin with one of the key aspects we have to talk about is the Armenian genocide, which happened, which cost 500,000 to 1 million or more people their lives, which will not be disputed by anyone here, and which caused a national trauma to the Armenian people and created a huge diaspora, especially in France and in the United States, but also in Lebanon and Syria and other places. So the Armenian genocide happened. And after World War I, Armenia and Azerbaijan immediately declared independence. And there's a key point here to understand. The genocide happened to the west of today's Armenia, right? In what is today Turkey. What Armenians call Western Armenia and the Turkish call Eastern Anatolia. So it's the same region, but since for the Turks it's in the east, and for the Armenians it's in the west, the genocide happened there. Azerbaijan is to the east of that and had nothing to do with the genocide, because Azerbaijan and Armenia, as we know it today, were both colonies of the Russian Empire at that time. So the Armenian genocide happened in World War I. World War I ends, Russian Revolution, Armenia, Azerbaijan declare independence. And now the story begins, because as it was in the Caucasus, similar to the Balkans, communities were living amongst each other. There were Armenians living in Azerbaijani villages, and there were villages all over the place between each other. After the declaration of independence of Armenia and Azerbaijan, these two countries start to wage not a real war, because they didn't have militaries, but a civil war. Both sides massacre the others. So we're not going to discuss here who killed whom and who killed first, but it's a bloody mess. And then the Soviets win the Russian Civil War and immediately invade Georgia and Azerbaijan and Armenia and annex all three territories to the Soviet Union again. And they create Georgia, Georgian Socialist Soviet Republic, Azerbaijan Soviet Socialist Republic, and Armenian Socialist Soviet Republic, which on paper are independent, but in the Soviet Union, if you make the mouth open, they will shoot you. There's a problem. There is Nagorno-Karabakh. Karabakh is the region, and Nagorno means mountainous. It's a region mostly settled by Armenians. But it's very, very close to the Azerbaijani plain. So the territory of Azerbaijan is more flat, and Armenia is in a highland. So the connection, like the easiest way to reach this Karabakh region is from Azerbaijan, because you just have to go there's one hill, and then you're at the capital of this region, and you can reach all the rest. And to Armenia, you have a really mountainous road, which back then didn't even exist. So the Soviets create an autonomous oblast. So an autonomous oblast in the Soviet Union means they have some cultural rights. And this is the Nagorno-Karabakh Autonomous Oblast, which is in Azerbaijan. 75% of the people are Armenians, and about 22% are Azerbaijanis, and the rest is Russians that are there to occupy them and control them. So this is in the Soviet Union, and there's no conflict, because obviously in the Soviet Union, if you have an ethnic conflict, the KGB moves in and shoots you and buries you in the forest, so there's all of peace. The Soviet Union begins to dissolve. And now that conflict from the 20s with the civil war returns. And the problem is, the big problem we have here is that there's an immense amount, some 400,000 Armenians living in Azerbaijan. And there's some 400,000 Azerbaijanis living in Armenia. And pogroms begin in Azerbaijan against the Armenians, and in Armenia against the Azerbaijanis. So again, we don't discuss who started it, who killed whom first. The Armenians leave Azerbaijan, the Azerbaijanis leave Armenia. And today, both countries are almost entirely just one. Azerbaijan is Azerbaijanis and Armenia is Armenia. And the conflict on Karabakh becomes from a ethnic conflict, it goes into hyperdrive, because in December 91, the Armenians make a referendum on joining Armenia. So the Karabakh Armenians make a referendum where only the Karabakh Armenians are allowed to vote if the Karabakh Armenians want to be joined to the country of Armenia. Which obviously the result is 110,000 votes are yes, and 24 are no. And I remember that it's 24 no because it's such a ridiculous result. And nobody recognizes this referendum. Not the Soviet Union, which still exists. Not anyone in the world recognizes it, because if you make a referendum where you just allow the people of your side to vote, the referendum isn't representative at all. So Armenians vote to become part of Armenia, and Azerbaijan says no, and there begins a shooting war. Armenians shoot Azerbaijanis, Azerbaijanis shoot Armenians, and so on. And
in what you explained,
end of
Thomas,
February,
they've done this now for quite some time. They've been shooting at each other
Which
since 1919.
Yes, but the thing is that now, the 1919, 1920, they had a civil war about the region, which comes back in 1991, 1992. At the end of February, the Armenian leadership in Karabakh decides that they need to ethnically cleanse Karabakh from the Azerbaijanis. And so Armenian troops go to a village named Kojali and kill everyone. Women, children, old people, 200-300 people, they just shoot everyone. As a sign to the Azerbaijanis in Karabakh that they have to leave. And now a real full-scale war begins that will cost in the end some 40,000-50,000 people their lives. Okay? And there's an important point here. At this time, Azerbaijan and Armenia become independent nations. They declare independence from the Soviet Union dissolves. These two countries are independent and not any longer under the control of Moscow. but in both countries there are Russian divisions that are still there from the Soviet time. So there's Russian airborne division in Azerbaijan and one division in Armenia and so on. The war begins, and by June 92, the Azerbaijanis are really on the offensive, and the Russians come in and intervene, and Russian helicopters and planes bomb the Azerbaijanis out of their offensive. The offensive fails, and now the Russians have intervened. But the Russians play both sides. They give weapons to Armenia, they give weapons to Azerbaijan. Russian officers and troops leave their barracks and start to fight for one or the other side if they get paid. The Armenians have more money because the diaspora sends lots of money over. The Armenians go to Lebanon and recruit immense amount of Armenian fighters that have fought in the last 10 years in the Armenian civil war. The war is brutal. It's just like in the Balkans, you know, if you get captured, they cut your throat, both sides, nobody takes prisoners. It's a brutal, brutal war. And the Armenians, thanks to the money from the diaspora, can hire more Russian mercenaries and can get more Russian equipment. So by the end of 92, the Armenians have captured all of Karabakh, and not one single Azerbaijani is alive in Karabakh anymore. They all fled or were killed. And the Armenians conquered the Lachin road, which connects Karabakh with Armenia proper.
How many
So
other
at
roads
this,
did they block, Thomas?
no, this is irrelevant. We're still in the history now. So basically, the Armenians are now connected. The Armenians now control purely Armenian Karabakh and have a road that connects them directly to Armenia. And now we must make a little side journey. Turkey and Armenia are talking about normalizing relations. Turkey and Armenia are trying to put the genocide behind and find a common future. The Turkish Prime Minister is focused on that, Demirel. He's putting his energy in it. He's putting political capital in it. He's blocking attempts by the Turkish military to help Azerbaijan. So the Turks are focusing on making the topic of the genocide go away and to basically find a peace with Armenia and open the border and allow Armenians to go and visit the Armenian cities and holy sites in Turkey and so on. And then the Armenians fuck up. They become greedy, and it's really amazing because they have conquered what they wanted and what they desired, and the whole world has not said a word. They let them do it because the world was like, it's a civil war, we don't get involved. And what happens? In April 1993, the Armenians begin to invade other regions of Azerbaijan. They start with Kalbajar. It's a region where almost zero Armenians live. The Armenians invade and drive 60,000 people out of their homes and drive them away. The entire region is down to population zero. And the United Nations immediately makes a resolution. Even Russia and China vote for it, tells the Armenians to not do that, to leave this region of Azerbaijan where there's no Armenian people, to let the Azerbaijani refugees return. And the Armenians are like, good, and invade the next region, Akdam. Then they invade the Fujuli region, then Jabrail region, Kubadil region, Zanglia. The Armenians invade 20% of Azerbaijan and ethnically cleanse it. If you think that the biggest ethnic cleansing was in the Yugoslav wars in the 90s or in Rwanda, you're mistaken. The biggest ethnic cleansing was done by the Armenians in Azerbaijan. At least 250,000, 300,000 people are cleansed, not cleansed, at gunpoint. They're driven from their homes and pushed into Azerbaijani held territory. So the United Nations in 1993 has 4 sittings where they condemn Armenia, and every time all the countries, even Russia and China, vote to tell the Armenians, stop it, get out, don't do it. And the Armenians, after each resolution, invade new regions and expel the entire population. And that is not the worst of it. After having expelled all these people from these regions where no Armenians lived, where the Armenians had no history of settling, the Armenians burned down every building. I'm not kidding. You can go to Google Maps. You can go over these regions and every building is burnt down. The Armenians burned down 10,000s of homes, schools, buildings, everything, because to prevent a possible return of the Azerbaijanis. So if we speak about the Karabakh conflict today, one of the main reasons for the hate and the problems we have is that the Armenians completely went nuts and went out of the Armenian regions into other regions. It's like, you know, the Serbians, when they invaded Croatia, they invaded parts of Croatia where the Serbian minority lived and ethnically cleansed the Croatians, drove the Croatians at gunpoint out of their homes. The Serbs didn't move into other parts of Croatia where just Croatians lived and drove the people away there. But the Armenians got drunk on their military victories and began to invade district after district, driving 10,000s of people out of their homes after each advance and burning down everything. Go to Google, enter Agdam city. Everything, a city of 30,000 people, everything was burned down by the Armenians. Nothing stands there. Once the Armenians were done, 20% of Azerbaijan was occupied, population 0. They ethnically cleansed it so completely, nobody lived. There was not a single building standing, nothing was left. And this is the original sin. This is why no country in the world is supporting Armenia with this, because no country in the world can support invading regions where your people, the Armenians, don't live. No country in the world can support ethnic cleansing at that scale and with that brutality. And no country can condone that then everything was burned down. Like seriously, just go into Google Earth and scroll around the region about Karabakh. There's village after village where you just have ruins because it was all burned down. And the Armenians pretend it never happened. They pretend these regions were always empty. Nothing was there because, you know, nobody lives there. Yes, because you expelled everyone at gunpoint. You shot all the young men, expelled the rest at gunpoint, and then you burned down everything. In 1994, the Russians forced a ceasefire. Okay? In Russia, in 1994, came in and basically forced a ceasefire because the Azerbaijanis couldn't really take back the territory because Armenia got too much Russian help. And Armenia, the government, understood that it is isolated in the world. One key point is here that in September 93, Turkey told the Armenians, we will never speak with you again until you deoccupy those regions outside Karabakh. You can keep Karabakh, but why did you have to go in these regions? So in September 1993, Turkey and Armenia entered a Cold War because the Armenians got greedy. And then the Russians organized a ceasefire. So we have like 50,000 dead people, massive 350,000 people expelled from their homes, plus all the people that had to leave Azerbaijan for Armenia and all the people that had to leave Armenia for Azerbaijan. So it's a huge tragedy. And we can only solve this conflict if both sides accept their responsibility. And as long as the Armenians pretend that they did nothing wrong in 1991, 1992, 1993, there will be no peace. And that is the problem we have right now. So let's jump forward. I know it's a lot of history, but to understand this conflict, we have to understand the history that led us to the point we are today. So in September 1997, the OSZE presents a peace plan. And the peace plan is very simple. Azerbaijan gets back the regions outside Karabakh. OSZE countries deploy peacekeepers to ensure that the Karabakh region where Armenians live is safe. Turkey and Armenia normalize relations. And then we make an internationally respected and controlled referendum in which Karabakh can join Armenia. That was the offer. And the president of Armenia and the president of Azerbaijan both accepted. And now comes the drama. This Armenian president, Ter Petrosyan, was forced to resign. He was threatened with civil war in Armenia if he is not stepping aside and making place for the Armenian prime minister at the time. And he was supported, this prime minister, by the defense minister and the interior minister. And now, people, you will hear three names that you will have to know because their influence is so horrific. Prime Minister Robert Kocharyan, he was the Prime Minister of Armenia at the time, and he was before that the Prime Minister of Karabakh. He is the guy who ordered the invasion of all these regions. And the Defense Minister, Vasgen Sargsyan, he was the Armenian Defense Minister during the war who provided the equipment and the troops for this invasion. And the Interior Minister in Armenia at the time is Serge Sargsyan, who was the Defense Minister of the Karabakh nation, who is the guy who ordered the massacre in Khojaly, where the whole women and children were murdered. He is the defense minister who ordered the ethnic cleansing. So these three guys forced the Armenian president, Ter Petrosyan, who wants to make peace, to leave office. And Robert Kocharyan becomes acting president. Then they have elections, and Kocharyan, in a very not really democratic election, is elected president of Armenia. And these three guys now take over control of Armenia. So the radicals from Karabakh, with blood on their hands, take control of Armenia. And everything that Armenia now does is subjugated to the interests of the Karabakh Armenians. Armenia, with 3 million inhabitants, is a slave to the desires of the leadership of the 150,000 Karabakh Armenians. That means no peace with Azerbaijan, no peace with Turkey, constant war. Every young Armenian has to go to the army and has to serve in Karabakh on the front lines. And on the front lines, basically to help fight the Azerbaijanis. The Armenian government spends most of its money on military equipment. To secure Russian support, Kocharyan sells off a ton of Armenian government property to the Russian government and gives the Russian military bases in Armenia. So basically, Armenia is now a slave of the most radical people in all of Armenia. And Kocharyan is president for 10 years and then hands over the presidency to Serge Sargsyan, his deputy, who was the defense minister, who was the guy who ordered the massacre in Khojaly, who has blood on his hands. So for 20 years, the Karabakh leadership that fought this war, that wanted this war, that made all these crazy decisions, from massacres to expulsion of the people to invading Azerbaijan, these are the presidents of Armenia.
And who is their liege? Who is their liege? Who do they pay tribute to? Who do they meet since the very beginning of their ascent to power of Russia? Because whilst they meet, of course, with the likes, don't forget, they were shunned for a number of years by the US administration until 2006. They were all shunned as people.
Yes.
That changed.
They were like the Milosevic of the Caucasus.
Exactly. And the George W. Bush administration didn't like them at all. And Condi Rice had a view. That changed because sides change, therefore we have to change this too. Big reset, all of this happened. But this guy, these two guys, specifically those two guys in charge, they have been with Vladimir Putin since 2001. And they've been
very tight with
Aliyev.
Putin.
Yeah, they've been funded by Aliyev. They've always been there. That's exactly the whole point. And Aliyev should not have been with them, but was, of course, because it's not a religious war at all. This is about money.
It's mostly about ethnic hate. And no, the one thing that Putin
the hate is one thing, but they make money with it too.
Yes, of course. The leadership of Karabakh has quite some, not Karabakh, the regions around Karabakh had quite some valuable mineral resources, gold mine, copper, and so on. And of course, the Karabakh leaders that now are president of Armenia gave their best friends the licenses to mine this territory and plunder it, because nobody is living there and it's a territory that nobody has. Because, I mean, you can drive for 20, 30 kilometers and you don't see a single house. So, you know, company come in and plunder the wealth there and take out the mineral resources. But the thing is that these were Milosevic people. Nobody in the West wanted to talk to them, right? Absolutely shunned. And the only friend they had was Russia. And Russia really used that to build a military base from which to project power into Iraq, into Turkey, into Iran, and so on. And the Armenians had a complete delusion that, you know, it could go on forever like that. Now comes an important point. In 2009, the OSZE tried again to make peace in Karabakh. And the deal that was offered, Azerbaijan receives back the regions outside of Karabakh. Karabakh remains a self-governing territory protected by an international peacekeeping operation. Karabakh can also annex a corridor linking it to Armenia. The Karabakh Armenians have a right to a referendum, and if they vote to join Armenia, they will join Armenia. And the OSZE in 2009 made this offer. And really strangely, Sargsyan, who was president, who was blood on his hands and the defense minister of the Armenians at the time, he realized this is the best offer that the Armenians will get. Nick has a comment. So since she is an expert on the Caucasus, let's hear her comment because she might have something really interesting to add.
I hit the button by mistake. I want to continue listening for right now, and then I'll add something later.
Okay, then go back. Sargsyan actually accepted the deal, but he said he needs to ask the Karabakh Armenians what they want. And he traveled. I mean, Sargsyan was born in Karabakh. He grew up in Karabakh. He fought in the war. He was their defense minister, and he now was the president of Armenia and did everything they wanted. And he went to the capital of Karabakh and begged them to accept this Madrid peace deal, because he told them, if you do not accept this peace deal, you will lose everything. Because this is all the nations of Europe telling us, give back the regions outside and you can join with Armenia. And nobody lives there. These are empty regions. We occupied them, we destroyed them. There's just 1-2 mines and it's not worth it. And the Karabakh Armenian leadership told him in direct terms to fuck off and never come back. So at that point, everybody in Europe understood that war will happen. And the Armenians didn't understand it. And so the government in Armenia, that is since 2007, this guy Harutyunyan rules Karabakh like a dictator since 16 years. And he became the richest guy in Karabakh in those 16 years. It's a side note. So the Armenians were like, we don't give back these territories. And what the Armenian in Karabakh then did led 100% to the war. Until then, Karabakh was called the Republic of Karabakh, and it consisted of Karabakh and the occupied territories. And after the peace plan was rejected, the Armenians reorganized, the Karabakh Armenians reorganized their country or their territory and annexed all the occupied territories outside of Karabakh. So basically, before you had a region like let's say Fujuli that was outside of Karabakh, and now the Armenians decided to annex that, and it became part of their Hadrut province of Karabakh, which signaled to the entire world, we have zero intention of giving these territories up. We're annexing now. And then the Karabakh Armenians with the diaspora started a program, recognize us as independent nation. And this was completely delusional, because which country can recognize a state that would then take away from another internationally recognized state after this little statelet Karabakh has invaded other region, ethnically cleansed, committed massacres, and then annexed territory that they completely burned down. So at this point, when they began to annex these regions, for Azerbaijan, the only solution left was violence. Next thing the Armenians in Karabakh did, they tried to settle Armenians in those regions they annexed, where they had destroyed everything. And they went to Syria because there is, from the Syrian genocide, still Syrians left over in Syria. And Syria was in the middle of a civil war, and offered these Armenians to travel to Armenia and settle in those territories. And they were completely bonkers proposals, like Armenians from America traveled there and announced, I traveled to these regions and it's completely empty. It's like the American West when we went there and nobody was there. And we should just parcel it out and donate this land to anyone who wants to settle. This is a war crime. Read the Geneva Convention. Bringing your own population in an occupied territory and settle it there is a war crime. So the Armenians committed war crime after war crime after war crime, and then made a campaign, recognize us as an independent state and recognize that we all the war crimes we did. And they were surprised that not a single country, not even Armenia itself, with a guy that was grown up in their region and was their defense minister in the war, wanted to recognize them. Because everybody understood, if you do that, you condone ethnic cleansing, you condone annexations, you condone illegal settlements. Why is no country in the world recognizing the Israeli settlements in the West Bank? Because according to the Geneva Convention, they are a war crime. And Israel isn't asking anyone to recognize them. But the Armenian diaspora and the Armenians in Karabakh wanted the world to recognize them. And Azerbaijan was like, okay, our economy is 3 times as big as Armenia's. Our population is more than 3.5 times bigger than Armenia's. We have gas and oil. We are a key strategic location. The United States and the West and all these other countries, if they want to go to Central Asia to the north is Russia, to the east is China, to the south is Afghanistan and Iran. To the west is Russia, and a small sliver is Azerbaijan. So Azerbaijan understood we have gas, we have oil, we are a strategic location. And the Azerbaijanis used that to ally with Israel, ally with Italy, ally with Turkey, ally with countries that could help them. The UK and Italy and Turkey get most of their gas and oil, an immense amount of their gas and oil from Azerbaijan over pipelines going through Georgia and Turkey. Azerbaijan gets tons of money, and these 2 countries are now allies. Israel needs a base to spy on Iran and needs a base to operate against Iran. Azerbaijan offered that to Israel. So after 2009, in the next years, Azerbaijan began to develop its economy and massively buy weapons. And the Azerbaijanis were like, we should buy a lot of that from Russia. To break the Russian...
Thomas, they modernized their whole economy in
Yes.
parallel. They opened up to the United States, they struck trade agreements, they made a significant effort to open their country.
Exactly. Bringing in money, allying with the West, becoming a gateway for the West to Central Asia. The United States Army is training the Azerbaijani military because everybody understands the importance of that country as a secular Muslim country at the South Caucasus, which can project power into Central Asia, into South Russia, against Iran. And the Armenians completely slept on that. And Azerbaijan was raking in billions with oil and gas and spent it all on weapons. While the Armenians didn't spend most of their money on weapons too, but in a corrupt way. They just bought old stuff from Jordan at inflated prices, which went into the pocket of the politicians. And so the complete belief by the Armenians was, we had this genocide, nobody's going to touch us and nobody's going to attack us, and we are going to be safe from any repercussions. And Azerbaijan was preparing to take back its territories, which it was entitled to, because all the war has been fought on Azerbaijani territory. There were 4 United Nations resolutions authorizing Azerbaijan to do just that. And on their own territory, the Armenian army was inside Azerbaijan. So Azerbaijan was doing everything within international law. Now we have to do a little stop and go back to Armenia. Because after 10 years of Kocharyan president and 10 years of Sargsyan president, Sargsyan couldn't be president anymore. So he gave up the presidency, changed the constitution to make the prime minister the most powerful person, and had himself elected prime minister.
Where did we see this before, Thomas?
Yes, he's a friend of Putin, so the ideas don't travel very far in this country. So protests erupted, and Sargsyan had immediately arrested the opposition leader, Pashinyan. But after 6 days, he realized that it doesn't really work, and he resigned rather than have a civil war in Armenia. So Sargsyan has become much milder and more wise in old age. So there were elections at the end of 2018, and Pashinyan's party won 70% of the vote. And Azerbaijan had high hopes that after 20 years of Karabakh, Armenians leading Armenia, with Pashinyan, who was a journalist, you could talk about a solution to Karabakh. And at this stage, the Azerbaijani leadership was still interested only in the regions outside, because Armenia doesn't need these regions because nobody lives there, and Azerbaijan wants to bring these 300,000 refugees, or at least some of them, back to their home places. And then Pashinyan made the error to basically continue the policy of we never give up any piece of that land we occupy, we continue to trying to have it recognized, we will annex it to Armenia, it's all ours. And so Azerbaijan was like, fine, and attacked. And after 3 days, this war was over, because you could see after 3 days, the Israeli delivered and the Turkish delivered weapons technology is crushing the Armenians. And it's not the Karabakh Armenians who died. It's Armenians, conscripts from Armenia. Most of the dead came from Armenia and were sent to die for the Karabakh Armenians in this war. The war dragged on into November, and the Azerbaijani military overran the Armenians in the south, liberated district after district, and then moved north into the Karabakh region and began into the Karabakh regions to take Armenian cities. So there were cities that the Armenians were living in, and the Azerbaijani army just advanced so fast and so broad front that, for example, the city of Hadrut, was taken by the Azerbaijanis. And then the Azerbaijanis reached Sushi, which is the old capital of the region of Karabakh. So the Armenians were completely devastated. Their military was just crushed. They were lying in their propaganda, they were winning, but if you looked at just basic amount of destroyed Armenian equipment, you knew after 3 days, this war is lost, it's over, it's gone. The Armenians need to surrender, just killing their youth for nothing. So we're almost at the end. So in November, after having taken Sushi, this city on this mountainside, the Armenians tried a counterattack, and everyone who was sent into attack died in an ambush. After that, the Armenians fled. 70–80% of the population of Karabakh fled because they realized in 1 or 2 days, maybe 3 days, the Azerbaijanis will have taken the entire region. And at that moment, Putin stepped in and forced Azerbaijan to go for a ceasefire. Because at that time, people assumed that Russia is a strong military power, and that if the Azerbaijanis would refuse a ceasefire, the Russians would come to the aid of the Armenians. The ceasefire agreement was exactly as predicted. The Armenians have to return all the regions outside of Karabakh. And what Azerbaijan conquered of Karabakh, where Armenians lived in the last 20 years, they don't have to give back. The Armenian army has to leave Karabakh, and Russian peacekeepers will come for 5 years to secure the area. And in Armenia, the people immediately, Kocharyan and all the radicals and the diaspora accused Pashinyan, the prime minister, of being a traitor and being a Turk, which is an insult in Armenia, and they sent him death threats and so on. So the Armenian army retreated, but left lots of equipment in Karabakh. And the Armenians handed over finally all the regions after almost 30 years. They handed over the regions that they had occupied and that were completely depopulated and returned them to Azerbaijani control. So as
What did I say
Sargsyan,
earlier, Thomas? What did I say earlier? Something reserved to use when a need to stoke fires, use cultural and religious divides to divide and conquer and make Russia a power to then settle it later. 5 years of Russian peacekeepers to keep the conflict somewhat going, never fully resolved, and
yes,
Russia being there.
but now comes the interesting thing. Pashinyan went for elections. He didn't have to. He went for elections, and his message was, with me, peace, but you can vote for Kacharyan and more war. And 54% of Armenians in Armenia voted for Pashinyan and peace, because the Armenians in Armenia are fed up with the diaspora and fed up with the Karabakh Armenians, for whom their sons died for nothing. So Pashinyan decided to go for peace, and the European Union and the United States came in to negotiate between Armenia and Azerbaijan, because Pashinyan understood if the Azerbaijanis and he make a deal, there will be peace. If you want the Armenians in Karabakh to make this peace, nothing will happen, because the Karabakh Armenians, they insist that the borders of their republic still include all the territories that they had before the war, including the territories they invaded and annexed and ethnically cleansed in 93. So what the Karabakh Armenians say, we can make peace once Azerbaijan returns all the territories to us, even those that we ethnically cleansed and annexed. They still live in a complete delusion that they can dictate basically conditions. So Pashinyan, which is really amazing, he went to meet the president of Azerbaijan, Aliyev, to make peace. And they were on a good way. And then even with Turkey, Pashinyan understood that if Armenia needs to have a future, he has to make peace with Turkey. And he met with Erdogan, which is for, if you listen to the Armenian diaspora, Turkey, the whole nation of Turkey has only one thing on its mind, to genocide Armenians. If you listen to the Armenian diaspora, all Azerbaijanis think 24 hours a day about genociding Armenians. The truth is, neither Azerbaijan nor Turkey have any interest in Armenia. They just want this conflict to end. So Pashinyan met with Erdogan, and they are also on a good path to a peace treaty between Armenia and Turkey. And just think, Erdogan was re-elected Turkish president, and Armenia's Prime Minister Pashinyan came to the inauguration. It's the first time in history an Armenian Prime Minister came to the inauguration of a Turkish president. And Erdogan went out of his way to welcome him, and he sat him behind Aliyev so they could talk, and he sat him next to the Prime Minister of Pakistan, because Pakistan is the only country in the world that does not recognize Armenia's existence, and Erdogan wants to end this stalemate too. So everyone is trying to make peace. Azerbaijan, Armenia, Turkey, United States, European Union. Except the Russians don't want peace, because once there is peace, Russia loses its arbiter role, its influence. It cannot meddle anymore. So the Russians are now trying to keep the conflict going, to stoke it, to restart the war, to bring in new weapons. So, for example, the Americans, with a lot of energy, organized a first peace summit between the Karabakh, Armenian, and the Azerbaijani governments. And it was kept secret, and it should be in Bulgaria, and they should just try to hash out some autonomy. The Russians heard about it, and the Russians threatened the Karabakh Armenians into not going. So everyone in the Caucasus, the Armenian people, the Azerbaijani people, everybody wants a peace, and the Russians don't want it. And the Russians are now supporting the Karabakh Armenians to keep the conflict alive, providing them with weapons, with equipment to start a new war. Because if there's a new war, the Russians can come in to protect the Armenians, and then automatically their mandate of peacekeepers needs to be extended, and the Russians do everything to restart the war and basically make sure that there is never gonna be peace there. Who are the victims? The victims are obviously the Armenian people in Armenia, because they are fed up with these crazy people over the border in Azerbaijan of Armenian heritage, who have kept them hostage for more than 20 years and demanded that their sons come and die for them. So right now we have a problem in Karabakh. Supposedly the people there are starving because Azerbaijan blocked the only road. First, Azerbaijan built this road completely new so the Karabakh Armenians can travel quickly and easily to Armenia. So let's begin with, that this road exists because Azerbaijan wants the Armenians and the Karabakh Armenians to communicate and travel easily between each others. And as soon as the road was finished, the Russians began to smuggle truckloads of weapons and equipment into Karabakh. And obviously the Azerbaijanis see that the Russians are basically stoking this war, and the Azerbaijanis are absolutely not interested to have this war renewed or continue this war. So the Azerbaijanis first blocked the road with some peace activists and environmental activists, basically as a warning. But the Russians then basically used the road and then used side roads to still continue smuggling operations into Karabakh. And they didn't just bring a little bit of guns, they brought howitzers and ammunition and mines and even soldiers into Karabakh to basically strengthen the Armenians there for a war, which then would see Russia extend its role as arbitrator of the conflict. So the Azerbaijanis built a customs point at the border of the new road and said, we are going to inspect all the trucks now. We are stopping this kind of smuggling. No more of this Russian organized weapons and material for war smuggling. And the Armenian, Karabakh Armenians were like, you will never inspect any truck. And so the road is blocked because the Armenians refuse to let the trucks be inspected. And the Azerbaijanis insist on inspecting the trucks. Russia already tries to arbitrate because, they love it if there's conflict. And the European Union, the United States try to mediate. And the option would be, the Azerbaijanis also built new roads from Azerbaijan to Karabakh. So you can reach it from both sides on new roads. And Azerbaijan was like, the Armenians can bring all the food, all the stuff they want over these roads that begin in Azerbaijan. Because we know that if a truck leaves some city in Azerbaijan with food for Karabakh, be it milk, be it cheese, be it clothes, be it baby food, all we know, there won't be any weapons in there because nobody in Azerbaijan can provide weapons for these trucks. But the trucks that come in from outside Azerbaijan and cross into Azerbaijan territory and then move over this new road to Karabakh, we will inspect them.
Thomas, these trucks, they are all very diverse. These are humanitarian trucks. Like in Europe, there's 50 different operators. They all couple together. They create a convoy. They all are from different places. Oh no, sorry. They all have one word on it.
Yes.
They all look the same.
Yes. They're all from the same Armenian organization, and basically it's the Armenian government is pretty quiet and pretty relaxed because they know that this is all a theater. And the problem isn't that the people in Karabakh are starving. The problem is that the government of Karabakh wants to continue smuggling weapons. And to make sure that no food comes from Azerbaijan to Karabakh, the Karabakh Armenians blocked all the roads that go into Azerbaijan and insist that they will only use the one road that goes to Armenia, but only if they can transport stuff in without anyone inspecting it. And I mean, if you cross with a truck from Mexico to the US, if you insist that your truck will not be inspected on the border between Mexico and Texas, your truck is not going to get into the United States. And if you try to force the border, you will be shot by the United States Border Patrol. So the idea what the Armenians have here, that because we are Armenians, nobody has to inspect our trucks, doesn't work. So the reason we have a problem in the Caucasus right now is because the Russians want to stoke a war, and the Russians are pushing the radical Karabakh Armenian leadership by telling them, we support you, just be radical, just be radical. And the Armenian diaspora is supporting also the radicals in Karabakh with all kinds of campaigns, and the people are starving and Azerbaijan is committing genocide and so on. And then you listen to the Armenian government, and the Armenian government is like, we don't want to get involved. You listen to the European Union is mostly like, whatever. So the issue is here that everyone wants to try to make peace in the Caucasus, and the Russians are trying everything to make sure never will there be peace in the Caucasus. And what we can do, the best thing is we can get rid of the Russians, but bring in a Ukrainian brigade and kill all the Russian peacekeepers. That would be the best thing to do, because, but right now it looks like that both sides are preparing for war, because the Karabakh Armenians think that if we say we went to war because we starve, the world will help us. No, the world will not help you. The Russians tell the Karabakh Armenians to go to war because Russia will help them. No, Russia will not help them. It will just try to extend its own influence. And if there is a war, Azerbaijan will take 3 days, 5 days to completely crush the remaining Armenians in Karabakh. It's like Liechtenstein, not even that, it's like Andorra declaring war on France and Spain at the same time and saying we can beat you because we have the backing of Portugal. No, the Karabakh Armenians were delusional when they invaded their regions around them. The Karabakh Armenians were delusional when they rejected the peace treaty in 1997, when they rejected the Madrid peace treaty in 2009. They're still delusional because they want, it's like Russia. Putin says, yes, we can make peace with Ukraine, but you have to hand over Kherson to me and Zaporozhye, where the Russian troops never were, and you have to hand over Kharkiv to me, where the Russian troops never were. And then Putin is like, yes, then we will make peace. And the Karabakh Armenians are the same delusion as Putin. The Azerbaijanis have to give us territory that we invaded and ethnically cleansed. And why do the Azerbaijanis have to give us this territory? Well, we had it for the last 20 years. And 2000 years ago, all this was territory of the Armenian kingdom. And when we came, nobody was living there. So it's like with the Indians, the cowboys came and took the land because there was just nobody there living. And most people who promote this nonsense live in Glendale, California, which, as we all know, 200 years ago was settled by Indians. And the argument that since nobody was living there, we can have it here. It's like, was it just when the land was taken from the Indians? No. So it wasn't just when the Armenians took the land from the Azerbaijanis and expelled them. And now demanding that this territory is ours, it's like, oh.
Thomas, the Olmecs have the older rights. I think it was very terrible that the Indians in the round about 300 before Christ actually fought off the Olmecs and took away their land, which is now today in California. We really have to be more precise about all the victimhood here. No, I agree with you. I put this up in the nest because people, not everybody has seen this eclectic amount of humanitarian trucks. It's astonishing, and they look so ramshackle, downtrodden, unorganized, Thomas. If only the Russians would have such a logistics chain for their own troops in Ukraine.
The thing is that these trucks are not meant to bring humanitarian food to Karabakh. These trucks are meant to be lined up on the road that leads to the region of Karabakh, so they can take pictures of that, the Armenian propaganda, and say, look at all the trucks that cannot enter Karabakh and bring food there. And the thing is that Azerbaijan is continuously saying, just tell us what kind of food and stuff you need. We put it on trucks, and we put the trucks on the road that goes from Agdam to Karabakh. And on the border, you can take the trucks and take all the food and what you need into Karabakh. We will be okay with that, because we know the Russians are not going to smuggle weapons with those trucks. And the Armenians insist that they have the right to smuggle weapons, and that's the whole problem we have right now. So,
so this is about the fact that an autonomous region, which still belongs to the sovereign country of Azerbaijan, which actually Azerbaijan would therefore be required to provide for. It would be required to provide for, even if, just imagine if this were different, if this were nation A occupying a part of nation B, they would still, under the laws of armed conflict, required to provide for the civilian population. It doesn't matter however you want to peel the onion. Azerbaijan is required to provide for it. They have offered to do so. It has been rejected. That's the whole point. And all the other road access points have been closed in recent years, haven't they?
Yes, the Armenians closed the roads because to make sure that the Azerbaijanis cannot give them any food. And the thing is that...
And these road access points are in lowlands, right?
Yes.
They are in lower access routes. So less difficult than having a dramatic cruise with massive investment going in there across a pass, and so that you can have this meandering stream of Armenian trucks.
Yeah, the thing is just, I mean, if the Armenians say we let the trucks be inspected and we allow the Azerbaijanis to look inside and see that there's no weapons and military equipment inside, if the Armenians allow that, all the trucks can enter Karabakh and bring the food and the stuff the Karabakh say they lack. It's no problem. The Azerbaijanis make it clear, we do not want any more Russian organized military equipment smuggling. And at this point, Armenia and everybody else understands that this is a correct and just request by Azerbaijan. The problem is that the Russians are massively pushing the Karabakh Armenians to reject that. And the Russians can still pass, the Russians, because they're peacekeepers, they're not being inspected. And the Russians shamelessly keep smuggling stuff in. Weapons and also food, because you continuously can go to Instagram and see that the Karabakh Armenians have birthday parties and sushi and drink expensive cognac and have chocolate cakes and fresh fruit. The problem is that this is a theater that the Karabakh Armenians stage to get attention on the world stage and justify more violence, and the Russians support it. So
Thomas,
we need to.
how about somebody sending peacekeepers from, say, a generally different nation there?
That was on offer, and it was rejected by the Karabakh Armenians, because they know if, let's say, there's peacekeepers from Spain and Germany and UK and Canada replacing the Russians, there would be no more weapons smuggling. But if you listen to there was a speech by the leader of the Karabakh Armenians like 10 days ago, and basically his whole speech was like, we're going to take back all the territories that the Azerbaijanis robbed from us. It's sounding like a crazy Serb who's saying like, we are going to invade Bosnia and Croatia again. Are you
we
sure?
need to send a descendant of General Half there.
Yeah. And the thing is just the Karabakh Armenians, I mean, they are living in Karabakh. Okay, they have been there for centuries. Okay, they shouldn't be forced to leave. But if there's another war, and if the Karabakh Armenians start it, those 2,000 Russian peacekeepers, with Russia so tangled up in Ukraine, the Azerbaijanis will just overrun the Russian peacekeepers and the Armenians, and then there will be 0 Armenians left in Karabakh. The Karabakh Armenians lost because they gave up the peace plans that were offered to them. And now if they continue that, they will lose everything. And I find it wonderful that Pashinyan is trying to make peace with all his neighbors. And it's so disgusting to see how the diaspora organization and the Karabakh Armenians and the Russians are trying everything to sabotage peace. And the diaspora does it because, if you're a diaspora organization and you can tell the people in America or France, Armenia is at risk, genocide, blah, 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 it means more donations. So they want to keep this conflict alive for their donations, and also because as long as Armenia is poor and isolated, the diaspora has more influence. So the people in Armenia are as much victims as anyone else here. And the diaspora people who live in pleasant places in the West and have a much higher income and a better life. And the Russians who don't care at all about the Armenians in Karabakh or in Armenia. These people try to push a war on that Caucasus again, who will be disastrous for the Armenian Karabakhis. And so the reason why I wanted to speak about this topic today is because the Karabakh Armenians just lie about everything, pretend that they never ethnically.
Their leadership.
Yes, their leadership just lies. We never invaded anyone. We never ethnically cleansed anyone. We are the victims here and so on, which is not true. And they're now lying about starving and lying about being blockaded. And all this leads to the next war, which will be tragic. And I want to speak about it because the Russians are, as always, pushing for more suffering, for more death, for more destruction. And what I'm just amazed at, that so many people in Europe blindly believe all the nonsense that the Karabakh Armenians sprout and announce without even knowing what is the history like. If you don't know what happened in 1991 to 1993, you cannot speak about this conflict, but everybody has an opinion, and it's all idiots that have these opinions, and it's shocking.
And Thomas, isn't it correct to say that even if the Armenians in Karabakh get wiped out and completely driven out of the region, for the Russians, that would be a media and propaganda success as well, because they will claim the eternal victimhood and hang it over the collective West as being guilty of allowing for the Karabakh Armenians to be massacred and driven out and what have you not.
Exactly. Pin the blame on the West, on the UK, and on Turkey, and on Israel, and on Italy, and other countries that support Azerbaijan. And if Armenians are driven out of Karabakh in the next war, they would have to flee to Armenia, and that would cause in Armenia, like, you know, when the Azerbaijanis had to flee from the Armenian soldiers in 1993, that led to an immense hardening of attitudes in Azerbaijan against the Armenians. There was no compromise after that anymore. There was hatred. So even if the Russians cannot prevent the Armenians of Karabakh being completely driven out of their homes in the next war, these people will go to Armenia, and it will harden attitudes in Armenia. That means there will be no peace.
It's good for Russia.
There will be no peace treaty, which means that Armenia will remain isolated by its neighbors. Which means that basically Armenia will be still at war with its two biggest neighbors, Azerbaijan and Turkey, and Armenia will remain completely dependent on Russia for military and economic help, which guarantees that Russia retains its base in Armenia from which to project power south of the Caucasus. So for the Russians absolutely don't care. When the Russians, like the Russians didn't care about the people of Donbass, they just invaded and then used these people in Donbass, that state, as cannon fodder, and almost all the men have been killed in the fight because the Russians just used them as cannon fodder to just run into Ukrainian machine guns. The Russians don't care at all about the fate of the Karabakh Armenians. The Karabakh Armenians are completely on drugs if they think that the Russians will help them.
Well, they're rather on the Russian payroll, to be honest with you. I mean the Karabakh leaders, and that's well-known practice in not only in Armenia and Karabakh, but throughout.
The Russians even sent one of their agents to Karabakh, who was an Armenian billionaire, friend of Putin, and he came in and tried to be a politician and basically tried to harden the situation so that the Russians can keep control. So yes, as you say, these people, also the leadership in Armenia, in Karabakh, doesn't really care about the Karabakh people. The leader of the Karabakh people is the richest guy in Karabakh, and he doesn't care about the people. He wants to care about his empire, that he built his economic empire there. So the thing is that the Russian peacekeepers are a problem, because without them, if you wouldn't have Russian peacekeepers, if you would have a United Nations or OSZE mission, as was proposed earlier, you would have peacekeepers who would not allow weapon smuggling. You would have peacekeepers who would stop arming of the Armenians in Karabakh, which would tell the Karabakh Armenians there is no new war, there's no chance of military victory. They would be forced to negotiate for peace. But in 2020, when the Russians forced this agreement on the two countries, people assumed that Russia is a military power, and that meant that Russia came in and retains control. And now, in November 2025, the Russian mandate ends, and until then, the Russians must have stoked the conflict to such levels that their mandate has to be extended, even the United States, because, you know, they will have to push for it. But I can tell you, Azerbaijan is not going to fall for it. To some hands, because people have questions or comments, I think.
Yes, exactly. I was just about to say, Emil was so kind as to have his hand up patiently, and afterwards we go to Alex. Emil, good evening, good morning.
Hello, good evening, and good day, everyone. Thomas, thank you. As you may or you may not know, I am from Azerbaijan, and this war has affected me a lot. So I was born in it. As Bain said, I was born in it, molded by it. And my wife was born in the refugee camp, and she grew up in the refugee camp. So it's quite personal to me. In the history part, I have several comments regarding what you have previously said. I agree with like 95% of it. The Azerbaijan does not have one nation as Armenia does, as you previously mentioned. It was like two countries, two nations. It's not technically true, because I am one of the minorities in Azerbaijan. I'm Talysh, so I don't have Turkic origin. I have Persian origin. And in Azerbaijan, there are like more than 30 little nations. And the second one was about secret meeting between Lukashenko and Aliyev, which appeared in the media during the pandemic, where Ilham Aliyev offered literal money for Armenia giving back the 5 surrounding regions, regions surrounding Karabakh. I think it was like 7 billion in foreign investments, and they did refuse it, of course. The third comment would be about Shusha, which you mentioned. Shusha was almost completely Azerbaijani city back in the day, before the war, before the first war started. And regarding the Russian help, I agree with you. And there are a lot of documented videos, not only videos. Since 2020, when the war ended and Russian peacekeepers entered the region, so the condition was, while Russian peacekeepers are entering, while being the operative word, means at the same time, all the military personnel should have been withdrawn. But it didn't happen, of course. And since 2020, there are 670 new military objects, including including trenches for soldiers, for artillery, small barracks, and etc. in Karabakh, which was built via Russian peacekeeper supports, which also has a lot of video, like drone footage, which shows how Russian peacekeepers are moving alongside with the Armenian soldiers and building stuff and just protecting them. And whenever Azerbaijan tries to do something about it, so the main news is we were using tractors for agriculture and they shoot us. And then at the couple minutes later, new video comes out where they are using tractors to build some trenches and they are being shot at. They withdraw. So yeah, it was just my comment. I didn't have a question, and I thank you for your input.
Thank you, Emil. Yeah, there's some really important points here. One important point that I didn't mention: the ceasefire agreement in 2020 required the Armenian military to take all its troops and all its equipment and leave Karabakh. The Armenians removed their troops, but they left a lot of their equipment. And the Russian peacekeepers came immediately in and declared that this is our equipment, our equipment. No, Azerbaijan, this is our equipment. Sorry. Air defense system, tanks, howitzers, which the Russian peacekeepers per agreement were not allowed to have. And after 2 years, the Russians slowly began to give this equipment to the Karabakh Armenians again. And the Russians smuggled Armenian volunteers and soldiers in Russian uniforms into Karabakh to use this equipment. So the Russian, if there's a war in Karabakh again, the blame lies with Russia, because they have worked since the first day they entered this region to keep the military capabilities of the Karabakh Armenians alive and to start a new war. So, and the Armenian people voted with 54% for peace. The Armenian people are fed up and don't want to have anything to do with it anymore. But you have in the military of Armenia officers and troops and volunteers and veterans who don't care. And you have the Russians who basically organize and support them. And you have money from Russia and diaspora organizations coming in for propaganda, like these trucks lined up. These trucks might even be empty because the Azerbaijan is never going to inspect them. Not even the international observers from the International Red Cross could inspect these trucks. These trucks just arrived near the border, said we can't enter with a humanitarian aid into Karabakh. Then they stood there, then they were taking pictures of these trucks lined up that cannot go to Karabakh with food. And then these trucks went back. Were they empty? We don't know. Nobody looked inside. But someone paid for them, and the Armenians are now spreading this propaganda that the trucks cannot enter Karabakh. Well, there's other roads, and are these trucks, do they even contain food? And so, yeah, the whole thing is a whole farce, a farce that can lead to a horrific war. And that's why I'm trying to tell people we must know the history, and we must push, not Azerbaijan, we must push against the Russians, and we must make it absolutely clear to the Karabakh Armenians that a new war will see them annihilated and driven out of their homeland.
It must not be allowed to happen.
Yes, a new war would be horrific.
I just wanted quickly to make a comment, just small. Even if in those trucks there were food, those trucks don't have refrigeration, and it's been more than 3 weeks, and everything is spoiled now. Everything is rotten. So even if there were even if there was a food, it's not edible anymore.
It's all dry pasta, Emil. Don't you know? It's dry pasta made by Kalashnikov.
Yeah, the problem is the big problem is that ultimately Azerbaijan might decide that it is better to fight now and expel the Russians and the Armenian military formations now, while Russia is distracted in Ukraine. So there's a real danger that we will have a war in Karabakh, and Pashinyan and the Armenian military wouldn't intervene, because Pashinyan knows the Armenian people don't want that anymore. The Armenian people don't want war. The Armenian people want peace and development and neighborly relations with their neighbor Turkey and Azerbaijan. And that the diaspora and the Russians are trying so hard to basically destroy the chance at peace, it what irks me so much. And all these comments in European newspapers and so on, the Karabakh Armenians are starving. If I refuse to eat food because it comes from the Italian restaurant and not from the Spanish restaurant, whose fault is it that I'm hungry? I'm sorry. I mean, I have very little patience for that. On the other hand, I think I am from a minority that lives in a different nation. Okay? I'm a South Tyrolean and I am in Italy. We are a minority in Italy. And the Italians could have done ethnic cleansing, or we could have had a civil war. And what happened was that the Austrians and the Italians said, we will do a treaty that guarantees this minority an autonomy with Austria as protection power, and the autonomy is part of the constitution of Italy. That means we are, for changing to the autonomy, you need a 2/3 majority in both parliaments of the Italian parliament, in both chambers of the Italian parliament. Then you can change the autonomy. The autonomy then cannot be changed because we could call on Austria, and Austria has the right to go and bring these decisions to a vote at the United Nations. So if Italy would try to take our autonomy away, Italy would find itself at the United Nations in front of all the other nations, forced to explain by Austria why they're taking our autonomy away. And
Keine Sorge, Thomas, wir kommen dann helfen.
What happened when the Italians offered their autonomy? This was one of the poorest regions of Italy. Then their autonomy in 1975 was enacted, and 25 years later, this is the richest region of Italy by far. And we have so much autonomy that all Italian regions hate us because they all want the same level of autonomy as we have. And so the Karabakh Armenians, instead of going for war and trying to, I mean, when we came to Italy, the Italians cut off some small reed parts like Cortina d'Ampezzo, and the valleys around it were taken away from our region and given to the Veneto region. We could demand that this returns, but we know we don't change borders, and we got autonomy, and we live in peace and prosperity. And our biggest problem is that so many Italian tourists come that we don't know where to put them all, because they all love our region and want to eat our food and love our dances and our music and our whatever. And so the biggest problem we have is tourism, not enough hotels. And so the Karabakh Armenians that are a minority in a different country, the solution when you are 150,000, maybe 100, maybe it's even less, we don't know, because the Karabakh Armenians claim there are 150,000 people, but I have seen estimates that say they're just 60,000, 70,000 people. So nobody really knows how many they are. So if you're, let's say you're a minority of 100,000 people who want to wage war against a country with 10.3 million people, you are 100,000 Karabakh Armenians, and you want to wage war against a country whose military is 135,000 men. You're delusional. You're throwing away the lives of your young men for nothing. You're throwing away the place where you live for a complete delusion. Get off the drugs. This is why I'm speaking about Karabakh sometimes, because I cannot just understand that people can be that delusional and risk so much the future of their people for promises from Russia. If you get promises from the Italian mafia, they value more. If you get promises from Donald Trump, they're 10 times more valuable than any promise from Russia. And the Armenians, the Karabakh Armenians, we have always to separate between Karabakh Armenians and Armenians in Armenia. So let's go to more questions, because I have spoken enough about this topic, and there might be questions.
There's Alex Ruggieri, and after that, there's Alex from Georgia. So, Alex Ruggieri.
Thank you, Axel. And Thomas, thank you for that wonderful summary about the putting into a nice, understandable capsule the complex history there. So I am actually calling or speaking to you from Glendale, California. I have a couple of questions, but I also wanted to make a comment. You're totally correct about the fervor, to put it mildly, of the diaspora amongst the Armenians, particularly here in the U.S. And I can tell you that I have been witness to some of that fervor here, where I live in Glendale. During the 2020, or at the run up to the 2020 election, the 2020 presidential election here in the U.S., the diaspora was out in full force with Trump flags, and they were very supportive of Trump, primarily because of his strong relationship with Putin at the time, and his willingness to cozy up to Putin's interest. And the other thing I could say is during the 3 or 4 day war, the local community here was turned on its head. I mean, they blocked the streets. There were cars honking their horns all through the night. There were fireworks going off. So it was quite disruptive. So that I can definitely speak to the passion and the fervor of the Armenian diaspora. And it's interesting for me, or somewhat awkward for me at times, because I listen to this space a lot. I'm on this space frequently, and I enjoy it immensely. And I have a lot of passion in support of Ukraine. But I hear Russian spoken in the hallways of my building, and it's quite awkward. But anyway, I do have a couple of questions. One is kind of a military question, and the other one relates to the arguments that the Armenians and particularly the Armenian diaspora seems to put forward. Of course, I hear about the Artsakh Karabakh Armenians are starving, etc. That narrative is prevalent. I also hear a narrative that there is a vision by Erdogan to reunite or somehow connect the Turkish, or what he views as Turkish people, including Azerbaijan and Turkmenistan, eventually into a united front or an Turkish axis of some sort. And I was wondering if you've heard that. And then the second question I have is the military question, and the conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia that occurred 4 years ago or 3 years ago. It seemed to me, at least, that seemed to be the first time, at least, I heard of the importance and the value that drone technology could bring to war. And I was wondering your thoughts on that as well. Thank you.
Oh yay, Glendale. Glendale is famous for being the most radical Armenians in the world, completely detached from reality. And everything is a genocide there. Erdogan goes to eat, genocide. Azerbaijan goes to the Olympic Games, genocide. So it's completely bonkers how detached these people over there are from the Armenians in Armenia, who have to live and fight and die in these wars. So that's this narrative that Erdogan wants to create a greater Turkish empire or something comes out of the Armenian diaspora nonsense, because I mean, the Erdogan was ready to let go of Northern Cyprus if these Northern Cypriots and the Southern Cypriots can make a peace treaty. Not really empire building if you let go of some territory you have occupied since the 70s. The whole mess that Erdogan makes in the Mediterranean is because he understands there's oil and gas under the sea and he wants to have a share of that. But most of the Turkish coast is just a few kilometers and then begins Greece. And so he's trying to basically cut out some parts of the Mediterranean to exploit for gas and oil, because right now Turkey has to buy it mostly from Russia and from Azerbaijan. So this is all narratives that are pushed by the Armenians. I mean, one of the favorite Armenian narratives is Erdogan is obsessed with finishing the Armenian genocides and he wants to exterminate all Armenians. Yeah, that's why he invited Pashinyan, the prime minister of Armenia, to his inauguration, hugged him and presented him to everyone and tried to introduce him and basically made him his guest of honor at his inauguration. Absolutely genocidal, right? So the thing is that Azerbaijan just wants to get over with this stuff, and Turkey wants to get over with this stuff, and the Armenian diaspora doesn't want it to be over like the Russians, because if you are the diaspora and Armenia is at peace with its neighbors and there's no risk of genocide or war, people will slow down their donations. And if there is no economic pressure on Armenia from its neighbors, the donations and the help from the diaspora organizations lose value because Armenia doesn't need it. It develops itself economically and so on. And Armenia has been losing young people like crazy. Young people left Armenia by the 100,000s in the last years. Why? The young guys didn't want to serve in Karabakh and die for this shithole. And the young women didn't want to live in a country where they study and then they live poor, when they can go to America and have super jobs and marry Armenian guys in America and have 10 times, 15 times the salary and the better life. So Armenia needs peace. Armenia deserves peace. And diaspora and Russia trying to stop it is vile, because they're not doing it as the Russians don't say we love Armenia, we're doing it because we love Armenia. The Russians say we're doing it because we want to control this Caucasus, we want to rule over these people. And the diaspora says we don't want peace because we love Armenia and we need to protect Armenia from the Turks committing genocide. And the Turkish are like, we don't think about you all the time. What the we don't know what you want from us. the Turkish think more about the next Swedes baklava or something than about the Armenians. Nobody cares. It's completely irrelevant. It's a complete propaganda nonsense. Now to the drones. Azerbaijan-Armenia war between 27 September 2020 and I think 7th or 10th November 2020 was the
Roll out
first
the test case.
Drone war. The two drones that the Azerbaijanis used most were the Turkish TB2 and the Israeli Harop. They also had Israeli Harpy and Israeli Heron drones. They don't have an air force. The Azerbaijanis didn't have an air force, but you know, if you have air power, you can devastate your enemy from the air and destroy its equipment behind the front. The Azerbaijanis paired this massive amount, thousands of suicide drones, hundreds of other drones. The Azerbaijanis paired that with precision-guided missiles from Turkey and Israel, with massive amounts of artillery from Czechia, Slovakia, and Russia, with massive amounts of rocket artillery from Israel, Turkey, and Russia and Belarus. And what happened? The first 3 days, the Azerbaijanis struggled to cross the Armenian minefields. Once they were past the minefields, the Azerbaijanis devastated the Armenians. The Armenians moved with a truck. 5 minutes later, a suicide drone flew in by the window and detonated in the truck, killing everyone. The Armenians brought forth a tank. 5 minutes later, a drone, a Turkish TB2, dropped a MAM-L munition. The tank blew up. The drone spotted an Armenian tank close to the front. Immediately, Israeli-made Spike anti-tank guided missiles with long range or extended range engine go up into the sky, dive down, blew up the tank. The Armenians couldn't move. The Armenians fired their rockets. A drone was at the spot 3 minutes later, followed it to where it was parked, saw the ammunition, saw the other systems, and bombed it all to pieces. Armenian infantry moved up, tried to dig some foxholes, and tried to get into position to delay the advancing Azerbaijanis. The drones immediately spotted them day and night because they all have thermal cameras. Minutes later, cluster munition rained down and ballistic missiles came down to blow up whatever equipment there was. The Armenians moved all the ammunition in a forest. Minutes later, incendiary rockets launched incendiary munitions over that forest and burned it all down. The Armenians lost approximately 80 to 90% of all their vehicles, howitzers, tanks, equipment to drones. Air defense system, Russian Tor systems that were active. Turkish TB2 observed it. Harop drones hit it. S-300 Harop drones hit it. Armenian positions, bunkers, missiles smashed into it that were guided by laser guidance from the TB2 drones. Armenians basically hit equipment under agricultural garages. Minutes later, Azerbaijani drones were overhead. The Armenians met and discussed something. Minutes later, a drone dropped ammunition in the middle of them and killed half of them. Armenians built a tent. Boom! Immediately, a drone flew into that. The Armenians were completely without a chance. There was zero they could do. They just died in masses. The war was over after 3 days, and the Azerbaijanis just every day an airplane full with fresh drones from Israel arrived. There was zero chance for the Armenians. Once the Azerbaijanis were through the mine belt and through the first line of defense of the Armenians, it was over. And I said so, and I was attacked for that because people were like, no, the Armenians are going to win. You can't win a war if you have in every sector of the front, let's say 1 mile by 1 mile, you have a dozen suicide drone, 3 bomber drones, 3 observation drones, 2 electronic warfare drones, 2 jamming drones, and 10 small reconnaissance drones overhead. And opposite this 1 by 1 mile sector, you have 20 artillery systems just waiting to bombard everything that is discovered. The Armenians had 0 chance. And you know what is important to mention here? Since then, the Azerbaijanis had bought and increased their drone arsenal 10 times. So if the Armenians try a new war, instead of having 50 drones per mile by mile sector, they're gonna have 500 drones overhead. The Azerbaijanis bought the Akinci bomber drone. I mean, the Azerbaijanis have figured out what the Ukrainians would like to have, that if you don't have an air force, masses of suicide drones, jamming drones, electronic warfare drones, recon drones, all produced by Israel, plus precision-guided artillery like HIMARS and Excalibur, plus normal artillery, you can mass kill the enemy in the most brutal and efficient and devastating way imaginable. There was one video, which I can't find anymore, of some Iranians on the Iranian side of the border looking to a hill in the south of the occupied territories where the Armenians had tried to make a stand, and the whole hill was just one giant fireball, because every second about 20, 30 rockets, artillery systems, and drones just hit that hill and killed. There were single Armenian soldiers that got a suicide drone to their head because the Azerbaijanis just were going after everything that moved. One video was where the Armenian leadership was going in a convoy, right? Harutyunyan and his generals were going in a convoy to the front, and an Azerbaijani drone spotted them, and the next 5 minutes, artillery, rocket artillery, cluster munitions, ballistic missiles, drones, everything hit that few cars. And the only thing Harutyunyan survived is because he jumped out of the burning car and just ran into a forest where he hid from the drones. But most people in his convoy were killed. So the Armenians, thinking that it's kind of like saying the Armenians were going against the US Air Force. You don't win a war against the US Air Force with its 3,600 fighter jets and bombers. And the
So
Azerbaijanis...
but the Russians didn't supply the Armenians with any of the kit, whereas if you take the parallel, Thomas, if the Spanish Civil War was a test case for 2 opposing sides to check technology options and the likes, and essentially actually there, it was the Germans who introduced air power, different kind of weapon systems, whereas essentially the Republican side or the communist side didn't really, and sponsored by the West, didn't really have most innovative technologies at hand. Here it's the other way around. The Azeris are the ones who use modern technology, Western technology, very proficiently, very overwhelmingly. And as you just said, they saturated the other side with attacks. The Armenians had absolutely no chance. The Russians did not test their own equipment, or they didn't trust the Armenians with their own equipment. And they didn't check it.
The little modern Russian equipment the Armenians had was all destroyed. There were Russian Tor systems that were new, and the Armenians had bought for way too much money because there was lots of kickbacks. And the Tor systems were standing there, they were active, and the TB2 was observing them, and then harpy after harpy, suicide drones smashed into them and burned them to the ground. There was just, the Armenians were just, the Armenians dug a position. They built a position, and they were really, really well built positions, with they had built diggers and brought in concrete blocks and so on. And the Azerbaijanis just observed, and then they smashed one ballistic missile in the middle of it, killed half the Armenians, and the rest of the Armenians then immediately went there to try to dig out the injured. 2 minutes later, the next missile came in, and 3 minutes later, the next missile. Then everybody was dead. There was absolutely nothing to win, because the amount of drones made the Azerbaijanis didn't need an air force because the amount of drones was just so mind-boggling. One video I saw was of a Turkish TB2 drone lasering an Armenian howitzer. And suddenly the Armenian crew was running away. And I wonder why, because these are glide bombs from the TB2, you don't hear them. And then I see that from the right, a Harpy suicide drone comes in, and the Armenians run into their bunker that they built, and the drone flies in after them. And you have at the same time coming down the glide bomb from the TB2. And while you look at that, a Heron 450 drone flies through the image to go after the Armenian tank. The amount of drones was just absolutely insane. And the Azerbaijanis have doubled down on that. Nobody has bought more drones in the last 3 years than Azerbaijan. I mean, the Azerbaijanis have probably now 1 drone for every Armenian in Karabakh. And you want to wage a war? Get a grip on yourself. You're just murdering everyone that you sent into this fight. And the amount of, and the incredible thing is that nobody in the West realized, except for the Israelis, who after they saw how good their drones worked, the Israelis went on a complete crazy building spree to build anti-drone system, like the Iron Dome and all kinds of energy weapons and laser weapons and infrared microwave weapons. The Israelis went on a complete crazy spree to build anti-drone weapons, and everybody else was like complacent. And now the Europeans are like, oh, we have 3 prototypes. What the hell? Europe needs 3,000, 5,000 anti-drone systems on tanks and trucks if you want to protect our military. The Americans are buying 144 now. It's just for 1 brigade. I mean, the drones are so cheap. The Azerbaijan is for the price of 1 F-16. They can buy for the price of 1 F-16 20,000 Harpy drones. 20,000. I mean, and the Harpies and Harops, the warheads, are big enough to blow up every tank on the battlefield. You don't need an F-16. So that's why I also always keep saying that Ukraine needs to receive Harpy and Harop drones from Israel, because if Ukraine gets masses of those drones, there's not a single Russian vehicle that can drive within 200 kilometers of the front. So that is why drones are so important to give to Ukraine, because if you want, the Russians figured it out, and they're now making these Lancet drones, which are causing a lot of trouble to the Ukrainians. But long term, this war was sticks and stones against drones. The Armenians had no chance. The Armenian survival rates were minimal. And the quality of the drones is horrific. You saw Armenian guys sitting on their tanks reading a book, and the missile came down. They look up and they basically look into the missile, and you know the guy has no upper body at the moment when the image went blank, when the missile or the drone hit. So you cannot escape this. These drones have flown into Armenian bunkers. The pilots went down, saw the door, and flew into the door and detonated inside. So if Ukraine would finally get this equipment from Israel, the Ukrainians would devastate and annihilate the Russians so easily and so quickly and so brutally, because these drones that Israel builds, always Israel, because Israel is the leader in this equipment by far, replace an air force. Azerbaijan doesn't need to buy F-16. Why? Israeli air defense systems shoot down enemy planes, no problem. And for the ground attack, we get much, much cheaper. I mean, 1 F-16, if you buy 8 F-16, you can buy instead 160,000 Harpy and Harop drones, which means you have 30,000, 60,000 too many to kill every single Armenian that lives in Karabakh for 8 F-16. So yes, the West likes its air power because we wage war with air power. But if you don't have that money, go for the drones. And Karabakh was a wake-up call. And I mean, military experts have seen it. The and also the Israeli Spike anti-tank guided missiles were absolutely devastating. Why? With the Spike anti-tank missiles, the missile gets up to an altitude of a few hundred meters or yards, and then the camera looks down on the battlefield, and for 10 to 25 kilometers behind the front, you can fly around and look for the most juicy target and then slam the missile into it. So basically you have suicide drones that go with supersonic speed. So the Israelis are far, far ahead in all these kinds of new technologies, and Azerbaijan, in a brilliantly smart decision, decided to not go for the Western model of Air Force and so on. They went with the Israeli model of just go completely in with drones. And they were vindicated. Their victory is due to having so many drones that an Armenian unit couldn't move unobserved for more than 10 meters until the first drone crashed into them, or the first drone dropped a bomb on them, or from a drone corrected artillery fire started hitting them. So, and once again, I repeat, the Azerbaijanis have gone way more into the drone technology since the last 3 years and have now so many drones and so much more bigger drones and so many with heavier bomb load than before, and that fly even higher with better optics and better jammers and better electronic warfare system and better cameras and better optics. So the Armenians starting another war is just, it's suicide.
Azerbaijan and its leadership has understood that they need to create very effective deterrence, and their deterrence can only be vested in technology. I think this is the key aspect there, and this is what Ukraine has learned from this war just as well. Thomas, we have 3 hands up. If
One
you
last
don't mind.
One last thing.
Yeah.
The reason that Israel delivers to Azerbaijan this excellent equipment is the following. Azerbaijan is divided. Azerbaijan, as we know it, is an independent country. The majority of Azerbaijanis are a oppressed minority in Iran. All of northeastern Iran is the region of Azerbaijan, and it's an oppressed minority. And if Iran goes into a civil war, this region will immediately break away. And Israel, which is in a semi-hot war with Iran, trying to destroy Iran's nuclear program or delay it. For Israel, the most important ally from where to attack Iranian interest scientists and from where to launch operations against Iran is Azerbaijan. And as Azerbaijan is offering its territory to Israel against a common enemy, because Israel is basically at war with Azerbaijan, and Azerbaijan itself is not really friendly with Iran because they see the oppression of the Azerbaijani people in Iran. So those two countries help each other. Azerbaijan gets the weapon it needs to win the wars, and Israel gets the base from which to move into Iran and basically devastate the regime. Not to mention that all the Israeli assets that have been recruited inside Iran, almost all of them come from the Azerbaijani oppressed minority. So the alliance between Israel and Azerbaijan is as strong, not even stronger than the Azerbaijan-Turkish alliance. So Azerbaijan is getting equipment and weapons and systems from Israel that nobody else is getting. Because for Israel, Azerbaijan is in the Middle East, probably the most important ally when it comes to the situation with Iran. And if you go up against Azerbaijan, you have to deal with Israeli technology, and also if you attack if you attack Azerbaijan, let's say if Russia or Iran would attack Azerbaijan, the Turks would create volunteer units that come to help. So Azerbaijan is pretty safe from external threats, and the only problem they have is that the Russians are trying to continue the war inside their borders.
Excellent point. And the Jewish minority, small as it is nowadays in Azerbaijan, has always been treated exceptionally well. That's the other part. Whilst re-established during the 19th century, they have always been, how should I put this, well hosted. There has not been, there are no reported pogroms, even during early Soviet times.
Yes. And one more interesting thing is, I know a person from a Scandinavian country who was for a long time in Azerbaijan, right? And now is with the embassy of her country in Brussels. And as daughter of a general of the armed forces of her country, you can put one and one together what her job is. But we will not go into details. And that person lived in Azerbaijan for many years and worked there at the embassy. And the interesting thing that I found out, it's the most secular Muslim country that she encountered in 20 years of foreign service work. So Azerbaijan is extremely secular as compared to the other countries, Muslim countries in the area. It's extremely valuable for its location for USA and European Union and so on. It's extremely valuable for Israel. It's very closely in language and culture related to Turkey. It's extremely important for Turkey's energy security and for Italy's and Greece's energy security. So Azerbaijan has made itself, for a country of 10 million people, immensely important in global affairs to many, many countries. While Armenia's only allies are Iran, Russia, Assad, and Hezbollah. And as you can imagine, none of these people care for the Armenians, and none of them will help them if there is really a war and trouble brewing that threatens Armenia itself. So let's go to the hands, because at 2 o'clock I leave you. That is in 20 minutes.
All right, I'll chip in one thing before we do this. Armenia has always been landlocked. Since then, it has wasted its political capital, and now it has actually annoyed its friends. Let's go to Achin Balayev.
Hi. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I have a very short question, conscious of time, of course, for Thomas. Thomas, you have mentioned a couple of times the new war. Like, in your opinion, how likely is a new war? And the second short question would be, given that Russian troops or peacekeepers, however you would like to call them, are stationed in Karabakh, how that military clash would look like? Thank you very much.
Personally, I very much hope that Armenia and Azerbaijan ignore Karabakh and sign a peace treaty as soon as possible, and then together force the Karabakh Armenians to accept the peace treaty. Because the people of Armenia deserve better. The Karabakh Armenians deserve not to leave their homes. And no one, neither in Armenia, nor in Karabakh, nor in Azerbaijan, deserves to die for the stupid ideas that Russia must rule the Caucasus, or the stupid idea of some diaspora assholes who want to have a greater Armenia and so on. So I hope for peace. The risk of a new war, Azerbaijan is publishing a lot of the Armenian positions now and videos to basically show that the Armenians are preparing for a war in Karabakh. I think they're trying to deter them by telling them, we know what you're doing. Azerbaijan could, in a strike in the morning, destroy 80 to 90% of Armenia's Karabakh Armenian military capability, just with cruise missiles and ballistic missiles and so on, in the first few hours, because every spot in Karabakh is in artillery range from 4 sides. So if there's a spot in the center of Karabakh Azerbaijan can hit it with artillery from the south, east, west, and north at the same time. So there's zero chance. If Azerbaijan wanted, they can destroy the Karabakh Armenians in a morning. So long story short, I think and I hope that Armenia and Azerbaijan and the European Union and the US is telling the Karabakhis to step back from the brink, ignore the Russians, and just sign an autonomy treaty and just don't go to war, because they can only lose that war. If it comes to a war, the Azerbaijani military will overrun everything that is left of Karabakh in a day or two. The Russian peacekeepers will be blocked. Basically, you just have to tell the Russians, if they move out of their bases, we bomb you. The Russians have no heavy equipment, they're just 2,000 men. The Karabakh Armenians have something like 8,000 to 20,000 troops against 130,000 Azerbaijani troops, so it's a very loop-sided conflict. And basically, you would have to make sure that the Russian peacekeepers are threatened into not leaving their bases. And then you escort them out of Azerbaijan into Armenia and tell them to get home, whatever, or escort them from Azerbaijan directly to Russia. The Russians themselves do not have the equipment to withstand their Azerbaijani army. They're just 2,000 men with light equipment because they're peacekeepers. The only heavy equipment they have is that what they smuggled in for the Armenians. The Russian Air Force could come to the aid, but you know one thing, Azerbaijan bought an immense amount of Israeli air defense systems. Good luck, Russian Air Force, who has trouble flying against S-300 of Ukraine, trying to fly through all of Azerbaijan against an Israeli-made, organized, and trained integrated air defense system, which includes Arrow anti-ballistic missile system, an immense amount of a lot of stuff, kinds of air defense systems. Any kind of Russian air advance, fight, bomber run, all would be shot down. The Azerbaijanis have the Arrow anti-ballistic missile system, Arrow 3. The Armenians, on the last day of the war, some Armenian troops, against the orders of Pashinyan, fired ballistic missiles at Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, to try to sabotage the ceasefire that Pashinyan had signed in end of the war, Karabakh war. And the Arrow 3 system shot both of these ballistic missiles, which were Russian Iskanders, down. No problem there. So Azerbaijan, at the moment, with Russia completely stuck in Ukraine, could overrun the Karabakh Armenians and the Russians in a day or two and end this for good. So for the sake of everyone involved, I hope that the Karabakh Armenians don't do anything stupid, because the moment the Ukrainians go over the Dnieper River and the Russians are completely with the back to the wall, if at that day the Karabakh Armenians provoke Azerbaijan, the next day the Ukrainians are in Crimea and the Azerbaijanis are in control of everything of Karabakh. So this is a suicide if the Karabakhis do something. And one thing, if the Russians should leave their base, you know, it would be suicidal for them too, because the Russians have zero air defense systems and the drones kill Russian troops just the same. But you don't want to kill Russian troops. You want the Russians to be...
Exactly, yeah.
In the ideal way, you can bottle them up in their bases and jam their communications. And after 2 or 3 days, when everything is over, you tell them, well, you can leave now. But again,
thanks, Thomas. Thank you.
Again, I would say one thing. It would be best if the Armenians in Karabakh would accept an autonomy under international peacekeepers and remove the Russians. And then in the next 4 or 5 years of trust building measures, we see what the next steps are. Because I tell you, rather than have a war, countries like Germany, UK, Canada, India, and so on will provide peacekeepers if they are asked to by the United Nations or the OSZE. And even if the Russians try to block it, if the United Nations Security Council makes a resolution to send peacekeepers to Karabakh replacing the Russians cannot vote against it. But Armenians in Karabakh would have to agree, and they only want the Russians there because they know the Russians will help them smuggle weapons in.
Right. Thank you very much, Thomas. Yeah, I mean that's the point, right? You don't want to shoot where the Russians are. That would definitely have implications for Azerbaijan, being a small country on the border. That was my point. Thank you.
Yeah, one point you have to make, in the 2020 war, Putin didn't have any leverage on Azerbaijan. And then Putin sent a Russian helicopter in the middle of the night to fly along the Azerbaijani border. And the Azerbaijanis immediately shot it down. And then Putin threatened Aliyev, you killed 2 Russian pilots, and if you don't sign a ceasefire right away, Russia will intervene. And that was the leverage. So Putin basically killed 2 Russian pilots to get leverage over Azerbaijan. So you do not want to kill Russian troops because that gives the Russians leverage. Although right now the Russians have absolutely no units they could send to intervene in Karabakh, you still don't want to kill the Russians because Azerbaijan doesn't have an interest to continue that war. Azerbaijan wants to develop the destroyed regions it got back and wants to develop and move towards Europe, and Azerbaijan doesn't care about the Armenians. I mean, if you look at Azerbaijani voices that you hear on different conferences about politics and military matters, the Azerbaijanis are just like, please, just make the Armenians go away. We don't want to hear anything about that. Please, no, don't. Let's not talk about those. And so the Armenians are the ones, the Karabakh Armenians are the ones that keep this conflict alive, and the Russians and the diaspora. And for peace in the Caucasus, we have to cut out at least 2 of these cancers, namely the diaspora and the Russians.
Yeah, we have to make an active effort and a very well prepared strategic effort, combining diplomacy, UN missions, economic incentives to make sure that this stops. This festering wound, Thomas, has to be closed. Let's go to Alex from Georgia and then Abdullah. Alex.
Thank you, Thomas. I had a question, but you already answered it. I wanted to ask about Iran, knowing there is big Azerbaijani diaspora there. And I also wanted to ask, why would Nancy Pelosi travel to Yerevan about a year ago? But I think I know the answer. So we can probably move on. I absolutely agree with these 2 cancers. And I don't even think that, this Nagorno-Karabakh thing, honestly, I saw them in Moscow. These are criminal clans, and knowing that it's a really small diaspora living in Nagorno-Karabakh. I mean, you take 3 clans, which are all kind of organized mafia in Russia. There will be almost nobody left. One of my concern was, why would, because you mentioned that Azerbaijan would wipe out territory from Armenians. I do not think this will happen because with this genocide trauma for Armenia, and I think Azerbaijan is able to control its army so that it kind of doesn't go overboard. But the criminal clans are so widespread there that it will be really hard to separate, civil population from basically criminal clans. But yeah, let's hope it doesn't come to that. Thank you. Very interesting, very detailed analysis. Thank you.
You're welcome. Just one thing, why do American politicians travel so much to Armenia? The Armenian diaspora is a big donor and very well organized. And for example, Adam Schiff, the Democrat, his election district, congressional district includes Glendale, so he better kiss the ass of the Armenians or not, he's not getting elected. And one big problem, the senator from New Jersey, Menendez, is married to a radical American Armenian. And that is why the US Senate sale of F-16 fighters to Turkey is being blocked, because Menendez is like, yeah, if I don't block it, my wife will be angry, so I'm blocking it for her. And Turkey is like, what the hell? You don't give us the F-16, we don't vote Sweden into NATO. So yes, there's a little bit of a problem with the Armenian diaspora and its influence. And the reason I wanted to speak about this topic so much, because people don't really know the history, and this is a complicated history, and we cannot ignore the crimes of the past. And what the Armenians do in the diaspora is always pretend that nothing happened before 2020, when Azerbaijan, out of the blue, because it's genocidal, attacked the peaceful Armenians of Karabakh, which have done nothing wrong ever. And I mean, this is such a stupid lie, which annoys me. That's why I want to speak about this conflict, because to solve it, we need justice for everyone. We need the justice for the Azerbaijanis to return. We need the justice of the Turks and the Armenians agreeing about the genocide and putting this gesture behind. We need the justice of the Armenians who lived in Hadrut being allowed to return to the village, which Azerbaijan occupies now and doesn't let them return, because the Azerbaijanis say, yeah, you didn't let us return for 30 years, so ask us again in 30 years. It's wrong. Justice requires they can return to the villages. And so on. For justice, we need to have justice for all, which means the Armenians have committed crimes and they must accept that, yes, that was wrong. And we cannot pretend they never happened. And the Azerbaijanis have to accept you cannot expel the Armenians from Karabakh. They are part of this region. So there needs to be justice, but unless we know about all the history, we cannot come to an agreement about justice. And that's why I speak out about it. And the funny thing is, the Armenian diaspora keeps sending me death threats and pictures of rotting corpses because I do not adhere 100% to their idea of how the history occurred, namely that before 2020, nothing ever happened. So I will speak out because I am for justice. If you want a world where we live in peace, we need justice. And justice means we prosecute all crimes, which means Donald Trump is going to trial, Hunter Biden is going to trial, Russian war criminals that kill people in Ukraine are going to trial, Kocharyan, the former president of Armenia, is going to trial. We need justice.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely, the whole region is captive of this problem, and like Armenians only see for themselves. We just need the Russians and their criminal minions out of the region. I think the rest will kind of settle down.
Yes, and we need the Russians out of Transnistria, and we need the Russians out of South Ossetia and Abkhazia, and we need the Russians out of Ukraine, obviously, and we need the Russians out of anywhere in the West, where they have started to, their giant embassies full of spies. And hopefully then the world will be better when the Russians learn that colonialism and imperialism are the way to go, and they shouldn't stoke conflicts. And I think Abdullah will be the last to speak, and then, guys, we will call it quits after 6 hours.
I was just about to say, what is this with the 6 hour thing, Thomas? We are waning. We are not. I mean, we're not committed enough anymore. Are you? I mean, you and I. This is like a holiday. 6 hours. I mean,
yes.
Seriously.
And tomorrow I promised my nieces I take them to the Western Country Fair, and so if I'm not up by 9, their mom will call and their dad will call and will be like, "You promised to take your nieces to ride Western Country style," and I'm like, okay, so I need to be up at 9. So people, Abdullah, please, and then I'm leaving you.
Exactly. I can see that my friend and colleague Yehuda is joining, and we can reiterate the great message which we did earlier before, because we have to do it anyway. But still, Abdullah, your question, and we'll go to Yehuda, and we'll end the show on a high note.
Hey, thanks, Axel. Thank you, Thomas, for your time. Just a couple of things. Just a few days ago, I saw one of the State Duma leaders in Russia. He was being interviewed, and he said exactly the way you explained it. He said that we cannot have peace between the Armenians and the Azeris, because we will lose our influence in the area. Exactly. He didn't even. They're not even hiding it anymore. So yeah. The other thing I wanted to ask you about: where do you think this Lachin corridor farce is heading to? Why is the EU and the West and the Americans letting things fester? This whole farce, and is there any chance that before the 5-year mandate runs out, that there will be a UN or a Western-backed peacekeepers by negotiating with Pashinyan and the Azeris? Any chance of that as well? Thanks, Thomas.
Thank you, Abdullah. The reason the European Union, the United States, and everybody is just doing a little bit of small talk, basically about the Lachin corridor issue, where the Armenians pretend that they are being blocked when in fact they just refuse customs inspections, is because everybody knows that this is just ridiculous, you know. The thing is, if you go on the internet, the Armenian propaganda is people are starving, our children are dying, and so on. What the Armenians forget, every country has an embassy in Azerbaijan and an embassy in Armenia. A government minister isn't going to Twitter and read some propaganda and he's like going to make a statement that the Armenians are starving. He's saying, okay, call the embassy, ask them what is going on. And the embassy will report back and say, you know, the Armenians want to starve. What can we do? It's a theater they have to try to garner support. And that's what happens. I mean, during the war in 2020, the Armenians were like telling all the world, you must help us. France, why don't you support us? And I remember so well the president of Armenia at that time, who was just a figurehead, he went to Brussels, to the European Union and to the NATO, and demanded that NATO and the European Union stop Azerbaijan from attacking the innocent people of Karabakh and so on. And in both in the European Union and in NATO, he was complimented very politely out the door. Because they told him, where is the fighting going on? Yeah, in Karabakh. Where is Karabakh? Well, it's not in Armenia. Where is Karabakh? Well, it's in Azerbaijan. Has Armenia been attacked? No. Not a single rocket, not a single grenade, not a single artillery projectile hit Armenia. No, nothing. Then why do you come to us and demand we stop Azerbaijan if Armenia isn't being attacked and the Armenian army is in some other country being attacked? And he was really thrown out by the door by the European Union and by NATO that day. And the thing is that this crisis here on this road, the reason that nobody in the European capitals, no government is really pressuring Azerbaijan is because the embassies are reporting back it's a theater and the Russians are pushing for it. And it could end any moment if the Armenians say, okay, bring us the food from Agdam, or we allow you to inspect the trucks to stop weapons smuggling. So it could end any moment. So if you are a president in Europe or prime minister, you hear this from your embassy, and then you're not going out there and repeat propaganda from the Armenian side after your embassy told me it's not true. So this will continue, and there will be a breaking point. At some point, someone has to give in. And right now, the Russians are telling their Karabakh Armenians, don't speak with Azerbaijan, don't make peace, prepare for war, Russia has your back. Russia doesn't have their back. Russia doesn't care about them. Russia thinks that this will help them control Armenia, at least in the future. So it's completely ridiculous what these Armenians believe that will happen if there is a new war. And long story short, there is no chance in this universe for Armenia to beat Azerbaijan. Even if Armenia sends all its young men and spends all its money on going into Karabakh and helping these Karabakh Armenians fight a war, 3.5 times more population, 3 times more GDP, about 10 times more diplomatic capital, about 20 times more military power. Azerbaijan is just dwarfing Armenia. And Pashinyan has understood it. And you know, he gets so many death threats, Pashinyan, from diaspora and radical Armenians. He's like Itzhak Rabin, you know, he's trying to make peace and every radical in the country is threatening him. So I just hope he survives and he manages to sign peace treaties with Azerbaijan and Turkey as soon as possible so we prevent a new war. The Russians will try to sabotage it. Maybe the Russians will even try to kill him. The Russians have no problems about killing, you know, people that they don't like, even in high power. So for me and myself, from my personal opinion, I hope the Armenians in Karabakh realize what the Armenians in Armenia have realized years ago. We need to stop with these wars. We need to stop with this hatred. We need to stop with this lies that our neighbors are all genocidal maniacs and we need to make peace. I hope the Karabakh Armenians realize that. If they don't realize that, well, then they will have to leave and go to Armenia, because when they start the next war, there's no chance that they will survive it or win it. Just no way. They will all have to flee if they start another war. So for the sake of everyone, I hope Pashinyan managed to sign a peace treaty against all the Russian and Karabakh Armenian resistance. And I hope that then this nonsense ends and the Russians can be finally kicked out of the South Caucasus, where for 30 years, be it Karabakh, be it South Ossetia, be it Abkhazia, they really corrupted and blocked the development and kept these countries poor and in difficulties, all of the south of the Caucasus. So I hope that this leads to a better future. And I will keep speaking out about these Armenian propaganda lies, because for justice to be had, you need to have the truth. And that is what irks me so much about the Armenian propaganda, that they are demanding justice, but it's completely based on lies and distortions of the truth and mendacious bullshit, and on top of that, racism. Because if you look at Armenian propaganda, Azerbaijanis are always nomads, dirty, stupid, dark brown-skinned, Muslim, and that infuriates me, because we do not judge people by those things. Thank you.
Excellent point. Thank you very much. Yehuda, isn't that an ecumenical statement?
Ecumenical, yes. Yeah, no, it's pretty relevant and touchy subject, especially because it's another example of Russians, but in this case, not really caring who they destabilize, as long as they feel there's a net positive for them somewhere down the road, and that's just not the case. So I'm not an Armenia Azerbaijan expert whatsoever, so I can't really comment on any more than that. But thanks, Thomas. We always love when you're here, but your nieces take precedence, so I hope you take them to that Western fair. Western, what'd you say?
it's a Western country fair with Western riding horses and cowboy music and all that stuff. And they're like, we are appropriating now the cowboy culture and not anymore the Indian of the plains culture in Europe. So yeah. And I'm going there and taking my dad with me because then he was just gonna play with the nieces and be really happy and so on. I will just sit somewhere and listen to country music and have some spicy Mexican chicken because obviously all the cowboys eat Mexican food, at least in the European version. So all the Americans here, I'm sorry what we're going to do tomorrow to your culture. And guys, gals, Ukrainians, Ukraine supporters, friends, countrymen even, I'm going to sleep. I'm sorry. I thank you all for listening. Thank you for the patience. Thank Axel for moderating. Thank you, Yehuda, for coming on. Everybody else, have a great time. Have a great evening or day or whatever. And in 1-2 weeks, when the Ukrainians cross the Dnieper in force, I will be back on the MriyaReport. And
Excellent.
we will talk more.
Thank you very much. Mille grazie, buonasera, buonanotte, actually, in this case. And yeah, by the way, this is what we do here. We create information awareness and we try to make a stand. And we would like to make sure that in future people understand as to why we're here. We support Ukraine and we support, by means of MriyaReport, a number of good causes. So if you have a few ducats, say, still awaiting use, then you know where to go. Go to MriyaReport, donate, and find a way to support a good cause. Thank you. Mille grazie. Plamen, I shall bid you good night and we'll cycle up the next crew, which includes our dearly beloved friend Scott, if I'm not quite mistaken, Primus.
Oh, that has been a really, really a long couple of hours now. And it's been a very interesting session with you, Axel. So
Plamen, it
I get
seems,
back so I can.
Plamen, it seems that Scott can't find a way to cycle up when we both are still here. So you need to drop down and I'll try to get them both up.
Okay, perfect. I'm dropping down. Just to say thank you very much for the listeners and thank you for this wonderful evening. Thank you.
All right, so we're just doing a bit of a shift change here. Scott will be coming up in a moment here, and he's already here. That was a quick moment. Scott, good evening. How are you tonight?
Hi, Primus. I am well. Excited to follow up on all that Thomas informed us about, and many other things.
Yeah, that's a tough act to follow. I mean, I've been listening for the last 3 or 4 hours on and off here, and yeah, I always learn quite a bit listening to him. Especially talking about Armenia, Azerbaijan, Nagorno-Karabakh, and kind of the general context of all of that. I actually had a good friend of mine was just in Georgia and Armenia, and they weren't there to really focus on any of that conflict. Just kind of talk to people and just kind of enjoy the area. But it's a very beautiful area of the mountains. But they were like right on the border with that, and I tried to explain a little bit of the context on there, but yeah, nothing like that. But I think about what he was saying, and the parallels, kind of obvious parallels to kind of what the Russians kind of did with Donbass and Luhansk, and kind of setting up kind of like supporting, kind of like creating an issue as a way to just kind of keep their thumb on the area, kind of situation there. So it's part of their playbook. It's what Wagner is doing in a sense in Africa. I mean, they're not having to redraw lines or anything, but they're just trying to maintain their influence and tip the scales and just generally create a crisis and be the solution to it. So
Yeah, I mean, I traveled in February to Georgia and Armenia, and Georgia has particular interest to me personally because I'm have a family connection with Saakashvili's Saakashvili's son, who lives in Holland now. His mom's Dutch. But what the Georgian government is doing to the former president is criminal. And it's so sad to see Armenia and Georgia line up with Russia as opposed to the West. And maybe the West let, Georgia down in terms of the NATO decision and the lack of response or help from the West in 2008 when Russia invaded. But to your point about playbook, having a disputed territory on somebody's turf is by the current NATO charter to not to get offered a accession to NATO. And so Abkhazia in Georgia is very much like Nagorno-Karabakh. I mean, I don't know if it's like in all the ways that Thomas elucidated in the last couple hours, but it's like Transnistria. It's Moldova. It makes it difficult for these countries to align more, let's say, or integrate more deeply with the West. And so, in that sense, it's been a very successful play in the playbook. A little bit different.
yeah, it's interesting with the Saakashvili. Sorry if I mispronounced that there. That's kind of my my Achilles heel there, or Achilles, or whatever. The pronunciation sometimes. But yeah, I mean, the former president there, I mean, he's basically, he's in jail in Georgia. He's in very much declining health, maybe the result of poisoning. And, the, Ukrainian parliament and Zelensky has asked that, he just be transferred to Ukraine so he doesn't, die in custody, which is what I think is going to eventually happen there. So, it's interesting during the Georgia war, that Ukraine actually sent weapons and equipment, a limited number because they didn't really have a lot, to Georgia, including some surface-to-air missile launchers. And now that Ukraine needs them, Georgia still has them and refused to give them back. I thought that was a particular stick in the eye. I mean, talk about a lack of gratitude on there, but the government system, situation is different too. When they came into Secha and so on, they took over a lot of roads, and there was they've had to actually rebuild roads on the Georgian side of the line because a lot of the other transportation hubs were on the Ossetia side of the line on there, so they've had to kind of rebuild parts of Georgia to kind of accommodate that occupation on there, just building a whole new highway and that kind of thing around the area. So it's very unfortunate. I really hope Georgia finds a way to maybe in a moment of Russia's distress, or maybe after it collapses, hopefully that they can bring that area back. So that would be nice.
That would
nice
be awesome.
Stop stirring
It
pot.
would also be awesome if they would elect, a pro-Western government again, because a lot of the problem is that the current government is allying with Russia. And I was grateful to see that in Batumi a couple weeks ago. I don't know if you caught this little news item. A cruise ship from Russia, filled with Russian patrons, wanted to dock in Batumi, which is their Black Sea city, which I also visited. Very lovely little city. The residents just gathered at the pier and said, "We don't want you. Go, stay on the ship."
Yeah, then there's that Kiss concert. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, go ahead and explain it to our listeners.
Well, I'm not sure I fully understand it. Fair point on that. But Kiss was giving a concert. I believe they're a British band. But anyways, they invited a drummer up, a Russian drummer up to play with them, and then said, "Oh, he's our brother," that kind of thing. And the Georgian audience immediately started protesting. Russian wasn't their brother, and they protested, and a lot of them walked out. And then Kiss put this big news release on Twitter and their website apologizing. They didn't mean to cause offense, but it's one of those half-baked apologies. That's not an apology, but also just kind of articulates the offense in kind of a passive-aggressive way. Like, we didn't mean to offend you, but you're the ones being unreasonable. Is kind of the tone I got from that.
It was an American band called the Killers, but otherwise you described it well.
Killers, yeah. It's a band that begins with a K, something
Killers,
like that.
the Killers.
K-I even.
Right, I was close. Although I would like to see Kiss play in. Well, I've actually always wanted to see Kiss play. That is quite a performance. I understand. Those guys are kind of nuts. I mean, they probably are retired at this point from that, but they definitely opened up the glam rock. Or whatever it is they did was interesting. So, all right, we got some hands here. Oh, thank goodness.
I think it was Alex, and then Abdullah, and then Rubel.
All right, so let's go to Alex, Abdullah, and Rubel.
Thank you. Yeah, it was the Killers. The name is also kind of did not bode well with current events, and that whole story with Russia, with the Russian drummer declaring that Russians are your brothers. So this all went, bad joke, bad time, everything bad. But today there was a concert by a Ukrainian band called Akian Elzy, and it went very well, very popular. And he actually, there was also the birthday of.
You called me and you were
No,
not
it went.
talking.
It hung up. The phone hung
No,
up.
I didn't.
Anna,
Hello.
I couldn't hear it. It was ringing.
Can
George, you're hot micing.
Okay. So Akian Elzy, and it's a Ukrainian band, and everybody liked it. Especially today was the birthday of a Georgian, Georgian Tsukhelidze, whom Russians tortured and killed in 2008. They tortured and killed quite a few, but that name somehow got the most well known because they actually showed the torture. They put footage with him, trying to make him humiliate Georgian flag and etc. So yeah, and he paid tribute to this today. The head of Okeanergy band, Vakarchuk or Makarchuk? Vakarchuk, I think. His name is Vakarchuk. So he paid tribute to this hero. See, it's little things mean a lot. I mean, it really went very badly. The claims that Georgians are your, Russians are your brothers. They clearly are not. He'd better just shut up and anyway.
The other thing, Alex, that's sort of ironic is there's so many Russians in Tbilisi at the moment, and you know they are the people basically that left after right before the first mobilization when they got wind of it, and travel's still possible from Russia to Tbilisi, so you know.
Yeah, I know they never
still get out.
Visa. I would actually limit that. Introduce visas and whatnot. They never introduced visas to Russians, but this policy, I mean, it was different time, and Georgia tried to kind of focus on positive agenda because it was also the kind of the West didn't want to hear about this conflict. They wanted to they froze it and kind of didn't want to hear. So basically, Saakashvili tried to focus on economy. And he decided to, develop tourism, and like the biggest number of tourists will come from neighbor countries. So number one in terms of we brought tourists from everywhere, every neighbor country which had including Russia. But Ukrainians loved coming to Georgia, but there were tourists from all over the world. There were some from Europe, but majority was Armenia, Azerbaijan, Turkey, even Iran. We had quite a few from Iran, Ukraine, Russia. But after the war started, all those old traumas, they kind of came up. There was and still is very strong support of Ukraine, and actually the same was in 2014. But especially since last year, very strong support of Ukraine. And when all these Russians started moving, fleeing mobilization, they were like, and people demand visas because indeed you never know who it could be. The other day, looking at the ship and how people were kind of protesting the ship, I just realized that the whole ship could be filled with Wagner. They could do a lot of trouble in a small country like that, and Russia doesn't give a shit. They can send terrorists. That's exactly what they were doing in DNR, LNR. How they were destabilizing with all those hybrid wars. They, send these guys terrorists who then start, riots and killing police and shooting and whatnot. So it's matter of security. Unfortunately, the government doesn't want to hear. They are all sold out to Russia.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and when you talk about support, I often see clips of the Georgian Legion, but I don't know, and maybe you do, how many volunteers from Georgia are part of the Georgian Legion?
A lot, actually a lot. And I know that even when war started, there were a lot of young people going to Ukraine to fight alongside with Ukrainians. Many of them tried to go into Georgian Legion. And actually, because Georgian Legion did not want so many people, they had kind of quite strict requirements. There are actually Georgians in other formations too. There is like Caucasus Legion. There is like I saw Georgians in many other legions as well. Actually, there were quite a few Georgians in Azov too. So no, a lot of Georgians are fighting in Ukraine.
Yeah, that warms my heart, and hopefully Ukraine will help Georgia when it turns back to the rule of law. And when are the next elections in Georgia? Do you think they'll be fair, or
It will be
systematized?
next year. I do hope that by then, but a lot depends on Ukraine, and why I say on Ukraine is because this is where all Georgians in Ukraine will have kind of more time to look back and kind of take care of their home country. And the government fears that too, and fears a lot. They're trying to change legislation now that next election is not even needed, so that they elect themselves as long as they want. But I don't think it will work because, again, especially among young people, the government is very unpopular, and precisely for that pro-Russian. You cannot even accuse them being pro-Russian. They are kind of, but they are certainly not pro-Ukrainian, which is they should be. And that's all those deals with Russia they are doing behind the scenes. Like openly, they are kind of neutral. They even visit different NATO meetings and EU meetings and stuff, but never really walk the walk, so to speak.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, let's hope that Ukraine wraps up its. I mean, I know Chuck, who I co-host with Alan on Bullet Points at least once a week. He doesn't think that Ukraine's going to pull out the victory or succeed in pushing Russia off of its 91 borders within the next year. So hopefully the Ukrainian Legion will get a break from the front line. I mean, the Georgian Legion will get a break from the front line to
It's not
go
even
home and vote.
It's not. There are a lot protesters in Georgia per se. They won't let to steal the elections again. But what I'm thinking is, if it is visible that Ukrainian victory is imminent, and you don't really need like the end of everything before, like if there is visible success, if like Ukrainians take, I don't know, Berdyansk, Mariupol, Crimea. Well, Crimea is kind of, but any big visible success will tilt, because it's already tilting, and its majority is still, kind of waiting and seeing. Nobody likes Russia, but many are afraid that Russia is too powerful, to. So basically, it's all based on fear, which is direct function of like how badly Russia is beaten in Ukraine.
I have a lot more questions, but we probably should get it back to Ukraine. But stay up; we can come back to Georgia in a bit. But let's go to Abdullah for the moment and see if he has a Ukraine topic or we're still on the remnants of Nagorno-Karabakh.
Hey Scott, good evening. Thank you. No, I just it's just Georgia. When Primus mentioned about the weapons that were provided to the Georgians, I don't think the weapons, the party in Georgia, the ruling party, the Freedom Party, anytime that they'll be given any weapons to Ukraine. The current party, Alex knows more than I. Alex is here; he can correct me. The billionaire oligarch that funded the current ruling party, he's a friend of Putin. and the former president who fought the Russians in 2008, Saakashvili, is basically locked up for Putin in Georgia. And the current party also, you were speaking of the Georgian Legion. The ruling party tried so hard to prevent the fighters going to Ukraine in the first place. Alex might be able to correct me that they were actually refused to board the planes in Tbilisi, so they had to find other ways to go to Ukraine. They made it very hard. So I don't expect anything from this Russian loving what do you call Georgian Dream Party? I call them the Russian Dream. And when it comes to the Scott, you mentioned the cruise liners. There were two cruises that tried to. They actually the tourists, the Russian tourists, who were mocking the Georgians, calling them calling them basically that they were still part of the Russian Empire. They were able to dock those two, but they didn't stay for too long. But now the cruise liners have decided that there won't be any more of those coming during this holiday. What do you call this summer? So that was a win for the Georgian people and all those people that protested in Batumi. Yeah, that's all I wanted to add. And the whole thing with the concert, the Killers concert, the whole thing looked staged to me. I won't be surprised if the Russian Dream Party was behind it, because the whole thing doesn't add up. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Abdullah. Alex, can you comment on the wranglings behind the scenes or overtly about stopping the Georgian Legion volunteer, or the ones who ultimately became Georgian Legion, trying to get out of Tbilisi?
The government fears them. They are afraid of them because they know those people are not afraid, right? I mean, they are fighters. So these, Komsomol pro-Russian bureaucrats, of course, they are afraid, and they should be. So they are trying to, invent all kind of stuff. They actually, I'm pretty sure they gave all details to Russian secret services, every single name of people who are in Georgian Legion. I'm pretty sure also they do not want them to come back. Again,
it sounds like they wouldn't if they were trying to prevent them from leaving in the first place. I doubt they want all these brave fighters.
Right, and they were trying to prevent, but people found ways to kind of go through third countries. Even when war started, I mean, Georgian Legion was there in 2014. They were there since the very beginning. But there was big influx last year, of course. Yeah, it's it's hard to comment what else they could be doing behind the scenes. I mean, there is. I wouldn't exclude anything they are doing. I'm pretty sure Russian intelligence have all the names. What else? But there are things that they still cannot, do. Like, for example, they tried to announce everybody being foreign agent. That didn't work. There were protests. They had to repeal that law. So that, anybody who receives money from abroad had to declare himself foreign agent. And there were way too many. Like, it's a small country, and a lot of people live outside Georgian borders. And of course, they are sending remittances to. So technically, anybody who has anybody elsewhere is foreign agent, and of course, this it caused a lot of protests. There are also a lot of NGOs in Georgia. Most of them about human rights and whatnot, and they actually have quite a long history now, maybe 20, some even more than 20 years in the country. They are quite powerful. And that's another big headache for this Russian Dream Party. You know what's the most sad is that maybe 40%, maybe even more, of this Russian Dream Party are the same people who work in Saakashvili government. And that's what I find the most sad.
Oh, really? I didn't realize that. What did you
Yeah.
say? 40%?
Yeah, you know,
of the
it's
Georgian
like
Dream
all
Party
those
actually worked in
all
the
those
previous
career
government.
politicians. All those career politicians, they kind of joined ranks, and back then they were, of course, you know, singing dithyrambs to Saakashvili. But then, when situation changed, they either faced to be out of job, and some went that path, but some decided that, you know, it's safer to kind of go along and basically change the master and started, you know, singing dithyrambs to this oligarch. So,
All right, pause there for a second.
Yeah.
Let's get Ruble Destroyer into the conversation here. Go ahead, Ruble.
Yeah, well, welcome aboard, Ruble. Go ahead.
Hey there. Yeah, I just wanted to give a quick little PSA because I haven't heard this announced in a while. I had been giving regularly or monthly, I should say, to MriyaReport via PayPal, and that seems to have stopped working. And I now come to understand that there's been an issue with PayPal. It's being worked out, but PayPal being PayPal, it's very slow. So what I've done and what I encourage other people to do is cancel your PayPal monthly donations that you have, if you still have those going. Go to MriyaReport.org, find the donate section, and use the new payment processor that they have. My understanding is that the fees are less than they are on PayPal, which means that your donation is going to go further. Looks like they're using For a Good Cause, which is they only do payment processing for charities. So it's a lot cheaper than PayPal. I am really happy with what MriyaReport's been doing lately with, you know, medical supplies and food and drones and all that other great stuff. So if any of you were like me, you should check your PayPal subscriptions, cancel them, and then you know, set up the donation the other way. And that's all really I had to say for the moment. But I'll chime in if I don't know about Georgia, so I can't speak to that. But I will get out of your way now.
Well, thanks, Ruble Destroyer. That's a great PSA for any of our listeners who want to donate regularly, and we definitely encourage you to do so. The most pain-free way to donate to people to an organization that you care about. You don't have to think to do it. Automate it. So thanks for telling us about the problems with PayPal.
Yeah, and one thing I would add too, it's you know, if you can, if you don't mind, it's important to do the recurring donations on there. I mean, it's always great to get one-time donations, but you know, for budgeting purposes, it's great for recurring donations because you know then you know we kind of know as a budget, you know, what can we expect to be coming in every month on there, and then you know we're doing special fundraisers for different initiatives or whatever, and then you know if you want to do like a one-time one on top of that would be great, but just like a small recurring thing, you know, 5, 10, 25 bucks, you know, something like that is great because you know collectively that adds up to quite a lot, and you know that allows a lot for better budgeting planning. And that's not just for us; it's really any charitable organization that you're donating for. So you know because they very much live off of the recurring donations on there. So just if you like what we're doing here, I encourage you to maybe consider setting up a small recurring donation there if you can. So yeah, a couple of things that I was going to add on, Georgia on here. It's, I'm certainly not an expert in Georgian politics, but looking at it from the outside, I find it very strange that it's not a pro-Western government there because, it's a lot like, the sheep voting for the wolves. So it doesn't really seem like their best interest in a sense, but then again, it's tough being a Russian neighbor because, they definitely, part of their near abroad there because they definitely want to continue to cause chaos and have influence and that kind of thing there. So, that's certainly difficult. I'm curious what is going to happen with the Georgian Legion after the war comes, after this war is over. And, if they go home, if they're going to get involved in the politics there and maybe try to, steer, Georgia back to a less Russian-oriented alignment there. I don't really feel like a lot of the people are, from how the reaction to that cruise ship to when the killers came. I'm not a music guy. I'm so sorry about that. That kind of things. I never really got an impression a lot of the Georgian people are particularly pro-Russian. So, but yeah.
Alex, could you comment? I'd be really interested to hear. I thought that Saakashvili was reasonably popular when he was in power, and I know he served his 2 terms. But what was the analysis of the electorate when the Georgia Dream was won the presidency?
You are talking about 2012?
Yeah.
It took them a while to come to current state, but they came to power. Wow, it was in 2012. Yeah. Well, what do you want to know? How they win elections?
Well, like, what was their platform? Were they obviously
people was very naive.
Or?
People was very naive. They promised everything to everybody. Very populistic. You wouldn't call it even platform. Like, the guy was saying, and he didn't even have to say it himself. People were believing that he had so much money that he could, that if there is not money in the budget, he would kind of invest his personal money, to keep country running.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, totally crazy shit. People was very gullible, very inexperienced, very gullible. There were a couple of clips he made with famous, but what he was really doing, because he was in Georgia, he arrived, I think, in 2006. And what he was doing is, for example, he was finding people who were potential influencers in the country, right? Those who were famous during Soviet times, etc. But Georgia went through difficult economic times, and income was quite small now. So you could still recognize the face of a person, and they had a lot of respect. But at the same time, the economic situation was not like ideal, right? So he announced, and I'm pretty sure it was with Russian money, because later on you could see he does not really waste money or doesn't even spend. If he spends $1, he needs to make sure he gets back 2. But what he did was basically to assign them pensions, pensions. About 1,000 people, the most famous names, for their past, and honestly, I think the state should have taken care of that. but he made it as private initiative, and then he let people. And it's a small country, you know. You don't really have to announce everybody on TV, but people talk. And he made this people talking that, wow, you know that the people who live in the same village where this billionaire is coming from, they all become, well, not billionaires, but millionaires. You know, the gas is cheap. They all live very well, have good houses and whatnot. You know, free medication. Then those people who, and you know, so he had quite a lot of political capital.
So at first it was more like a populist, a successful business
That's
guy,
right.
like
That's right.
Sarkozy or
For
whatever.
about 5-6 years, and he even declared he isn't interested in politics at all. And then suddenly announced that he is interested in politics. And on one hand, he basically all those people who thought, "Wow, what a mecenat they got," you know, started, you know, to speak in his favor. That was one group. The other group was, you know, Saakashvili did have opposition. He had opposition from smaller parties that, honestly, not all of them were kind of different parties, but basically it was small parties. You know, he was able to kind of align a lot of small parties because.
And then when did the Saakashvili indictment come down? Because he left for Ukraine to avoid getting arrested.
He no, it was not to avoid getting arrested, not at all. He went to Ukraine basically because he had nothing to do in Georgia. He went to Ukraine. Uh, I think during first Maidan in 2013, he decided that his place is in Ukraine, and he went there. He supported those protests on Maidan very actively. The thing is, he studied in Kiev, and he was actually, I don't know to what extent he was fluent in Ukrainian, but he spoke Ukrainian. I heard it myself. Again, I cannot assess.
And he was in Zelensky's government.
That was later. So in 2013, he was during this protest. Then Yanukovych ran, etc., and then came Poroshenko. So at first, Poroshenko even offered him the post of prime minister, but he basically he wanted to know what exactly his authority will be. Actually, Georgians were very popular, especially he was very popular, and the team that went along with him was also very popular because Ukraine was seeking the reforms against corruption and against all that stuff. And that was really his brand, because the reforms he did in Georgia, they were very popular in Ukraine. And Ukrainians wanted to modernize their country quickly. So he was popular, and Poroshenko offered him, so he refused to become prime minister. Then Poroshenko offered him the governor of Odessa region. So he was quite for some time governor of Odessa region, and Poroshenko, the former president, promised him to give him kind of authority, you know, and to back up his reforms. But when he started doing the reforms, Poroshenko kind of started walking back, you know, his promises. And at some point, it came to a point where, and Poroshenko was stirring crisis or fights between him and other members of the government. So in the end, he decided to kind of step down, saying that, you know what, I can't. This guy, he blamed Poroshenko for delaying reforms and not fighting corruption, etc. And indeed, that was the main problem, you know. Then Zelensky started his campaign against Poroshenko. Oh, and by that time, they actually had a conflict. Poroshenko at some point, first he gave him citizenship of Ukraine. And by Ukrainian laws, you have to give up citizenship of your country if you want to be citizen of Ukraine. So he had to give up citizenship of Georgia when he became citizen of Ukraine. Then Poroshenko took back citizenship of Ukraine for some kind of strange reason, and there were some. He went to Poland, then he returned back to Ukraine, and it was a big kind of deal in Ukraine, whether or not. And Zelensky there was already presidential campaign, and almost the same day when Zelensky won his presidency, he restored citizenship for Saakashvili, Ukrainian citizenship. And of course, Saakashvili appreciated it a lot. And I should say Zelensky almost from day one, but it was such a big mess in Ukrainian politics and corruption and all that stuff. But Zelensky from day one really started doing it. Like I said, it was quite a big mess. So he could not, but he was doing what he could. Some of reforms, like police reform, it was done even earlier during Poroshenko, and it was done by the team that Saakashvili brought with him to Ukraine. So some of things did work, others did not. And Zelensky, I think he was advisor. His formal post was advisor to Zelensky. He did not want any kind of formal places anymore. So his role was being an advisor, mostly because he was well known, in the West, in Europe, in US, and I guess Zelensky, being young, new president, he needed some help there. So basically, his role was to help new government on the basically with his connections, so to speak.
Yeah, that's super interesting to me. I'm wondering how interesting it is to our whole group
but then
of listeners.
he got bored, and a few months before the full scale invasion started, he came back to Georgia, and that's when Georgian government. Oh yes, they opened, but he already left Georgia when Georgian government started kind of interrogation against him. And when he came back, they kind of arrested him. But this was ridiculous claims. They were blaming him for having bought with government money, having bought 4 costumes. So they were trying to, yeah. And when the president of Ukraine was visiting Georgia in Tbilisi, there are famous, you can call it sauna. And Ukrainian president, not Kuchma, he was poisoned by Russians.
Yanukovych?
No, not Yanukovych. No. Before Yanukovych, Yushchenko, yes. So Yushchenko, during his visit to Georgia, he visited this sauna and basically used hand soap or something. And so they were trying to, him like that he, I don't know, it was almost, no, they didn't say corruption, but basically Yushchenko even sends them a letter that, you know what, here is, I bought you new hand soap, which I used in the sauna, so that, you don't get, the claim was absolutely ridiculous.
Okay.
So
let's pause it there for a second. I wanted to bring up Freedom. Freedom, I see you took your hand down, but you had it up for a while. Did you
Yeah.
want to add in?
Yeah. Thank you, Primus. Thank you, Scott. I really learned a lot from the last 3 hours listening to Thomas and this discussion, listening to Alex. Let me just say, as a typical white male American, I do not know anything about the conflicts of Armenia, Georgia, Russia, Azerbaijan, Syria, Turkey, and that is to my deep regret, because I think these are all forward learning experiences that we could have learned about what Russia is doing in Ukraine right now. I don't know, really how else to explain their expansionist power. We've heard a lot from Thomas tonight about things that I still have a lot to learn about. But it's really about Russia and the former Soviet Union trying to expand their control, dominate people weaker than they perceive, and it has turned out to be such a freaking tragedy. And the world has been turning a blind eye, I think, frankly, for the last 20 years on this Russian expansionism. And I must say that I am partly to blame, because I didn't care about Armenia. I didn't care about Chechny's first war, second war. I'm living happily in America. Only when it affected me personally, because of my connection to Ukraine, that I began to give a shit. And that's on me. And I am so ashamed that we have let the world come to this point. And just on a lighter note, Scott, I got to say that I enjoyed listening to you. You sound like a 17-year-old kid who just got out of artillery school.
Well, that is a compliment given that I'm 62. So I'll take 17 any day.
Yeah, that's some kind words there. Freedom, I wouldn't feel ashamed for not paying attention to this stuff on here in any way until it personally affected you. Because I think the American experience, especially, over the last, really since the beginning in some ways, has been a tendency towards isolationism. And it's not selfishness, it's not caring about the world, that kind of thing. But this is a land of plenty, in terms of resources and funds and jobs and people from all over the world come here, and that's how their cultures, and those people, and you say, okay, let's he or she's from here, but they're an American now, and you just kind of move on. I didn't really pay attention to Ukraine prior to like 2014 on there, and I think it's natural not to really care too much about things which don't personally affect you on there, because it's hard to even find some stuff sometimes, so you go about your daily life or whatever, you may not hear about some things. It's not like the gasoline costs more, if a coffee is more, or something like that. I mean, kind of kitchen table issues. What goes on in the world doesn't necessarily affect things. What's going on in Nagorno-Karabakh is never really going to affect me as an American per se, but it is important to nonetheless keep your ears open. And it's great that you're here listening to this, that more people care about things, because even though there may not be as much of a practical reason to care about what's going on in a lot of the world, there's definitely a moral reason to, I mean, because we have values as Americans, supporting freedom and liberty and self-determination, not being run by tyrants. Those are the kind of values that we have. And with the United States, our role in the world on there is very much about protecting those values. For I think is about not just protecting those values, but projecting them in a sense. That we don't want to live in a world where these kinds of things happen unchecked. And there's geostrategic reasons for it, and there's definitely moral reasons for it. Because ultimately we want to live in a world where things like what Russia is doing doesn't become the norm. Because if this was unchecked, then they're going to go and take over Georgia. They could get into the Baltics. They could go after Azerbaijan next or something like that. And someone needs to stand up to the bullies. And in a lot of ways, I think that's very much an American value. And I've been someone very much focused on foreign policy for a while, just from a historical context, because obviously some interest in ancient history and modern history to an extent. And your values don't really mean anything unless you're willing to go out and protect it. That's what I feel like we're trying to do in Ukraine, what NATO is standing for, those kinds of things. And while it may not be necessarily a bread and butter issue, from a day-to-day perspective, it really actually is, because it's protecting, and on a very much a macro level, is protecting the the global order, the supply chains, that kind of thing. Because I mean, we're very much part of the international economy. Much of the world is part of an international economy, and keeping the international system free and fair and safe is important. So, that's my rant there. Back to you, Freedom.
Nice rant, Primus. One thing I wanted to say, Freedom, to your point too, is every U.S. citizen doesn't have a complete grasp of every conflict or every country in the world, every culture. But one good thing about our government is we do have intelligence agencies and national security agencies and the defense establishment where there are area experts. And the legislature also has foreign affairs committees and advisors that know this stuff. And that's in my opinion why the congressional support for Ukraine is even higher than the public, which is quite high and growing, which is super gratifying to me, and I'm sure everybody listening. But the congressional support is even higher in percentage terms, because they have seen this all developing. And many of them are feeling now that we made a mistake in not helping Georgia more in 2008 or Ukraine more in 2014. So, I mean, I think it's cool that you were willing to say what you said about feeling sheepish about it. But, just jump in now and know that there are others in academia and in the halls of power that are tracking all that stuff. And go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Good points. When I was there in in Odessa in 2005. It was right after the Orange Revolution, and I saw hope. I saw democracy in bloom. It encouraged me to go back 3 more times, and when I was in America watching the Revolution of Dignity and Maidan on TV, I felt so helpless and knew that I had to go back, and because I know the Ukrainian people, I know they don't want to be part of Russia. And when this was happening, and this let's face it, it was a Russian coup. You hear so much from American propagandists. It was, it's a CIA coup trying to overthrow Ukrainian government. Yeah, that's BS. It was the Russian MOD of trying to keep their former Soviet republic under their thumb. And I can't understand why some people in American politics don't understand this, but they don't.
See, that's the thing, though. Sometimes, I think, why don't these people understand it? And then I think to myself, I think they do understand it. They just don't care, which I think is worse. That they're so much more focused on their particular issue, and or whatever. I mean, I think a lot of times it comes down to money. And they don't want to see money from the U.S. going anywhere else because they want America to be first among all of the priorities. So they don't want to give money to anyone to help, but they just don't realize foreign aid, for every dollar spent, you end up getting the benefits from that. That foreign aid may go over to a country to build a project. Well, they're probably American contractors. It's probably helping to expand our sphere of influence, so then we can do business in those countries. So then we can get cheaper imports or access to resources that like the Chinese may not be able to get access to, for example. So I mean, all of that is about foreign policy, and it's just a fraction of the budget.
That's right. And it's I blame part of it on the American political system, the apathy that is involved in the public voting, that we let people lead us, like this lady from Georgia, this lady from Colorado, this idiot from Florida, who know nothing about world affairs, and they have their supporters that call our representatives. So I just encourage, like, every time that Alan hosts this space, call your representatives, call your senators, tell them why we need to support Ukraine, why it's important for America to defeat this, frankly, Soviet, Lenin, Stalin aggression against a neighbor, peaceful neighbor, beautiful neighbor. I can't understand what the conflict is regarding Americans. It makes me so frustrated.
It makes me frustrated too, because I mean, one of the leading causes of World War I was American isolationism, not being involved in the world. And World War II, I think there's something to be said for our lack of role in the world at that point, and the isolationism then. And pretty much whenever America exits the world stage, bad things tend to happen. And it's important not to do that. And Alan comes on here a lot, Angry Ants comes on here a lot, about the importance of writing to your congressperson, because I mean, there's very coordinated campaigns out there, trying to convince congressional people and senators and president or local representatives, all that, just don't send money anywhere else. Just keep it here for this particular project. And how can we send money somewhere else when, there's, homeless people on the street, or if there's hungry kids or whatever. So why are we doing that? I mean, I don't think you can feed, hungry kids with javelin missiles that were produced 20 years ago. I don't think
Bravo.
it works that way. I don't think we want those on our streets either. Although maybe in some states they think that's cool, but that's just seems unnecessary. But it's important to call your local congressperson, know who they are, or send a letter, or just drop something off at their office. I mean, I've done it a few times. It's super easy, barely an inconvenience. You're just these are the people that are representing you. And if you don't talk to the people that represent you, and the only time you care about politics is you maybe show up for election day, because then you're going to go out and get some dinner afterwards because your voting station happens to be near a restaurant or something like that. And that's your level of political commitment on there. What you're really doing by not being involved personally is you're telling your political representatives they can do anything and you don't care. And that's representative government doesn't work when you do that. That's how you get a dictatorship effectively. That's how you get a not a working democracy, and things get bad from there. And I'll say one other thing about Ukraine on here, it was a CIA coup or whatever. That's nonsense. I think everyone here knows that's nonsense, because the government at the time was going to basically sign a big deal to affiliate more of the European Union and trade, and then they just basically zigged when the populace thought they were going to zag, and chose the Russian sphere of influence and the Russian quote unquote economic ties. I mean, gross oversimplification, but what that really was a internal coup, where they were going against the interests of their own people for money, because of influence from the Russian government. And that was a coup against their own people. So
Yeah.
that's my thought on that.
Yeah, I agree with you, Primus, and thanks for that, because I have friends and relatives who know exactly what happened. I've been there since 2005, and I was there in 2018. Yeah, and they know what's happened. They weren't supportive of Zelensky at first, but they sure are now. And I appreciate everybody listening to me. On a lighter note, I'm 62 years old. I just had my colonoscopy, and I'm cancer-free. Yahoo!
Hey, congratulations on that. That's good. And yeah, if you're over 45 or 50 or whatever, make sure you get that checked every year, because colon cancer gets a lot of you. So take care of your health. So
right before going to Abdullah, I wanted to, on the topic of American participation, or specifically writing or calling our legislators, we did have a success today after much effort, and I don't think MriyaReport can take all the credit, but we contributed to the effort to get F-16s to Ukraine, and the American government gave the green light to Denmark and the Netherlands as they had wanted to do. So that's a success we can celebrate.
equivalent to what the U.S. Air Force is flying, roughly speaking. So, and that's a good thing. So they'll be great planes for Ukraine. They'll be probably a interim plane until they get more modernized F-16s, like new off the production line or something else on here. But it'll be good, but it's still going to take a while for that training to happen. So, and as I said before, the talk is it's going to be, spring to summer of next year. It could be as far out as 2027 before they get all of the aircraft they need to basically rebuild their Air Force for modern Western fighters. Probably longer, unfortunately. I gotta hope the war is over by then. I would expect so, one way or the other. Well, there's only one way it's going to end. But one thing I kind of question is, the foreign volunteers, those pilots that are willing to go and fly, because they're talking about the first batch of Ukrainian pilots only going to be like maybe 8 to 12 guys. And these aren't necessarily the most experienced fighter pilots. They're probably newer ones, because the most experienced fighter pilot and bomber pilots are flying day in and day out, giving the Russians ulcers on here. So they are training these guys, so it's going to take a while. But even when they're fully trained, I don't know about the level of experience. I mean, wouldn't it make sense to have some of these Foreign Legion volunteers fly with them as like flight leaders, that kind of thing? Because there's plenty of volunteers on there that could start flying fairly quickly if they could get planes.
Yeah, I've seen that proposal, and we've talked about it on the space a bunch. It's weird, given that Ukraine has been happy to have soldiers that are volunteers from Georgia, from the US, from Denmark, from Sweden, everywhere. I mean, not everywhere, but many countries. And they've been great fighters. So why not pilots? I think Ukraine would be open to it. And I don't know, I haven't heard one story, Primus, about, some government putting their foot down or back channel communication or anything about why, that would stop that. But it seems that Ukraine would be happy to do it that way. And yeah, and maybe they will. I mean, the news release I saw today about the F-16s was, like you said, after, and I said too, after the pilots are trained. But I don't know what they're going to do with 6 pilots and 2 backup pilots. I mean, I guess they're going to fly a few sorties every day, but that does not seem like it'll make a huge difference in the war with 6 planes.
Well, yes and no. I mean, it's not necessarily going to make a huge difference, but if you can get them to be worried about where those 6 planes are constantly, you can do a lot of damage and concern, because now you have planes which you never know where they're going to show up, but if they do show up, they do have modern radar guided missiles and so on that could be a real threat to some of the Russian bombers and something, or not bombers, but the fighter bombers coming in, that kind of thing. I mean, the Ukrainians only really have, my understanding, like maybe a dozen Su-24s that are plugged for the Storm Shadows and Scalps, and probably soon the Taurus missiles. And look how effective those 12 have been. So it could be similar. And also, F-16 does really open up the gate for a lot of other munition. So I think there's a good chance, if they only get like 6 to 8 to begin with, that they're probably going to be, also missile trucks, deploying, some specific munitions. Or get the pressure on the Russians. And you can, sometimes, a stiletto between the ribs will do the job. So we'll see what happens there. But it's frustratingly far out. I understand why the timeline makes sense in terms of like how long does it take for the training and the proficiency and